Bentar guys, saya lupa tadi ini kunamiku. Kenapa tuh Ras? Helm Spec PC 3 bagus. Halo Ali, selamat malam. Halo Pak Kems, selamat malam semuanya. Ya, dan kayaknya live stream kali ini cukup sampai sini dulu ya guys ya, karena udah 1 menit. Tujuan kita itu live stream 1 menit guys, jadi alangkah baiknya kalau kita udah. Apa sih not me? Yang pensi diam aja dah. Yang udah pensi mah nggak usah cocot-cocot. Guys, mulas perut gue guys anjing. Tutor hoki dong. Ya ini. Kumpulin bahannya guys, jangan gacanya jangan satu kali, kumpulin aja bahannya, habis itu gua aja full. Kalau masih nggak dapat pensi. Gitu aja guys. Ntar ya, gua lagi kerjain orderan bentar gitu. Habis ini masih ada satu ID sih. GRF Fir itu ini guys. Ya boleh, bentar. Aduh, perut gue mulus banget guys. Gondrongin rambut nggak tuh kalau pengen hoki? Ya bisa juga. Boleh tuh, boleh. Coba-coba guys, gondrongin rambut guys sekali-kali. Membawa hoki kan. Jadi apa hokinya tuh ketampung semua di rambut gitu loh. Semakin panjang rambut kalian, semakin gede hoki kalian. Tai kotok cok, orang pet gua 3/3 goblok. Pet mythical gua 3/3. Hoki dari mana? Pantat yang hoki. Bang, ya ini rubinya si Aso, ini bukan punya gue, ini punyanya si Aso ini. Cirji 473, entahlah itu rubinya dibuat apa sama dia, nggak ngerti juga gue. Ruby ke 473, aduh. Gue tadi login itu udah pengen gue langsung logout tadi itu pas gue awal-awal login karakternya dia kan. Langsung pengen gue logout sebenarnya tuh. Halo Firdaus, tapi nggak jadi. Jembut gondrong bangke si Adit. Bulu ketek yang harusnya gondrong guys. Beli Kopiko KG dapat apa tuh? Apa ini kopi kenangan cuy? Karena saya lagi kangen sama ini, jadi ini guys. Nitip CD. Buang 260. Guys, gua tadi sore itu bukan sore sih, rada malaman dikit. Gua nge-PO pesan ini guys, gua beli online topeng naga. Ntar kalau udah datang gua bakal pakai guys buat naga-naga. Pakai topeng naga kita guys. Habis itu topengnya buat ntar Bigolem. Oh, enggak ada sepatunya. Katanya sih gitu ya, Dit. Jadi kayak bebas gitu loh, dia kayak gesek-gesek bebas gitu dia, Dit. Gua belum reroll ini lagi ya. Apa sih itu? Repair 199 tuh. Pemanasan dulu guys, pemanasannya Theo, anjing. Kayak mana ini pemanasan Theo nih? Anjing asu, aduh. Gue mau disembur itu. Aduh Theo, aduh Theo, kita disembur Theo. Oh, anak dajal Theo. Untung aja. Monyet Theo kambing. Baru awal-awal tuh. Ulang aja nggak sih? Kepleset Theo-nya anjing cu. Wah ini mah ulang ini. Kepleset Theo-nya bela. Ini gagal gitu. Malam Eko. Aduh kena sirenanya anjing. Ih, gue lupa udah nggak ada ini lah. Terbang lah kau. Udah woi. Wah ini turun ini skornya nih. Nyepet. Pasti nyembur nih, yakin gue. Set. Aduh kena dong si anjing. Babi. Sore Pep. Ya antir aja dulu, tapi gue nggak tahu kalau dapat apa enggak ya. Terbang kah ini? Enggak deh. Aman. Kuno ya hebat deh. Segini siri-sirasu. Turun nih skornya nih gara-gara tadi yang salah itu nah. Ya walaupun nggak turun-turun jauh amat sih. Tapi turun. Mana dong? Ya udah segitu aja dulu deh. Gara-gara salah gerak kasu. Coba. Itu udah bener nggak sih tadi tuh? Oh, udah deh. Begitulah pakai Theo. Salah ini dikit langsung bubar barisan, Pak. Ulti Guilon. Nice. Kemana gue tuh? Gue dari tadi tuh silent lure of claw banyak banget loh. Pakai tai. Tuh kan. Ih. Tapi ini nggak apa-apa sih. Udah hilang anginnya. Nah. Kowin lagi bersedih guys. Dia pengen gacha di BNB tapi gacanya di ini. Gacanya di Ian. Mana ya Kowin ya? Kowin jangan bersedih Kowin. Tetaplah semangat Kowin. Kalau dirimu ada cenah. Dia pengennya BNB malah bannernya banner Ian pak. Dapatnya Ian mah. Yang sabar ya Kowinnya. Saya juga pernah ngalamin kayak gitu soal. Tapi untung sih bukan di ini gue sih, bukan di ID gue. Langsung lemas Kowinnya pak. Nggak mau live dia. Ini bentarnya guys ya. Dota jam berapa ya? Dota final deh kayaknya. Kalau nggak salah ya itu Dota udah final guys. Gue nonton sampai jam berapa tadi ya? Jam 10. Ya kalau nggak salah itu udah final deh itu Dota tuh. Ngeri. Bilahan kamu jangan nakal ya. Ini si Asu legend kah? Gue belum lihat lagi. Malam perut. Dia kayak gitu cuy. Imbas sekali ini lagi. Kita coba pakai caranya sujud guys. Habis ini kita pakai caranya sujud ya. Shut. Ngeri jat. Babi. Nyeri anjing. Sesat. Walah sesat. Tidak berani aku wis. Tidak berani. Alok. Itu kalau mati sekali bubar barisan wis. Tidak berani siapa. Ya ampun. Tibin. Oh, oke. Terus. Ye, kucingku lagi mau boker guys. Halo Om Kalpin, bentar ya ngurus kucing dulu guys, dia mau boker. Bokernya di tempat tidur tapi. Game bagus ini Om Kalpin. Game the best of the year 2022 sama 2023. Imbang gak tuh? 2022 sama 2023. Siapa tuh yang ini? Aduh, si flat ngewe apa ya? Bentar. Aduh, salah gua. Sesat. Loh, kok ke sana? Malam ya, Vi. Aduh, kena dong. Kayak mana? Wih, nakal kamu naga. Aduh, dia pakai itu dulu dong, mati gue cu. Oh enggak deh. Aman. Waduh, salah cuk. Untung aja. Nah gitu dong, tidak ada yang kegeser-geser. Jangan deh. Watashi no mina no mamoru. Itu sih nggak bisa 600. Wah, nggak nutup ya. Ya, udahlah. Kira bisa 600. Oh, udah. Dah, beres punyanya Asoy. Bentar ya guys ya, bentar. Asoy. Belum datang, Pani. Kan baru dipesan tadi, masa mau langsung datang? Gimana sih Pani ini? Centang satu ya, Pan ya? Yeah, ranking berapa dia? 30. Bangke emang Sujat nih. Wah, sampai caranya Bang Assassin lu dimarahin Bang Assassin lu, Jat. Caranya Bang Assassin bukan ranking 1 dimarahin lu, Jat, sumpah. Yakin aku, Jat, dimarahin kamu, Jat. Tapi sini, Jat. Kok caranya nggak ranking 1? Parah Sujat nih. Parah Jat. Wah, parah. Masa caranya Bang Assassin ranking 4? Wah, parah, Jat. Kasian nih anaknya orang dibawa-bawa. Sincis kasian. Sujat. Arfer. Thailand gua. Aduh, sisa caranya Bang Heru aja itu belum masuk. Aduh, ini nggak bisa dikabarin lagi yang satu ini, bentar ya. Bentar guys. Dia tuh petkusnya Asus sisa berapa ya? Udah ada kembarannya lagi satu ya. Gila si Asus ini anjing, 1/3 udah. Oh, dia dapatnya di 0/3 sih kemarin. Dimarahin kamu, Jat, sumpah. Masa Bang Assassin ranking 4 tuh parah Sujat nih. Ah, dimarahin kamu Jat. Bedanya cuma beda 0, sekian. Bedanya itu lucu anjing cuma beda 0, sekian Pak. Aku takutnya lagi Guild War, ini lagi Guild War masalahnya. Gue takutnya dia lagi Guild War asal. Dia ada benjol sama patar. Oke. Gatal nggak tuh? Sharper gimana Jet? Sharper gatal nggak Jet? Sharper juga gatal yang ini nggak Jet? Udahlah, ini udah 2 ini udahlah, kasihan lah ini dibawa MA-nya tuh udah ke ini guys. Udah gua bantai juga di sini Jet. Ya nggak tahu ya kalau mereka naikin 294 ya. Gua udah mentok semua ini 294, nggak bisa lagi 296. Alut. Dua viewer kembali. Baby. Gua login aja lah bentar ya guys ya. Login dulu. Ganti akun. Itu kalau akun gua dapat cale itu bisa kayak gitu ya nggak skornya ya di Avalanche 296 gitu. Cuma gua kurang ini ya, Ming itu Ming senjata sama Ming sepatu nggak ada gua. Yang polosan, yang biasa maksudnya. Kalau armor sih ada ya. Soalnya kalau mau ngegas 296 berarti saya harus gacha ini guys, gacha pet. Ogah. Ntar guys, return gitu itu mana adik? Iya. Masa Bang Assassin ranking 4 tuh pelecehan seksual. Bentar ini kalau gua bawa. Bentar ya. Petnya, petnya pet biasa ya. Sini nggak ada value kan? Nggak ada. Beli necklace tidak ada. Tidak ada juga. Aduh, aduh. Angin kencang guys, mau hujan. Gua nggak tahu kalau tiba-tiba hujan mati lampu guys. Tidak tahu ya, tiba-tiba aja hujan mati lampu gitu. Apalagi kalau hujan angin. Tadi tuh ada ini enggak sih? Oh, nggak ada nih. Ada nggak ya? Wah, tidak ada. Saya kira ada tuh. .268 beltnya harusnya sih legend sih. Oh, super ya. Kira legend tuh. Habis ini reroll reverse gua. Habis live stream. Pengen coba main reverse 1999 gitu. Kayaknya koin ketagihan. Tapi baru berapa hari sih dia main. You give me your honesty, 'cause I'm thinking of what you see. Baby calling me, baby calling me your honesty. 'Cause you give me your honesty, 'cause I'm thinking of what you see. Baby calling me, baby calling me your honesty. Ding 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 ding. Ini kok dia nggak nyembur ya? Tadi udah nih nyembur ke depan. Iya, nyembur ke depannya nggak ada sih. Keyboard, gue baru beli keyboard tuh udah nggak bisa dipakai huruf D-nya. Ini apa sih anjing? Baru juga berapa hari ya? Belum sebulan. Baru 1 minggu apa ya? D-nya kadang nggak mau dipakai, nggak mau kayak ini aslinya. You give me your honesty, something in your see. Baby calling me, baby calling me your honesty. You give me your honesty, something in what you see. Baby calling me, calling me your honesty. Kena nggak tuh? Untung aja. Aduh, kena si klemit, ngepet. Aduh, kok bisa sih? Udah jauh banget padahal goblok. Kena dong. Langsung mati lagi klimitnya anjing. Nggak ada apa-apa, nggak ada angin, nggak ada hujan, mati klimitnya langsung. Bagus padahal itu. Ini punya muka Revenge It. Ini carmu ya? Maafkan kalau terjadinya kecelakaan maut ya. Welcome. Selamat datang di live streaming naga. Semoga beta di naga-naganya ya. Seperti inilah saya setiap minggu bernaga-naga, menjuki-juki car kalian. Padahal tadi tuh bagus skornya tadi tuh sebenarnya tuh. Remiknya nah tolong. Aduh dia kayak gini lagi. Nyembur nggak lo? Nyembur kan dia kan? Kuci hotahe. Ini kurang apa coba Revenge? Kurang ini. Satu doang kok ya kalau buat PvE ya. Kalau buat PvE itu kurang alien necklace doang. Dah, itu doang. Alien necklace sama ya kalau emang lu bisa 50-in Rachel jadi 50-in. Tapi kalau nggak bisa nggak usah. Kalau emang pengen ini ya, kalau emang pengen Yonhe. Soalnya bentar lagi mythical Yonhe itu. Nah, kalau buat PvE ya bisa lah. Kalau memang pengen ini ya alien necklace saja satu. Soalnya corset ringmu itu udah ada 2. Hampir lagi gua kena anjing. Jadi ya menurut gue ya worth it-nya ini sekarang ya alien necklace. Kecuali pengen ini ya, kecuali lu pengen legend ya mungkin mau nggak mau harus PvP apa aksesoris PvP kalau emang pengen legend. Ini dirimu kan superior nih. Gua nggak tahu lu pernah legend apa nggak ngerti gue ya. Kayaknya pernah nggak sih lu legend tuh? Kayaknya pernah deh. Mungkin karena lupa ngepush saja kali ya, makanya turun. Dulu. Kecuali ya kalau pengen incar legend ya, ngejar legend maksudnya. Ya kalau gue pribadi sih gue enggak ya. Paling ntar juga kalau udah sepi gamenya ya legend sendiri gue. Syukurin apa yang ada. Hidup teh kotok. Yonhe itu enggak PvP dia bisa. Dia tuh PvP-nya bagus itu. Yonhe itu. Cuma ya timnya mahal juga sih soalnya sama Melin, Mythical Elin. Mythical Elin sama Drake. Gua nggak tahu kalau di Fear ya, soalnya kalau di Fear dia kan tanpa suppressor. Nah, kalau masih pakai suppressor gua nggak ngerti dia masih bagus Yonhe apa Koset. Kalau pakai suppressor ya. Soalnya Koset itu benar-benar nggak ada yang support dia gitu loh. Nggak harus pakai Chris. Nggak harus pakai siapa. Kalau Calheron kan harus ada Chris. Ya gue takutnya Yonhe itu butuh pakai Chris juga, takutnya gitu. Jadi ya ntar gue cobalah di char gue gitu loh. Ntar gue gacha level 50-in kalau emang bisa 50 kalau bisa ya gue Yonhe. Habis itu gue tes ganti Koset pakai suppressor. Kalau lebih gede ya berarti masih worth it gitu. Kalau enggak ya berarti emang harus pakai tanpa suppressor. Wah, tanpa suppressor sih harus petnya itu harus jadi. Aduh, gue mau ulti padahal langsung cuy. Sembur naga. Terima kasih. 300 enggak sih enggak ya? Wah, enggak 300 dong ngasu. Wah, ini kurang alien necklace doang nih. Ini kalau alien necklace 300 ini bangsat. Ya, 297 kurang 3000. Selain itu mungkin ya Mionhe juga buat challenge dungeon mungkin masih kepake ya. Soalnya challenge dungeon kalau pakai Rachel kan nggak kelindungin sama shieldnya Melin. Ya walaupun challenge dungeon ada ininya sih. Maksudnya percuma juga ada shieldnya, ada itunya. Ada apa namanya tuh? Ada piercingnya. Nah dia sebenarnya percuma tapi ya oke lah. Oh 44 ya Rachelmu ya? Apa Iksan? Gue kira udah 48 tadi. Ini siapa tadi yang 48? Oh Asoy ding yang 48. Salah lihat gue. Wah ini masih jauh sih ke 50. Ya kecuali Net Mabok berbaik hati mengeluarkan SS Mythical ya. Entah itu kapan. Net Mabok anjing. SS Mythical kita kapan keluar Net Mabok anjing? Orang-orang mau 60-in Mythical ini loh. Aduh salah. Aduh nge-freeze. Asu. Wah ini udah gua harus ganti PC nih. Upgrade PC maksudnya. Aduh banyak banget ini ya. Upgrade PC ini mau ini rumah juga. Sucu ini D-nya nggak ketekan. Babi emang bener-bener lah ini keyboard nih. Apa sih Firdaus? Ini nggak mau ketekan nih, ngepet emang. Kayak gua kalau gua tekan nggak kasar gitu nggak mau gerak D-nya ini. Harus gua kerasin langsung. Gua ganti aja deh, gua ganti ini aja kayaknya. Gua ganti switch-nya jadi biru aja deh, blue. Ini red soalnya red switch. Soalnya gue sukanya red switch karena nggak terlalu keras bunyinya kalau ditekan. Tapi ternyata red switch terlalu ini harus dipaksa tekannya malah. Ya, gara-gara Firdaus datang mampir ucapin selamat malam rungkat. Ntar kayaknya. Gue soalnya nggak biasa tekan keyboard ke terlalu keras itu nggak biasa gue guys. Soalnya gue itu orangnya lemah lembut. Aku orangnya lemah lembut guys, nggak bisa tuh tekan keras-keras nah. Nah kan Bang Husin tiba-tiba komen udah, baru gue mau bilang ini kalau ada Bang Husin pasti dibilang tai ini. Beneran ada tiba-tiba dia, imba banget ternyata gue. Gimana HSR-mu Bang Husin, masih main kah? Diriku udah pensi sih HSR. Wow lagi ini ya, lagi reverse 199 ya kayaknya Bang Husin lah. Anjing mati emerald-nya gara-gara Bang Husin. Ya struk pembayaran ya Bang Husin ya. Ya gue biasanya kayak gitu sih kalau ini. Kalau lagi naga-naga gitu gue tinggal nunggu struk pembayaran guys. Tai di pantat mana? Pantat mah adanya bulu cok, bukan tai. Bentar deh, gue sarapan dulu. Panas. Masih salah satunya nih. Ini salah satu yang joki satu guild nih. Bentar ya, gua ini dulu bentar. Minggu lalu mereka ranking berapa loh? Oh, ranking 7 ya? 33. Gila, ini 48 juta cok. 48, 46 gila. Kalau isinya 30 orang 48 juta, ini rata-rata berapa juta cok satu orang GR-nya? Kalau 1 juta kan otomatis sudah 30 juta tuh. 1,2an lah. Kalau mau rata ya. Malam flat. Sana kakak, sono ah. Berapa ID flat? Ya, minggu depan berapa ID? Sepuluh, oh aman lah. Soalnya minggu ini udah ada 2 kan ya. Ya ntar paling tak pasang-pasangin. Semua orang yang gua joki GR-nya pasti awal-awal gua login itu yang gua cek itu satu masteri sama jewelnya. Walaupun mereka nggak fix, pasti gua selalu cek itu jewel sama masteri itu. Takutnya tiba-tiba ada yang kena fuse kan atau apa gitu kan, biasanya ada yang hilang. Makanya kadang gua lama tuh kalau mau joki satu ID tuh. Bisa 20 menit. Apalagi kayak gini kecelakaannya. Bentar guys. Habis ini sebenarnya masih ada jokian satu orang lagi, tapi ntar aja dia offline aja. Punyanya Avataro. Kalau si Express lagi nunggu ini dia Alien Necklace. Gue lupa cok. Express sama siapa yang nunggu belt kemarin ya? Cobra kayaknya deh. Dia tuh lagi nunggu belt tuh. Berdua tuh. Hah? Enggak. Yang penting udah lewatin auto clearnya. Ya kalau bisa high score ya bagus. Soalnya terkadang high score itu ada di saat lagi hoki. Contoh Fear umpamanya dia high score-nya gara-gara banyak banyak suppressornya, ya otomatis minggu depannya nggak tahu dia bakal tetap gede apa enggak gitu loh. Ya kalau ini kan tergantung dari ininya, lulernya. Kalau dikit lulernya ya gede skornya. Jadi ya nggak bisa patokan high score itu, nggak bisa. Gue pasti yang patokannya itu auto clearnya udah. Ya mendekati high score lah biasanya skornya. Anjing kaget gue. Soalnya tangan saya bukan tangannya Sujat. Ya, Sujat aja biasa ya kalau dia praktik itu bagus tuh. Giliran dia pakai chance-nya tiba-tiba jelek juga tuh. Ya nggak Jat. Lihat aja di silentnya dia kan di videonya 492 tuh. Pas di challenge itu 460. Itu karena udah di spamin lure of claw juga itu kayak gitu. Oh ya, cius lah panglima, cius aku tuh nggak pernah aku nggak cius nah. Nyapa miamu, miabi. Anjing itu bahasa tahun kapan anjing? Cius, miapa, miamu, anjing. Babi Jat. Nggak luler, nggak smell, tai cok. Itu yang bikin gua gila itu kalau kayak gitu Jat. Gara-gara nggak mau luler pak, bangke emang. Gara-gara ini kebanyakan luler maksudnya kalau di saya. Ada yang kena nggak? Aman lah ya. Salah. Hampir aja. Hampir gue kena cuk, anjing. Ini kayaknya bagus deh. Kayaknya dia nggak terlalu nge-spam luler deh ini tadi. Habis itu gue di luar crow. Oh enggak ada, aman. Aish. Gak apa-apa sih. Udah detik-detik terakhir ternyata. Empat 10 naik 18.000. Sama ini deng, siapa Revenge X1 sama Karma Earring kalau ada, kalau bisa maksudnya. Jadi Alien Necklace sama Karma Earring aja udah, paling itu sih kalau buat PvE ya. Tapi itu berat sih. Soalnya ada 2 itu kalau kayak gitu. Au. Aku dorong anjing. Mau mati pin ini. What the hell? Now for you. Wah, keterusan gue kasetnya. Aduh. Au. Aduh, baru mau ulti anjing. Asu.
Just your little secret. I didn't hear the sirens. I didn't wanna see the warning signs, and now I pay the price, yeah.
Nah, gitu dong.
It hits me like a tidal wave every time you say my name. It hits me like a tidal wave.
Pima, loh. Ah, gue kira belum mati Pini. Oh, udah aktif tuh immortalnya tadi. Anjing. Gue kira belum aktif immortalnya tadi nih. Mati dia cuy. Persan tadi yang Thunder kecelakaan, Silent kecelakaan. Nah di sini juga ikut-ikut pak. What the fuck? Kok kayak gini? Ah maksudnya ini game nih, kok kayak gini? Jatuh lagi nih anuku nih. Aduh, makin konslet. Waduh, kedorong-dorongnya ini yang gue males sih. Waduh, ini naga bener-bener Gak mau supre dia, sucu. Something never change, never change. Redemption ever came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, 'cause you should know only fools tread with the angels. Fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Waduh. Save myself but turn into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my ways where I didn't mean to make them break, where I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Siapa tuh?
Flatking baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 15.000.
Apa tuh?
Nitip GR3 naga bang.
Hah?
Ada yang gak BS di auto soalnya wakakak.
Yang mana? Yang mana tuh? ID. Mampus aktif immortalnya anjing. Oke. Kelupaan kan kamu auto clearnya kan, kebanyakan sih. Ya sama kayak yang tadi yang tukang kocok itu sama juga flat. Gue lihat skornya kosong soalnya. Cuma bukan kelupaan, emang 11 ID aja udah ngurusnya udah setengah mati. Bukan 11 lagi ya, udah 12 lagi ya sekarang ya. Nambah lagi satu kan?
Could you love her?
Bener-bener dah. Itu kok bisa nambah lagi satu itu? Aman kok situ.
Broken windows and a warning scribbled on my wall saying that you better turn around. Wouldn't be the first to try to burn me down. Your move, you love me.
Jadi minta dibeli. Asyik. Tapi bagus dia. Tapi bagus sih flat yang tadi tuh. Yang baru itu dia ada cale kan? Menurut gue udah oke lah. Yang gue kasihan itu ya tukang kocok, nggak ada pinenya itu yang bikin gue kasihan. Gue flat. Kasihan gak ya? Sumpah kasihan saya Pak. Udah ya, siapa revenge beres yuk. Sekarang kita ke akunnya si flat. Yang Nuria itu bukan yang ada calenya flat. Ini bukannya Adi yang ada calenya ya?
Why steal the coffins in the thought anyone can love a pretty little mansion?
Coba gue cek. Melin 42, skor GR, skor challenge dungeonnya 267, ngepet bang. Yang ini yang 267 apa yang 270 ya? Lupa gue. 270 deh ngasih. Oh iya nggak ada ini. Kosong. Song. Gue pakai apa sih? Gue pengen non suppressor tapi nggak ini gue kayaknya nggak yakin gue kalau mau non suppressor ini cari ini. Mati cuy yang ada ntar. Oh ya nggak ada climate sih ya. Oh ya nggak bisa gue non suppressor kalau nggak ada climate cuy. Petnya tidak ada. Kucing kenapa sih? Bentar guys.
Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption.
Ini kita kasih ini weh.
Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out.
Wah, tapi ini hoki lah, dapat cale di 6 itu mah. Berarti dia 0/3 ini. Takut itu apa Fir ya? Yang ini. Tuh enggak ya ini jewel. Enggak nutup kayaknya. Tapi yang penting ada jewel merahnya sih. Dia 0/3 itu di luar nulur. Iya. Ini kenapa bukan bogem aja sih? Nggak legend kan? Ya maksudnya ini nggak char nggak legend toh. Ya walaupun cale ya. Nggak tahu legend nggak sih ini? Gue bikin bogem itu. Oh super deh. Oh nggak kepus. Ini juga susah sih kayaknya kalau mau ngepush ya. Ini nggak ada TR, masalahnya di sini tuh yang bikin gua bingung. TR kalau nggak apa kayak full moon. Enggak deh, di sini nggak ada TR juga. Ya agak under ini walaupun dia cale ya, ini agak under ini. Tai kotok under dari mana ngintip? Under itu kayak punya gua no. 499 doang anjing. Ini udah pecale 493 itu udah nggak under sih kayaknya ya. Ya di necklace. Necklace diiring. Diiring aja kayaknya. Soalnya necklace sudah ada full moon. Bentar. Dari mana ya? Gua 499 lu, gua under cu 500. Under 500 499 berapa gue ya? 499 100. Red. Ya. Kira bisa ulti dulu nah. Rugi dong. Aduh. Ah. Ini gua nggak ketekan asu emang. Ih, alamak. Dia kena petirnya dong di situ, goblok. Bisa kena petir di situ.
Seeing monsters out your window. No, you can't sleep. You pretend though you don't have to play the hero. 'Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream, till the last breath, every heartbeat.
Aduh, tuh kan gak ketekan lagi dehnya, ngepetnya semet. Nggak ketekan asu ini. Aduh, huruf D-nya nggak mau ketekan, anjing apa sih ini, keyboard asu cuk. Nggak mau ketekan D-nya. Aduh, asu. Wah, ini parah ini keyboard nih, apa sih, baru gua beli loh. Enggak, baru juga 1 minggu kayaknya. D-nya tuh nggak mau ketekannya tuh loh, anjing emang. Aneh cok. Waduh, beraben kok kayak gini, asem nih keyboard, nyentuk. Fatal banget itu loh masalahnya. Pokok kalau nggak ketekan satu aja ini udah fatal cu. Gue tekan keras salah, gue tekan lemas salah, ya kan, mau gue tekan apa coba? Soalnya kalau move-nya mati tiba-tiba itu ya mati dia ngeluar move lagi. Nah itu tuh, kalau gua mau menghindar ke sana, kalau ini D-nya nggak ketekan, mati gua. Kalau supresi gua pakai tekannya, apa gua tekan pakai mouse, nggak pernah gua pakai keyboard. Move-nya ini masa sih gua gerak pakai ini? Masa saya harus gerak pakai yang ini nih, no? Mungkin kalau touchscreen nggak apa-apa kali ya, kalau monitor gua touchscreen. Aduh, ke sini lagi deh. Asujat entah itu tangannya ini semua dia. Bisa-bisanya nggak ada yang salah tekan dia, Pak. Gue kalau pakai HP itu kadang ada yang salah tekan, cuy. Gue tangan gue nggak terlalu gede, rada-rada kecil gitu, ya kan gue kurus. Tapi kadang gue salah tekan, cuy. Entah kenapa ya. Orang kadang gue ngetik aja kalau di HP, kadang gue ngetik itu kadang typo, cuy. Kalian jangan berantem lah. Mau berantem terus aja. Ini masalahnya petnya itu bukan immortal, bukan revive, jadi kayak sekalinya mati ya udah mati, Pak. Kalau Faldur masih ada revive-nya dia, Faldur atau apa gitu. Ini sekalinya mati cuy. Nah, akhirnya beres satu naga, maksudnya masih ada 2 naga lagi ngepet. HP ku kegedean, bukan tanganku. Emang HP mau panjat? Jangan-jangan lu pakainya iPad lagi. Oh, ini ada ini nggak sih? Oh, ada. Ini nggak ada kalau di sini. Oh. 12T apa 12T? 12 triliun. Gak ngerti gue kalau merek-merek HP. Gue nggak ngerti merek HP, malah gue tanya HP-nya apa ya kan goblok juga. Oh ya, tab maksudnya Pak. Sakit banget cuy, awal-awal kena gituan doang. Ih, gue mau ulti padahal ngepet. Oh, Xiaomi. Allahu Akbar. Nak setan benar-benar ini naga, ampun. Ya ampun. Ini dia pasti ini dia lular lagi ya habis ini ya. Nih, habis ini chat. Nah, ini lular claw lagi. Cus. Tai. Padahal mau gue pakai di sini tadi perisainya, nah anjingnya mah. Fingering apa dulu? Flat. Mau fingering apa yang mau di fingering? Wah, flat ini bahaya nih. Kata-katanya nih. Menjerumus ke sana-sana nah. Siap. Iyalah pakai cam lah, Jat. Pakai cam, kasih harus hand cam itu. Jadi kita bisa lihat pergerakan tanganmu itu loh. Apakah benar ada cheatnya ataukah memang murni dari tanganmu, atau mungkin ada chip-chipnya gitu loh tanganmu, Jet. Jadi kita bisa membungkam orang yang mengatakan dirimu itu cheat. Tapi emang beneran Kak Jat, dulu itu dirimu ada yang ngatain dirimu itu cheat kah? Gila juga ya. Pakai apa party apa? Ini mah sendiri. Pan, ini naga-naga ini kan sendiri nih mah. Cuma bawanya ya 4 orang gini di bawah. Mainnya mah sendiri. Wah, anak kompor naga babi. Tualit, tit, tulalit, tit, tualit, tit. Berapa ini turunnya anjing? Kok turun jauh sekali turunnya? What the fuck, man? Ya ampun, astaga naga. Astaga naga naga naga. Naga, oh tolo nih naga, astaga naga naga naga. Oh naga 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 naga, goblok. Hei. Kan aku tuh kan sujat anjing. Iya di awal-awal aja tadi udah 3 lure claw tuh, asu emang. Ini susahnya ngejar hex score-nya itu di situ, asu. Ini 460 harusnya no kan? Ya ampun. Gara-gara naga tolol nih. Hih. Kalau tadi tuh tembus 140 loh awal-awal tuh. Wih, salah gua. Ya ampun. Ya alamak, salah gua, ya ampun. Aduh, kenapa wilahannya gua taruh situ? Astaga naga, wilahan tol. Kenapa saya taruh di situ wilahannya? Goblok sekali kayak Pak. Kayak mana ini? Kayak mana? Udah jam 11 ya guys ya. Gila. Kenapa saya taruh wilahan tadi di situ ya? Aduh. Padahal itu bagus loh. Enggak. Ya ampun, yang tadi tuh udah bagus, sekarang baliklah dia ke awal adik-adik. Ya alamak. Aduh. Udah bagus yang tadi, sekarang malah balik lagi dia lure of claw, asu emang balinya. Ya ampun, anak setan. Ya ampun naga, ya ampun. Ya ampun. Ya ampun naga, bener-bener dirimu itu loh, astaga. Aduh, loroklo teman baikku. Dajar.
Relationships will often end in disgust, and I know you want my love, but there's nothing to discuss. I don't need you in my life no more. I don't need you in my life no more. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cool. I've been nose running, you funny, you going hard.
Oh. Teman laknat itu, Jat. Lur kalau itu teman laknat. Aduh. Ini sama aja nggak sih kayak tadi nih? 11-12 anjing. Aduh. Kena tuh. Oh enggak nih. Alah. Benci aku benci. Benci tapi rindu, aku benci tapi rindu. Anjing emang ini asli ini naga nih babi emang. Lagi. Ya ampun beneran dong. Ya ampun naga. Beneran dong gue minta lagi dikasihnya lagi. Ngepet emang ini naga nih. Habis ini udahan. Nggak tahu sih paling sampai jam berapa, jam 1 mungkin. Oh enggak deng. Nah ini gede nih. Bomat lah. Capek gue hindarin. Capek gue ngindarinnya babi. Udah TB-in aja udah. Aduh, monyet emang. Bentar gua. Anjing ke exit dong Spotify geblek gue. Bentar. Gue pengen cek Dota. Jam berapa mulainya ya? Kayaknya udah final itu Dota deh. Udah mulai dong. Ya. Wah, Dota udah mulai nih. Waduh. Wah, berapa nih? Iya, mending tidur lah daripada nungguin reset arena ngapain. Ntar guys, lagunya mati ya, asem ya, bentar ya. Bentar ini Dota Cina sih yang ini. Ya sama kuning nggak ngaruh guys. Ini yang Cina, ini yang EN mana EN? EN udah mulai bro. Ntar gue kena copyright Dota lagi. Itu grand final guys. Aduh. Udah nggak usah lihat ini deh. Gue nggak usah lihat denger lagu ini aja. Komentatornya Dota aja ya guys ya. Udah mulai ya. Baru berapa menit yang lalu sih? Baru 11 menit yang lalu sih. Gua masih bener enjoyer. Soalnya gimana ya, gua umpamanya nih legend ya. Gua kalau udah legend, tiba-tiba gua GR nih. Habis itu gua liat skor GR gua ternyata naiknya jauh banget gara-gara legend kan. Waduh. Gue nggak mau guys terpengaruh gara-gara itu. Jadi alangkah baiknya kalau saya superior aja guys. Tidak mau saya terpengaruh sama skor GR apa gara-gara build gitu loh. Ya mungkin ntar kalau udah ada ini aja kali ya, udah ada pet mythical aja ntar. Udah jangan marah-marah mulu nak. Saya mah tukang ininya ini aja. Helm Spike sama Ruby. Gak mau saya ketagihan. Ya, sebenarnya sih ada bagusnya ya. Maksudnya kalian dibuat untuk bangun pagi gitu loh, sama Netmarble buat jaga kesehatan. Harus bangun pagi ya kan. Tapi kan saya tidurnya pagi. Coba deh ntar jam 9 ya, jam 9 deh. Kayaknya sih Bang Yuyan ntar live deh. Arena tuh, ntar deh jam 9 gitu. Jam 9 pagi gue nge-push dikit lah. Kalau emang bisa legend. Habis itu baru gue turu. Ya tapi offline aja. Soalnya kalau offline kan gue enak tuh misu-misunya. Enggak bisa lah orang, enggak, masalahnya aksesoris gue benar-benar enggak ada buat di TV itu. Adanya ganggu orang kerja itu. Iya, adanya ganggu orang kerja jam 9 nih. Enggak, maksudnya kan sebelum kerja jam-jam 6 lah, jam 6 udah bangun ya kan. Arena dulu nge-push. Biasanya kan jam 6 udah lumayan aman tuh. Katanya. Wah anjing sakit banget tuh asli. Ntar lah gue di live-nya Bang Yuya aja ntar pagi sambil pantauin poin legend itu berapa gitu loh. Kalau emang bisa gue push dikit-dikit ya di push, kalau nggak bisa ya udah guys. Nah ini enak nih, gue nggak keganggu apa-apa nih. Ya kayaknya sih minggu ini agak tinggi gara-gara ada event ya. Event yang balet-balet itu kan disuruh nge-spam arena tuh 30 kali tiap hari. Ya mungkin gara-gara itu sih. Ntar. Jadi poin arenanya bakal naik tuh gara-gara itu tuh. Wih hampir gue mati anjing, emang ini naga nih. Waduh mati nih. Wah mati cu. Ngeri sekali anjing. Udah aktif immortalnya lagi. Gara-gara event ini tuh loh. Tapi kalau nggak salah bagusnya itu kadang ketemunya lawan-lawan yang nggak terlalu ini juga. Soalnya kan banyak yang nge-push, otomatis kan yang bawa-bawa itu udah pasti pada naik-naik juga kan gitu loh. Harusnya sih biasanya ketemu yang poinnya nggak terlalu yang CP-CP-nya nggak terlalu ya. Ya walaupun kadang ketemunya yang baik. Dah beres. Kok nggak mulai-mulai nih anunya TI-nya? Jam berapa sih? Setengah 12 apa? Grand final deh. Seru kalau grand final, guys. Dah saatnya kita yang ya berarti minggu depan 9 ID aja flat. Itu udah skip aja udah. Yofi ini apa? GR. Oke. Tapi up to you sih kalau emang pengen tetap 10 ya. Mending auto clearnya kalau pengen auto clear awal-awal aja flat hari Kamis kan biar nggak kelupaan. Kalau nggak satu hari itu mungkin dua ID gitu auto clear biar nggak lupa gitu loh. Sayang juga sih kalau umpamanya kelupaan. Rewardnya itu lumayan loh. Yang apa Evan itunya loh. Oh ya dia akhir bulannya. Oh ya benar juga akhir bulannya. Akhir bulan plus akhir tahun ya kan. Iya teman gue juga kalau akhir bulan itu sibuk closingan dia gila. Apalagi kalau akhir tahunnya, wah itu lebih tambah sibuk lagi dia kalau akhir tahun. Oh ini Geo, oh Geonya taruh situ, nggak di sini kan? Oh, oh ya bisa juga sih. Oh tapi 493 itu gede banget. Harusnya sih ini bisa ditukar sih kalau mau ya. Tapi 493 itu harus pindah ke sini, 44 itu harus pindah ke sini. 313 itu harus pindah ke sini skornya Pak. Paling gitu sih bisa. Oh, masih banyak ya kok. Nah, ini 1, 2, 3. Masih 3 antrian lagi, 4 sama ini. Baru itu ID-mu. Dedet. Nah, ini enak nih ada karmanya nih. Mantap nih sebenarnya nih. Coba gua di jewer. Jewer ini. Jewernya banyak yang hilang. Hitam itu apa? Hitam itu silent kah? Hitam itu fear ya? Waduh kok nggak ada lagi sini jewel-jewelnya. Wah astagfirullahaladzim. Ya ampun. Wah ini turun nih skornya nih. Yakin gue ini nggak ada jewelnya loh sama sekali loh. Putih apa? Silent cu. Silent itu ini. Biru itu thunder yang ini. Ya. Wah ini mah tai kotok anjing. Aduh. Hijau. Ini apa sih ngasih apa? HP doang anjing. Adalah. Biarin aja gitu ya. Ya tinju sih ada ya. Cuma botak semua anjing. Gua nggak tahu bakal dapat skor yang best apa high score apa enggak ya. Soalnya itu kadang mempengaruhi juga loh. Aduh Sirji, kamu itu bahaya sekali kamu Sirji. Kepala pemimpin kok kosong amat, anjing. Bahaya nih Sirji nih anjing emang. Ini pasti tim dead ini arenanya, yakin gue. Loh, dihapus. Loh, kok dihapus Sirji? Loh, kok dihapus? Loh. Loh, kok dihapus Sirji? Ih. Loh, kayak mana? Ini pasti tim dead ini. Nah kan, tim dead bener. Ya gua kalau dapat Geo ya paling tim gua juga kayak gitu, tim dead. Paling ntar tinggal info arver, kira-kira aksesoris apa yang harus gua ambil buat timnya. Ya tapi gue lebih milih Cale sih sebenarnya ya. Aku disuruh bikin video klarifikasi. Ya gue sambil denger Dota aja lah biar nggak ketinggalan jauh amat ininya Pak, informasi tentang Dotanya. Sakit sekali anjing. Dia nggak ini, dia nggak nyembur ke depan cuk. Ini nyembur nih kan. Ini tapi jewelnya itu ketutup sama belt legendnya dia sih ini. Oh, si Yofi itu Singi yang tadi barang nama gua di Red Multi tuh. Oh. Pantasan tadi pas gua Red Multi ketemu dia di Banggon. Gua kira si Opon. Ini tuh tadi. Mati. Wih, untung aja anjing. Buntu ternyata, guys. Ternyata di situ udah buntu nah. Mati gua. Oh, untung aja. Ini kalau lagunya copyright harusnya Dotanya juga kena copyright dong. Oh, udah mulai tuh. Udah berhenti musiknya. Lah malah ganti musiknya, Pet. Oh, udah deh, udah mulai tuh. Welcome to TI 2023. Woo, yeah, bitches and gentlemen. Ih, anjing, cok. Gue malah kesono lagi. Apa deh,
TI-12 champion. We will be seeing all those players lift the aegis for themselves. My morning panel has changed up from the last few days. I still have Lacoste with me, I still have Rezo, but this time I have Gunnar joining me.
Hello, hello. Pleasure to be here on the final day.
Yeah, you get to do the opener, and I mean a little bit of spoiler, you'll be working this first series with us as well, but how
What, the
excited are
resolution?
you here? Maybe not as excited as if you're
Resolution
playing, but it is
It's
the final
exciting.
day.
Yeah. And,
Yeah, yes. It's exciting. Yes, yes.
I think gaming is moving really fast, and I think the other teams have been doing
Really
well.
exciting.
So,
Yes.
maybe a battle of kind of the styles today.
Yeah, which tempo is going to come out on top and which tempos are we going to see? But what about yourself, Rezo?
Man, I want to say thank you to being here and like welcome to Seattle, guys. Hey everybody. Like,
Yes. Hello. Yes.
It's an
Yes,
amazing
nice
day.
to meet
Like, I'm
you,
really
nice to
sad
meet
that This
you.
is the last day because it's been such an incredible journey already. Like we've seen so many.
Yeah,
games,
it's so
many competitions, so many,
incredible,
like, long
incredible
games as well.
journey. Yes.
But the Gaming Gladiators, like
I know.
the fast tempo as well. They're coming with a unique play style that they came up for this specific tournament, and I'm really like I'm really excited. Like how is it gonna like continue doing the same things? Like are they gonna continue stomping their teams and like going to the finals and making the same thing to LGD and Spirit, or like LGD are gonna come up with something new and like stop their pressure?
Yeah, it's been 3 weeks leading up to this final day. I can't believe how quickly it's gone. The fact that we're down to 3 teams, Lacoste.
Yeah, it feels kind of sad, but I'm also very hyped about what's going to happen today because we've seen some of these matchups, like the big storylines coming into this TI. The whole 2023 was pretty much Gaming Gladiators against Team Liquid. They had to face in the lower bracket, and unfortunately, one of them had to go home. They're still going to, stay here.
Yeah,
watch
it's
the
so
grand
sad.
finals,
It's
but,
It's sad
the
to
other thing is
see
teams
they're
are just
going home.
dominating.
Yes.
Whenever there's a lot of money involved, a lot of prestige, you know that this team, they're going to speed things up. They want to be the one, crowding themselves as a second-time champion at TI.
I was just looking at Yatora games, and he's doing this once again. He's playing every game with a new hero. Like
Old
he
hero
does
challenge again.
Old hero challenge again. Like the only 2 heroes that had like 2 repetitions was like CK and Muerta. But other than that, he's like every game new hero, like Troll, Sven, Turboblade, you name it. He's going for this new play. Like he doesn't really he doesn't like to play the same heroes.
Yeah, they're running back the style that garnered them a lot of success for TI-10. The benefit of being on the morning panel, by the way, the pre-show, is that you can put out who you think is going to win TI out of these 3 remaining teams, and you get to look smarter than everyone else that comes on later in the day. So do you want to give it a go? Do you want to say your bold prediction? It's a 1 in 3 chance.
So it's 50%. I'm just kidding. And I do feel like Team Spirit, they've showed the best map movements. Their drafts are always on point. How they play. If you're playing late game against Team Spirit, and we've seen a lot of these games going to the late game, I feel like they're gonna take it. But also between the 2 teams that we're gonna see right now, LGD Gaming against Gaming Gladiators, I feel game they have
Kenapa
the
kok
upper
lu
hand
official?
because they're
Anjing, Cuk,
really
kena Cuk.
stepping it up. Ever since they played against 9 Pandas, all of their games are like 20 to 30-minute games pretty much.
I mean, to me, the finals are gonna be between Spirit and Gaming. To be honest, yeah, I think LGD are not gonna handle the pressure from Gaming Gladiators. Like it's
We
way
had
too
a
much.
few Gaming Gladiators fans that year when you said that they were going to be making it to the
Sorry
final.
guys, sorry to.
Ya gue juga pengen nonton ini, Pep.
The gamings they're like very
Masa
good
gua
at laning,
naga
and
malah
that's
orang mau
been
nonton
LGD struggle
TI,
for, like,
malah
a long
naga
time,
kayak mana
so
coba?
I think they're not gonna be able to handle that pressure. But for the finals, I think Spirit are like way more solid. They're very adaptable, and I think this is the only one team who can stop the Gaming Gladiators from like doing the same thing, and like because they're also very good at laning, and if you're good at laning, and that timing doesn't really work when you're like on even terms.
I think there's also a comparison because Spirit is probably the best team at playing from behind in this tournament. No matter how bad the game is, they can still win. You feel like they're gonna win even if they're down a lot. And so for Gaming, a lot of their ways they win is just early game pressure and just taking over the game so fast. But I think Spirit's probably, if there's one team to beat that, it'd be Spirit.
Okay, all right. So we're all kind of putting a lot of eggs in the Team Spirit.
Mana
basket
iklan
to
enggak lah.
repeat TI winners, but it's a long day ahead.
Tak,
of us, so we
Team
don't know
Spirit,
what is
si
going to
Yatoro ya?
happen, but we're gonna start this
Dulu
game off
Yatoro
with the right
sama
tone. We got
Toronto
Casey.
itu
We're gonna
bukannya
catch up
satu
with
tim
Helm.
ya?
It's like in the arena.
Toronto sama ini Yatoro. Kok bisa ya? Padahal mereka itu bagus loh mainnya tuh. Yatoro sama Toronto tuh berdua tuh.
So many people watching from home, and we thought we'd walk you through the experience of those attending here.
Kenapa
because we
mereka
want
harus
you to feel like
berpisah?
you're here with all
Apakah
of the energy.
apakah sudah lain
Everybody's
hatinya?
walking through the entrance
Apakah hatinya
here.
sudah berpindah ke
Tell
lain
me
hati?
more about what made
Wow.
you decide to come to TI. How long have you been playing Dota?
I've been playing Dota not very long, only about 3 years.
What about you?
3 years. I've been playing since like 2012, like high school, beginning of high school.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know he was here.
Connell by far.
Sorry, we're doing mandatory entrance interviews as
What?
always.
No,
Hello,
no,
welcome.
no.
Whoa,
Oh,
I'm being
no.
taken over.
Absolutely, thank you. What did she ask you?
She asked me who was going to win TI.
Who's gonna win TI?
I said Team Spirit.
Okay, great. Mandatory
Ya kayaknya sih
interview
Team
over
Spirit
your
sih
turn.
kalau dilihat-lihat ya.
hero.
Arc Warden.
Matchmaking ranking. Bad.
Here, get up the escalator. Come on. Guys. Hi, are you excited?
Yes, very much.
Who's gonna win?
Very.
Who's gonna win?
Quinn.
Iya dia jadi support kan itu si Toronto.
All right.
Mandatory entrance interview.
Mandatory interview.
Hello.
We do this every TI. Say a word. Good. Oh, okay, nice job. These are always a banger. Yeah.
Udah
Keep
aneh loh.
going, Casey.
I'm trying to get away from you.
You good?
Wih turun sekali skornya Pak anjing.
Most likely Spirit.
Wah
Most likely Spirit.
493 ke 477 gara-gara nggak ada semua jewelnya ngepet cok.
Are you
Who's gonna win?
Let's go, AG.
Yeah, who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? How about LGD? LGD.
Howdy.
Slacks, those
Your
aren't
turn.
even
Punch it,
words.
puck, go.
Who's gonna lose?
TS.
That's how you get them. That's how you get them.
No, Slacks, no.
Oh iya udahlah udah ngalahin auto clear ya.
Keep him away
Gila
from me.
hilang semua jewelnya masalahnya cok.
Who's gonna win?
Could not tell you.
Now that's the kind of energy we like. Team Spirit?
GG.
Team Spirit, let's go.
All right.
Woo! I think that worked.
Yeah. Those were very quick interviews, Neil. Mandatory.
Siapa ya?
Mandatory.
Yang tim GG itu orang Asia kan?
Interview per minute was.
Lo kok malah LGD sama Gaming Gladiator juara 3 kah? Ini perebutan juara 3 kah?
Not a lot of
LGD Gaming sama Gaming Gladiator ini sama apa GG? Apa ini? Apa buat spot final?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Give us some love.
Oh berarti TS sudah di final ya?
Gladiator
Tim
fans,
Spirit itu udah di final kah? Gue nggak ada rosternya ya, roster ininya jadwalnya maksudnya. Jadi gue nggak ngerti gue.
think we were gonna get that loud of Team Spirit chance until later. We know that they're already in the
Oh
grand
final
finals.
lower
Team
bracket
Spirit
ini
fans
GG sama LGD.
obviously
Wah.
getting their, gamer hours
Tapi
going.
jujur ya gue kasihan sama LGD loh. LGD itu udah berapa kali loh masuk ke runner. Runner itu yang juara 2 itu loh. Ini aja kan mereka umpamanya kalau mereka masuk lagi nih final nih, ya kan tiba-tiba jadi runner up lagi kan. Wah kasihan banget loh sumpah. Soalnya udah berapa kali kayak mereka masuk ke final itu udah berapa kali LGD tapi nggak bawa pulang ini Pak.
Live with Pyrian and Jenkins. That's been happening the last 2 nights as well. So if you guys want to Oh, want to be in the background? Charlotte Theater is where I heard it's been taking place. So it'd be nice to see you all down there. The short film, the cosplay, that will be taking place between the lower bracket finals and the grand finals. So there is action all throughout the day. Nothing that you guys want to miss at all. And there's already been a lot of action, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. If we're talking about the Dota action, like we've even seen like this whole meta shift that has been going on ever since the group stage started, where you had all these tanky mid laners, off laners with the blade.
Yang kayak pas lawan ini loh, pas lawan OG, yang OG-nya comeback itu loh, wah itu yang wah itu sih, itu paling gila itu, TI paling memorable itu menurut gue itu ya TI-nya si TI 8 ya, kalau OG itu ya kalau nggak salah OG yang menang itu loh, wah itu sih, wah itu TI-nya itu yang paling memorable banget sih. Dari nggak ada apa-apanya jadi pemenang TI. Wah, 2 kali lagi tuh. Tahun depannya mereka lagi, Pak, anjing.
I just think it's really scary for non-gaming gladiators today because every other team is so used to buying Midas, going late game, and gaming will let you do that. So hopefully everyone did their homework and they're ready to not lose in 20 minutes like I did to gaming, and they can beat them.
It feels so bad when you say it like that. We're like all
Gue malu udah nggak tahu tuh Miracle udah kemana, Kuroki, Pape, itu udah pada pensi kah itu? Oh, kalau Kuroki mungkin udah sama Papi mungkin udah pensi ya karena udah tua sih.
I just love when teams are innovating, right? When you come into the games and you don't really expect like what's gonna happen. LGD, I think they have that. Like they pulled the Tinker in the last series against Spirit. It was a pretty good game. Like they could have won easily. It was like 70-minute game again. But the gaming gladiators, they're innovating like every game. They're bringing new heroes. Like they have this strict like playstyle that they invented, but they also like innovate in terms of heroes as well, because they brought a Husker yesterday as well, and they brought the Underlord back from the, you know.
Malah Messi ke Inter maksudnya. Orang lagi bahas Dota malah bola Messi nggak. Inter apa? Inter Milan? Apa Intermezzo?
Like for Spirit, for example, they're like very solid, very steady, but they're not like very innovative in that sense. They only brought Magnus, but I mean everybody's playing Magnus right now.
It's also collapsed Magnus.
Yeah,
kind of
a classic.
A little bit of cheating in there. There were a lot of teams yesterday though that had that innovation too. I remember BetBoom, they brought out the Dragon Knight, a hero that hadn't been picked at TI 12 yet. So we saw it yesterday. We started yesterday with 6 teams. We ended yesterday with 3 teams. If you missed it, luckily for you, we have a little bit of a recap and we get to see all the highlights of the action that took place in day 2 here at Climate Pledge Arena.
He's gonna die in the footstep of his own fountain, yes! Ultra kill for Donasi will chasing the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in for the turn. Whoever is left behind, it's going to be 3 down.
Collapse, you cannot be
Tapi zamannya OG tuh gila sih. Zaman out of meta mereka pakai hero-nya Pak anjing.
Don't want to give up this Roshan. Celery deep in the corner. How do you get this guy out of here? Beautiful. Orzo into on 3. That's beautiful, but immediately to BKB going up. They are doing a lot of damage. The Necrophone is getting low. Can they finish? Slow and is just cleaning up with the glaives. And Celery dove on through the pit, but he missed the Aegis. Luna Siege. It is all the more dangerous once your tier 3 is down and you start getting those bounty.
Anjing salah gua.
Trying to pull Durachu out of position, almost got him, but he pushed a little bit over to the side instead. Harpoon pulling in the Kunkka. Now they did rolling. Follow this one up. Yes, no BKB. You gotta yeah, they're gonna be neat to die straight up immediately. Now Liquid left at a 4 versus 5. He's gonna stand his ground, but Quinn, what a hit on through with a swashbuckle, almost finishing up. The Radiant's gonna run down Mickey on his first life. They are absolutely gonna be losing 4 here. Meanwhile, mid lane, they are fighting this one out. Quinn, once again, survives on just a little bit of damage. He actually went for that kill, you madman. The block, the shield is just enough to get Celery out of it, but Mickey, he's gonna be in trouble. As soon as Zai dies, they're gonna turn all their attention over this guy. The Aether on the lands. He gets it just on the tip, Quinn. GG is called Gaming Gladiators. They will bring down Team Liquid.
Azure Ray versus BetBoom Team.
Dapat nggak ya ini? Udah, nice.
The stun is there, a long duration, but no, he's gone. Just like that one. GPK stunned for a little while. Chalice still there for the control, but he's out of position. 3-second stun, starts to fall and gone. Can they find more? But there's the Reaper sight. There for a turnaround. The fight, it's lasted too long. This is where Somnus shows up. Takes them down. 2 seconds stun on the sun. Trying to get the kill, but he transfers it over. Gets the cheese off in time. The Lotus, not sure what it was, but now over to the side, and Somna's still living. Somehow, someway, madness. He's gonna do it. Triple kill for GPK. Pulls it off. Can they do it and take him down? GPK trying to run.
Aduh seru Cok, pengen nonton gua Dan ini punyanya siapa tadi nih? Yofi ya? Yofi apa Yafi sih? Oh Yofi. Sekarang Firdaus itu apa nih? Bantu CD, oke. Aduh gua nggak bisa bantu CD-mu nah. CD-mu kan ukuranmu sendiri. Apa? Firdaus, masa gua disuruh bantu celana dalam anjing? Gua mana tahu. Kali-kali punyamu small, medium apa large. Masa gue disuruh urusin celana dalamnya? Ih, kayak mana coba? Kan aku pirek nggak sih nonton Dota guys? Gue takutnya malah ini gue dilapor hilang YouTubeku guys. Kalau dengar harusnya nggak apa-apa ya, kalau cuma jadi tim pendengar ya. Yang penting nggak diputar kan videonya. Weh, collab sini Magnusnya parah Cuk, gila Magnusnya dia itu loh kak tai Cuk, sumpah. Gue kemarin liat Magnusnya dia itu alot banget Magnusnya dia itu. Ini harus pakai Shen. DPS. Jaga. Lah, ini ngapain di sini anjing? Nyasar dia ngepet.
Yesterday we did see Liquid Betboom and Azure Ray end their TI 12 run. They should be extremely happy with where they placed because it was a tough run for themselves, tough opponents all around, and that is how our bracket is shaping up. Did you guys do your bracket predictions, by the way, in the client? Your Oracle? You didn't?
I didn't. I never did.
How accurate?
Well, I don't know if I have to explain.
Get the other winners in the finals.
I think I had Azure Ray reaching top 3, but that didn't happen. But after what happened yesterday, these guys, we gotta give them credit. After having lost, first they managed to win against Betboom. You know, there was some beef going on, some all chat, some question marks in the all chat, and after that, it seems like the job was done. You know, they came here to play, they came here to beat the Betboom, and then you know, this is the team that formed pretty much. This is the streamer team, when they wanted to, you know, show that they can still do it on the main stage. These that don't receive salaries, some of them, and they just wanted to do it for fun. They lost, big smiles on their faces, and I think we gotta give credit and the big applause for what they've managed to do at this TI.
Yeah.
The other team I wanted to mention is Liquid, because they're the only one who actually managed to take down games from both Gaming and the Spirit. So they're like, I think to me at least, they're deserving to be like in the top 3 or top 4, but you know, because the bracket happened to be that way, they're actually eliminated already. So, but it's sad to have them go.
A lot of really good showings. I want to talk about fantastic showings, though, enough to break TI records, okay? It's been a wild month, and so we've had some all-time TI records set during this TI 12. So in a single match, these are our new
Oke,
records that we
ultinya nih.
created this year throughout the 3 weeks. TA 2000 getting 2 TI records for himself, new as well. Kiritich and Virtus Pro.
It's in the same game, TA 2000. He did play Nagasar and broke those records. He's an insane player. Usually, when we talk about TA 2000, he was the guy that plays these agi carry heroes, but he also shined on some of these melee heroes as well. And also, as we've seen, Neo, Doom, GPM, this guy is just a monster. I mean, he's been the driving force of the new LGD as well, calling some of these shots. And, TI 23 leaders, Kiritich on his Spectre. He also broke a couple of records in that game as well. This guy is just insane. Really glad that Virtus Pro showed some top-class Dota at TI.
I like the Nightfall one. 334 map pings.
Yeah, they're by far the team that pings the most. They're like 600 and everybody, then there's like Talon with 400 and everybody else. I mean, you can expect this.
Yeah, if you play pubs with Nightfall, you know that. he loves just pinging and talking. You can know, like, you can kind of know he's on a team just of how much he talks in games and pubs.
Ya ampun, kena dong si Dodor. Goblok sih tolol.
I'm sure his pings are just crazy in a tournament.
It's also the most skilled stat right there on the spot because you have to have a skill to ping 300 times a game. But other stats like
di bawah ini.
1000 GPM, like it's whatever, like it's long game, like we all know that. But the pings.
Aduh.
The staking one was interesting as well very quickly because it's now no longer the longest game. So it makes more sense if you had the longest game. Placing that many observer wards would make sense, but now no longer the longest game, but still holds that record for this tier as the most observer wards placed. Look, I don't really have a segue for this one. All I'm going to say is I'm excited to hear a little bit more about some meta changes, some big heroes that showed up yesterday, and to give us that information, it's Purge.
Ih, hampir aja.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah, we have a huge match coming up today. LGD coming from the winner bracket. They played the entire tournament with a unique style. They've been playing up meta. They bought few hand of Midases compared to the other teams, and it rewarded them heavily. They won the vast majority of their games until yesterday, where they faltered a little bit. Now, in
punyanya Firdaus beres. Sekarang
matches is they were winning with Magnus in almost every series that they played it, and surprisingly, they didn't ban Spirit Breaker.
Ali Imran GR, okay.
Didn't think the hero was overpowered. Now he's a big spammer, so he's probably just biased here. But it's the 7th most banned hero for the entire tournament so far. So the fact that they finally banned it for the first time yesterday means that meta is shifting a little bit, and maybe LGD is feeling less confident in their ideas now that they're getting some losses. And in terms of the Magnus, what it accomplished, they won 3 of their last series with the Magnus, but this one yesterday was a little bit too tough. They got behind in the laning stage against Team Spirit's farm-heavy style, and normally you would think that their high-tempo playstyle would be able to beat that, but in every single one of these clips, even though they're getting successful kills, they are still behind in net worth because Team Spirit was so good at playing the map here. This is a clip we saw earlier in one of the highlight reels, but this is a great moment. They kill the enemy carry with a great RP. Magnus has been successful yesterday in getting these grabs that are difficult to snag and giving a really solid team fight. But Team Spirit was just too good against it. So hopefully for LGD, they don't falter from their ideas
Karma aja di sini, cu.
after their loss.
Ya nggak sih, apa di atas ya? Sini aja di Karam deh.
Gladiators, who so far has looked pretty unstoppable.
Thank you so much, Purge. While we're, talking about some other people and hearing from other people, let's hear from Slacks and Casey. I do believe they're in the crowd somewhere.
Oh, that's right, Nat!
Kenapa sih, Ruji? Ini pakai Jeff aja.
So I thought I'd really get us some energy. Crowd, good
Oh,
morning.
ini nggak pakai vertikal anjing.
All right, you ready to go talk to some psychos?
I'm not gonna call them
Nah, aku masih L+ ya, sama lah. Gue juga masih L+.
Psycho friends. First thing I did was I said, who is here with a big group of friends? And what did you guys say?
Terlalu banyak ini.
We made friends all day today.
Okay? Really? Then what is his name?
Clay.
And what is his name?
Ryan.
Ini kenapa kebalik? Ini kenapa GRT dah? Ini kenapa GRF anjing? Apa sih, nggak ngerti gue. Thunder. Ini malah skenario. What the fuck, man? Apa sih? Mana sih?
Really good. Who's gonna win? GG. Oh wow, how surprising. Say something I wouldn't expect.
North America for the win.
Wow, that wasn't very unexpected. Not a lot of people would expect.
Aduh, ini aja dah.
Hello, good to say. Look at all these signatures. He's got RTZ. He's got Ahmed. How you feeling?
great. How you doing?
I'm good.
Setuju, persetuju.
What?
And they got this?
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
We're coming back.
GRS. Astaga.
Very depressing stuff. Casey, what's going on down there? What do you got?
All right, Slacks. It's time for us to
Nggak
do
relate
something we've never
gimana?
done since TI4. I don't know if you're ready for this.
Aduh, ini juga nggak ada jewelnya lagi.
Give me your camera.
Oh, yes.
GRS terus standar tadi mana?
I'm sorry, but it's time for you to experience my pain. Yes. And be interviewed by Slacks. I'm so sorry.
Come, Myron. Once more. Every year we have shown our wonderful camera crew, and this year, Myron is back on the camera. The Myron Lord continues. Myron, so good to have you. The crowd love you again, Myron. Oh my goodness. They love you. Sir, we need to expand our Myron lore. What is your middle name?
Reggie.
Reggie! His middle name is Reggie! It's Reggie! Thank you so much, Myron!
It's Reggie because my mom named me that because it has what? What letters? 2 GGs in the middle.
Oh, baby! Thank you, Myron. Myron, another year, another banger. Casey, you're lifting that so well. Thank you so much, Casey. Thank you. Yes, incredible. Can I have the camera too? Is that not good?
Wants to replace Slacks.
Oh, anjing.
Oh, that's a horn. I think we need to go. I don't know what horn that is, but that means go. Should we put it back? Take it back!
Hey, what's up, Slacks? Thank you so much, Casey. Thank you as well. I loved knowing that not only do we now know Myron's middle name, but that he's a Gaming Gladiators fan.
Yeah, for a good reason. I mean, he made their days shorter. You know, they were long days, and he's like, I want to get this camera on. It's pretty heavy, but yeah, really glad that now we know his middle name.
Yeah, well, look, we'll see when Gaming Gladiators are playing. We're going to have our schedule. You get to see, we already know that they're in the top 3, but we're going to see that they are in the first series here. So they are up against LGD, and then potentially another long day for themselves up against Team Spirit if they do make it. They already had a marathon of a day yesterday. They were first and fourth series yesterday.
I just hope that Donasi feels way better today because he was very sick yesterday and he still managed to perform like insanely well. He was like 15-0-12 on the viewer game last one. And it was like after, for the second series they already played. They're walking confidently. Can we see Donasi?
No, oh yeah, you can kind of see him a little bit in the back there, but Ace is leading the charge. He's doing all the signatures for the team of Gaming Gladiators. But LGD, this bounce back for them. Actually, I'm going to change this. Let's just talk about all the carries, okay?
Guys, gue mau pipis.
Teams left. We don't necessarily have to talk about this exact matchup right now because we could be seeing any iteration of the grand finals. So we have our carry comparisons here. We still got Donasi left in the pool. You already talked about Rezo. He might be feeling a little bit under the weather despite how good of a performance he had yesterday. There's still the chance it affects him. Shiro is the carry for LGD, and then Yotoro, of course, being the carry for Team Spirit. So this is their hero pool of what they played at TI12 and their average kills, deaths, and assists over the course of this tournament.
The cool stat here is that they both like all of them like have pretty similar death rate, which is kind of insane because Yotoro like is playing like longer games with Shiro, but for Donasi it's like the same rate considering the games are like finishing like within 20 to 30 minutes because like this guy he's playing super aggressive and he's not afraid. Like he said it multiple times, he's not afraid to die. He's just doing whatever his team is needed, and he has like full confidence of like Queen and Ace like following up and not dying, like, and carrying the game for him as well.
You can also see Spirit and LGD have this 45-46 minute average timing where gaming, like finishing the games on average a lot quicker. And so that's kind of where you see Yotoro get a lot more kills on average, but I also think it's impressive that he's managing to die pretty much the same amount of times with more games or more time being played in the game.
Yeah. We also had their shortest games, 19, 29, and 30 minutes respectively, so that's massive. Gaming Gladiators getting a 19-minute win for themselves.
Yeah, it's pretty insane what they can do when they get the hands on the heroes that they like to play, and it feels like they got the heroes that they wanted in the last 8 games they played. because they wanted to speed things
Halo,
up. So they're
Krusnik.
bringing out these enchantresses, this Chen, and we've seen the
Gue baru kali ini pengen coba Haram di sini.
nuts. Like, I really love to watch this guy
Ini berapa
play
sih
Dota,
sebenarnya?
because
30.
you mentioned the Weaver game yesterday where he was diving tower 4 minutes in. He's on tier 2 tower. He's building Urn of
Oh, ini
Shadows
sekarang.
on a carry, something that we've seen only on Spectre pretty much. He wants to keep this aggression. This is the team that once they realize that you're bleeding, your lanes are bleeding, they're not going to let you go.
I also like the way he's walking on the stage, like Jirachi. He always feels that, you know, that love from the crowd, and he's like putting his hands up.
Oh, ini
like,
hampir
you
aja
know,
nggak gua
give me
ganti.
that love, and he wants to have that attention, right? And then, in fact, for the LGD, the biggest challenge right now for this series is gonna be like how strong of the lanes they can get, because this is the team that they're focusing like on this mid-game strategies and like how their heroes synergize well between each other, but. To me, the most important thing is like how they're gonna get out from the lanes today.
I think with their drafts from yesterday, I'm hoping that LGD kind of changes things up. They picked slow heroes, I think, for Spirit, which was fine. The games went really long. They had a Tinker yesterday, a Spectre, and I'm hoping for them to pick faster-paced heroes, kind of adapt. Maybe they take the Tides, the Chens, the Enches, or the Kunkas, something that allows them to fight Gaming Gladiators really early on, because I think if you're able to contest them and you drag the game out longer, that's how you have the ability to actually beat this team.
How quick is it to make that adjustment though?
I think for a caliber team like LGD, they can probably do it in a night, like an afternoon.
Oh really? That quick? Okay.
They have one of the best coaches in the world. They have Zhao 8, so he's probably cooking something up right now. He's probably telling the boys what they're going to do. Just trust me, I'll draft you something to win, and hopefully they win.
Yeah, look, they've had a couple days to see that tempo of Gaming Gladiators. We'll see how they do fare up. But before we do anything else, we have to get our day started. So let's do it. Let's make some noise, everyone. It's the final day of TI 12. Starting
Yeah, final
now.
day, guys. Sini kita bisa tidur nyenyak.
It is a beacon, sounding a call to greatness that echoes worldwide. A crucible, forging a single contender worthy of rising above the very best. And a celebration, gathering a community of millions to witness history unfold. It is the International, the final proving ground, where the world's finest Dota teams assemble to face each other in the
Aduh, nggak ketekan lagi ya.
Each challenger has earned this honor through hard-fought victories in matchups around the globe. The journey has tested some more than others, but the favorites and underdogs all know the road to the Aegis defies all prediction, and anyone can carve a new legacy here.
Halo, Soy.
The Aegis of Champions returns to
Yo, sama-sama.
and with it the eyes of the world. 3 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
It's our final day, TI 12. At the end of today, at the end of 2 series, we will be seeing a team lift the Aegis. And I cannot wait. Our lower bracket finals is going to start very soon. But first, let's welcome our first team. The lower bracket dominators, they have knocked out 5 teams already. They've been here since the first round, and here they are on the final day, walking to their booth. They're gonna have to win, and they're gonna have to face LGD if they want to continue.
Ya tim Cepirit. Tim Cepirit anjing. Tapi LGD itu jago loh. Udah berapa kali mereka itu di lower bracket itu loh. Habis itu mereka masuk semifinal, habis itu kalah di semifinal. Like what the fuck man. Kasian sekali mereka ya.
But for the first time in TI12, they're on the edge of elimination. They're going to have to pull out everything in this best of three. And Gunnar, you talked about what changes are going to have to happen and the fact that they are one of the best coaches to make it happen for them.
Yeah, I really think the draft is going to play the biggest part. Both teams already proved their players are good enough to just be here, and they don't need to do anything special. So it's going to break down to the draft mostly. And
Bang, ini masih punya, bukan Sirji, ini punyanya siapa sih? Gue lupa nah. Ali Imran. Oh, udah tadi Firdaus cuma challenge dungeon tadi.
I think if LGD can even get an even draft with a good, tempo for the game, they'll be in a good position.
Look, we pulled all the extra stops for this lower bracket finals to help us with the draft as well. We got Sheepstick joining us, by the way. Can we get a round of applause for her? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I just appeared out of nowhere.
You really did.
Yeah, the class is gone now. Sorry.
You just ate him. You consumed him, and you're like, I'm taking his spot here. And you're going to help us talk about Gaming Gladiators LGD for the lower bracket grand finals. Do you agree with Gunnar that they're able to make this change in tempo for themselves despite the really rough loss, especially that 76-minute game yesterday?
Oh my god.
Iya, soalnya lagi ada event Krusnik, yang event itu loh. Event apa yang tembak-tembakan itu kan kudu nge-spam arena tuh. Jadi ya banyak juga orang yang nge-spam akhirnya kan. Bakal naik sih poinnya Legend itu besok tuh gara-gara event ini. Makanya pas punya gua kan gua juga heran, loh kok gua bisa masuk Legend kan, gua mikirnya.
Yeah, but,
Dan ternyata ya udah ya gara-gara event itu ternyata.
Who are rarely making any mistakes, right? They're just like very confident going objective after objective, and if they're not confident that they can break it, they're not gonna go for it. They're not gonna give the chances. So it's a very different game we're gonna witness here.
It's tough to know what is going to be their win conditions before we see their drops, but I want to talk about stable players for them who has been the most consistent in showing up. And I feel for both these teams, it's the off-laners. It's Ace, it's New for both teams. New is also really new to this team. He only came in after 2 or 3. You're laughing because New is new?
New is new, yeah.
I thought so. I thought you'd have a little bit of giggle over that one. But yeah, he's quite new to this team, but he slotted in perfectly. And there are a lot of games that I saw him being the anchor, the one that's holding down the fort for them, holding those defenses to allow Shiro that time to be able to build what he needs on his carry.
I think the offlaner that are left in this
ya mungkin sekitar itu atau mungkin 8, 5, 7, 90 bisa jadi.
They're doing it very well and
mungkin
very methodically. And for New, like even Centaur game yesterday, he was carrying the game so hard on the hero that you would not expect that to have that much of an impact. So that makes like him incredible, like skilled player that knows his timing very well, and also like he delivers. So this is the strength of their team.
Gua lapar lagi anjing.
Also during Last Chance qualifier last year, people were singing his praises, New, and they were saying, he's going to be on the best Chinese team by the next TI. And here he is, he's proving himself at TI. He's already top 3, so I definitely think that the offlaners for both of these teams are kind of their like rocks, where no matter how the game is going, they're going to win their lanes, they're going to have a very stable game and always do their job.
Ini kucing nih. Makanya gak usah manjat-manjat. Tak kurung tau rasa kan.
It's not just the offlaner, it's who you're laning with. The pos 4s, I think New, prior to this team, he played on Vici Gaming, he played with FY. Now he's playing with Planet, who not as big of a name known, but I think Planet is easily one of the best pos 4 players I've seen this year playing. This guy is phenomenal. I would hype him up any chance I got. Yesterday or 2 days ago I was saying, I want to see Planet Rubik. We saw it. He owned with it. He's the only guy winning with it really in this tournament. I think Planet is amazing, and seeing him and New lane together have been... I mean, they've just been
kena itu si Rachel tuh.
I want to ask you a question off the back of that then, because we talked about these stable off-laners. As a mid-player, Gunnar, how important is it to have a stable off-laner that allows your pos-4 to do so much? Or is it not so much for you as it is important for your safe lane?
It matters honestly for all 3 lanes.
Okay.
If you win your off lane, it allows the 5 to rotate through the gate right now, gank the carry. It allows the 4s to check the water rooms, the power rooms at 6-8 minutes. And kind of everything, I think if you win your off lane, it almost wins your other 2 lanes just for you. And it's really hard these days to just stomp the mid in a pure 1v1. We've honestly seen it the last 2 days,
anjing,
which is
bilahannya
very
asik
surprising
ya.
that the mid lane matchups went really bad. We saw the Dragon Knight versus Puck, we saw the Void versus Puck, so maybe it's just Puck, not the mid lane. But they've kind of had rough times where the game snowballed out of control, but I wouldn't expect that today. I think it's more so going to be mid lane stable and whether side lanes kind of snowball one way or the other.
Also considering how important the laning are right now, like if it's really important to have the synergy between position 3 and 4.
Remake arena itu yang itu ya, yang legend 5 bisa ketemu legend 4, legend 3 yang itu ya.
To be like a friends, because like it was the same for me when I was playing with Zeiss. Like
Udah nggak ada itu superior 4, superior 3, 5, superior 5 itu udah nggak ada, langsung loncat Pak superior 1, goblok aja.
And this is like what's important for these players as well, like to have that synergy and like talk about mistakes, like improve on laning and understand each other without even words sometimes.
How would you compare Quinn and Nothing to Say in the mid lane? Whether it's hero pool, whether it's the importance their team places on them, how would you describe them or compare them, Gunnar?
They're honestly pretty different mids. I think Quinn, when you think of him as more either a spirit or a counter pick. Like he played Huskar, and he plays the Necrophos, these like kind of annoying heroes that just it feels really bad to play verse. And I would say Nothing to Say, outside of his Tinker, I think he's a lot more of, he just plays his good heroes. He's really confident playing just the same heroes all the time. He plays Ember, Pango. He plays a lot of Magnus.
Ya kan di Korea 59 legendnya, buset. Berarti di sana itu sebenarnya persaingannya ketat juga ya di Korea ya. Maksudnya dari segi pemainnya mungkin masih banyak juga yang main. Kalau bisa sampai 59 gitu. 400 please. Oh, nice. Beda bansos bang. Iya sih ya, beda bansos ya. Anjing ya.
Weight would you put into that one, Gunnar?
For LGD, I think Bristle is one of gaming's best strategies, especially because it's Ace. You allow Ace to get a carry in the off lane. That's pretty much his bread and butter. He plays lone druid. He used to be a carry, so it's not surprising that he's able to play the carries in the off lane, win his lane, and just have a stable game.
I don't think Bristleback is letting through, guys, ever again. I think that hero is way too hard to deal with, and when the AA is banned, and like, what is the best answer for you, Gunnar, against this hero?
So I think one of the big reasons why Bristle's so strong is his counters are also banned, so it ends up that the Primal Beast gets banned, the Phoenix gets banned, the AA gets banned, and so all of your responses to Bristle are just banned due to the nature of the draft. And so
kan tadi ada yang TC gede deh.
Yeah, and the Viper and Hood Incarnate.
Yeah, the other ways to break him and reduce his HP regen don't really exist anymore.
Ini harusnya tukar aja nih.
I love what LGD did against Bristleback when they were playing. They had this Magnus and they always like break his position because he's always in the front. And they managed to take him with his cure like way back into his own team. And then Muerta like with extra damage to stop that hero, it actually works. And also you don't get damage from when you're in ulti, you don't get damage from spells. But yeah, it's not gonna be seen anytime soon.
I see the and the Chen ban here, so a lot of importance placed on taking out what they deem as Celery's most confident and broken heroes. But now I see Chaos Knight left in the pool as well, which is another one that has seen ban after ban after ban.
And Primal Beast is letting through too.
True, I didn't even notice that one.
I want to see Primal Beast so bad.
Aduh, salah ini.
Begging them to ban CK.
Salah equipment anjing.
They have first pick.
Gue lupa tukar itunya Melin sama Pine. Pantas kok Melinnya kok langsung bisa ulti.
Capable of this death ball type lineup. Let's go Primal.
Tapi kayaknya TI kemarin orang Asia lagi jarang dapat kayaknya. Yang paling sering dapat ya itu Barat.
Salah gue. Whereas they both win their lane, which leads Duraccio kind of gets to do his own thing, and Celery can help Quinn, which is again kind of their bread and butter. And they buy auras, they push towers really fast. It's kind of everything they want in one package.
I also like that LGD chose to let the Primal Beast.
Iya, CP pun kayaknya masih butuh perjuangan loh.
Not really what he's looking for specifically, because he used to play like this lone druid bristleback type of hero that are more scalable, but for Primal Beast he doesn't scale as much, like in terms of like at least tower push, right? like he's not gonna be like the hero who's gonna take all the towers from the LGD. So it's already like, I think it's good for LGD that they don't have that pressure already starting from the first pick. And I like the Chen and Enchantress bans for sure.
The nice thing with the Primal is Quinn's been practicing and playing it quite a bit in his pubs and his games. So it ends up being a flex as well. So you can't just end up just instant picking a carry counter pick or a mid counter pick because it'll go to both. I would say they're valuing it more as an offlaner right now, just due to how kind of the map setup that the offlaners get more farm than the mids right now.
Ya meta arena mah pasti berubah lah.
Really fast with just trampling over camps and waves at the same time. So it ends up just becoming a stronger core in the offlane if you get away with the lane.
Is that every team is doing that, or more gaming gladiator specific when you get your hands on a Primal?
I don't know if I can speak for most teams because some teams their offlaners don't play Primal.
Tidak ada bedanya sama Claimit nih si Karam tolol.
Gaming, I would say right now I'd expect this to be an offlane.
Yeah. Primal's like
Berarti salah pet ini di sini.
when it goes offlane because
Tapi mau pakai apa di sini kalau ini? Nggak ada claim.
Can go and stack like the triangle, and it's very easy for him to take stacks with trample. And also, you're kind of just waiting for this timing, right? We've seen Primals in the offlane get absolutely obliterated, but as soon as they hit that BKB timing, it's just...
Siapa tuh?
Refuge baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 25.000. Bang, tolong guild right them.
Siapa?
Primal is such a hero not to be
Siapa tadi?
underestimated.
Refugi? Siapa Refugi? Nah, baru kali ini gue dengar namamu. ID passnya di ID passnya. Kasih ID passnya di Discord. Habis ini gue kerjain. Refugi ini siapa Refugi?
I mean for Primal usually pick they don't really
GR kan tadi tuh.
They also go for different items.
Hey, tama yuk. Habis bubuk bareng malah berantem lagi, gimana ceritanya?
Usually the important thing is picking a
Kalian itu sama-sama hitam.
You want to pick a Sven, a Chaos Knight are the important ones, not just because they have the damage to like out CS the Primal, but mostly because they have a stun to prevent the trample. And something really interesting with the Phoenix is good in the game versus Primal with the Sunray just doing % damage, kind of chewing through Primal's health. But in the lane, the Fire Spirits don't really affect you. You don't attack, you're disarmed anyway while trampling. So it ends up actually being a really comfortable lane for Primal there.
I completely agree with you. I think something like Clockwork is way better than having the things there against the Primal lane.
Yeah, purely for the lane. It kind of secures, you can pick a range carry then. The popular carries versus Primal are either melee with stun or a ranged hero with kite.
I'm sure the LGD want to put this Phoenix on the offlane with the Centaur for now. Like at least that I would be thinking about that.
I guess now for gaming, if they want, they have Grimstroke available for them. If they do want to, I mean, it's just good for any side lane. But if they do want Primal in the offlane, it's gonna especially be nice there.
They're probably gonna end up taking their carry.
Gue belum bisa ngecek.
Because now, if gaming wants to instantly counter, they can get carry counter pick for the side of LG plus the lane counter with the Primal Beast. So it's kind of this weird position where if you delay your carry too long, you're allowing the Centaur to be free in the draft.
Sama aja pakai ini sama pakai itu.
You know, Durachu to get countered in the game, which we've seen him counter pick with the Razor yesterday, where it had a rough game, and I was even worried that he would carry, but he just ended up destroying the game with how good of a Razor it was.
I love this Lifestealer ban. I think it's the only two teams that are actually rating this hero at all. Because nobody else are really looking for that one. And Durachi is like, he's known for his Lifestealer as well.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday in the Azure Race series where it's Bepboom, and the strongest thing about the Lifestealer is that he sits in his lane for 10 to 12 minutes and you can never kick him out, which really hurts how Gaming Gliders wants to play. They want to move their heroes around, take the towers really fast, and when there's a carry that's sitting in the lane and you can never pressure into him, it feels really bad for how you want to move around the map.
Yeah, and for gaming to have that hero on your safe lane and not care about like how to make his gameplay better and like have complete freedom and supports. You know, this is what they excel at. Like their two supports are usually running around mid lane and helping CCNC to, you know, do all this pressure and like start from the mid lane. This is like what their teams really excel at.
Vikram did end up getting picked up by the way sheet. That was one that you were talking about.
It's just a really powerful hero. I mean, you play around this Inkswell, like, Dia purge of the stuns. It makes it so hard for anyone. Like, you're playing with a Primal already who's just going to want to go in and destroy everyone. Like, this Grimstroke on top of that elevates his, like, strengths throughout all stages of the game. Early, mid to late. I think the hero is just... To be given so freely to gaming, I think was rough for LGD, and now they have a Silencer on top of that to cover their team fight.
I mean, looking at these three heroes, like I don't really like it for Gladiators that much, just purely because they're going away from their idea of like pressuring so much, and I think it benefits LGD because in that game, like, the normal game where there's not a lot of pressure, I think this is like their best chance of like taking the series down.
Ih, apa itu hero apa tuh yang satu tuh di sebelah kanan tuh yang punyanya si Gigi tuh. Jelek banget anjing. Ini Centaur, Phoenix. Ini yang hero baru nih, dua nih yang di sebelah kanan, Silencer.
So pretty much the only bans you really get and feel confident about are the first phase, and they chose to take out pretty much Celery's heroes. They take out the Chen Ench, which I think are his top 2 right now in this tournament. And so now you see him force the silencer. And yeah, as you said, I don't really feel too confident with this, just because it's moving into they're playing into LGD's book, I would say.
Udah punyanya PB, Ali Imran beres.
And the Shadow Demon is such a
Ini yang donasi tadi siapa yang donasi nih?
from doing anything in the mid game. Like
Revenger, siapa Revengernya?
But I mean, looking at their support, right? They don't have really a good way of
Oi.
stopping him. But in the mid game, like against
Bang, tolong build thread dong. Refugee ini siapa Refugee? Mana ID-mu Cina?
Yeah, it's also really good.
Woi, Refugee.
You can purge to Inkswell anytime you see a hero.
Siapa lah ini Refugee? Tolong ID-nya mana? Iya, Bang, tolong. Mana build thread-nya mana?
Really nice for Silencer too. Maybe he can click it on the Phoenix early in the fight. The Phoenix will always get stuff off.
Nobody apa? JR ya?
You see the cow.
I mean, the cow is amazing here as well because those two supports, they don't have really a good mechanic to stop him from charging. Neither it's Primal Beast, so they're gonna have to think about buying.
Udah, karena Refugee belum ada ID-nya, kita ke Nobody dulu ya.
But it's still like we've seen so many times the Spirit Break is just like
Sambil
going
nunggu.
first in the net first. Like even after losing his lane horribly, it doesn't
WA
matter.
atau
As soon as you
Discord,
buy a
terserah.
fight as a Nocturne,
Up
you just
to you.
push in every wave, and then you have this mechanic of like coming back to the fights from anywhere else. And I think it's really important in this patch to have one of those heroes that can connect easily to the fight and like being on the other side
Ya
of the
kah?
map.
Magnus nggak di
So
ban?
it's either like Spectre,
Belum lah, Magnusnya masih ada. Ini habis ini kayaknya di ban ini Magnus nih.
Alright, so there's some really quick stuff. Quinn played versus Spirit Breaker mid because that's what this is. We see the Centaur. So
Itunya Magnus bahaya loh. Siapa collapse-nya Magnus? Wih, Magnus pakai collapse pakai Magnus. Wih, dorong-dorongnya itu ngeri banget anjing.
And he's gonna do some work in the game. I honestly was thinking that they might put the Primal mid because that was the matchup he played versus 9 Pandas. Whereas Primal versus Spirit Breaker, he solo killed the lane. The game ended in 20-something minutes. But they picked Necro, which is, if anything, is a stronger lane now versus Spirit Breaker. So I would be really confident now. Just
Habis Nobody
the fact that they have a hero to
tuh.
play around with Quinn.
Even like despite that, I kind of don't like the supports on LGD.
Habis Nobody itu punyanya Eko, habis itu PB, habis itu Trio.
They're pretty slow. I think it's much easier for Gaming to make moves. You talked about how they like to kind of crush early. I think now with this winning mid matchup, I think they can make much more plays.
Refugee ini siapa sih?
They can even just kind of play it chill and wait for their timings on Primal or whoever, and just make sure that they're playing defensively where they use global to cover any ganks that LGD try and make.
Yeah, it seems like they don't really think about like going to the mid game, like how Necrophos might be bad against Porch and like not, you know, like not being that tanky core. But at the same time, like they're just looking purely on lanes, and like
Spectre.
this Necrophos is gonna stomp the Spirit Breaker so hard that you're gonna like, you know, completely run them over. But I'm still worried.
Wah, ini kalau nggak di ban Magnus ini bisa di pick ini. SK.
Damage, and this is how they were able to close the games out so fast. But on this lineup specifically, there's no like hero.
Malas gua, Pep, ntar numpuk di hari-hari terakhir kasihan. Kalau gua pribadi ya numpuknya itu di hari terakhirnya itu loh, Pep. Jadi nggak apa-apa gua kerjain aja. Oh, Anda tuh Ando, kirim ID pasnya dong. Mana Discord terserah, mau WA juga boleh. Discordnya ada di deskripsi, WA-nya juga ada di deskripsi, silahkan hubungi lewat situ boleh. Abis ini gua kerjain. Ini nggak ada petnya ya? Aduh. Cuma ya kalau ditabrak ya gua skip, Pep. Maksudnya umpamanya udah ada yang apa, gua loginin tiba-tiba ditabrak ya itu langsung gua skip. Boleh WA aja silakan.
Like to me, it looks at least that this is the game for LGD. If they manage to like get out from the lanes evenly or like not super stomped and you know going to the mid game, I think they have a better chances.
Oh ini koset ya.
I want to trust this Spirit Breaker. I think Spirit Breaker is a crazy hero.
Jewel,
but I'm too worried about the
jewel,
matchup going away for Gaming Gladiator. So I think that Quinn will just stomp the mid lane and just carry the momentum throughout the whole game.
Do you think even if the Spirit Breaker does get shut down?
Ya kalau Lunanya jadi menang ini. Sakit Luna kalau udah jadi. Aduh. Ini siapa di PS-nya ini? Wah, ini kalau menang late mah ya menangan ini udah ada Luna, udah ada Baratu malah.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. Although that being said, I really like
LGD nggak sih awal-awal dipegang LGD nggak sih nih? 1-0 lah, anggaplah 1-0 udah. Itu Luna sama Baratu me. Centaur lagi no.
Talk about very quickly, especially this
Tukang
map we've seen
TB-nya.
a couple times for Donasi.
Ini
It's gonna
Alchemist
be
buat
that thing
apa
that
anjing
ties it all
Alchemist?
together, the make or break for Gaming Gladiators quickly, Gunnar.
Yeah, I think the Alchemist lane is going to be really stable top and
Bara itu loh, wih, gue liat Baratum itu udah kayak wang. Dari kebo anjing.
Alright, I like it. Let's see how much confidence
Ini apa sih?
Gaming Gladiators coach
Oh,
has
skill
in
cooldown
their
ini ya.
draft.
Taruh sini aja skill cooldown.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with CY of Gaming Gladiators.
Silent.
You had a late night last night, my man. How much time did you have to prepare
Cooldownnya,
for today as a whole? Did you only
cooldownnya
get
itu
to prepare for
dipakai
LGD,
sama
or did you prepare for LGD and
support
Spirit?
aja kah? Support aja lah ya.
We only prepared for LGD. We didn't have that much time as well. I also want to get some sleep. It's pretty important, but one game at a time, you know. So no preparation for Spirit.
One game at a time, and you come up with a silencer. What's this guy doing in this draft for you guys?
Hopefully he silences Phoenix.
I never knew Dota was just that simple. Now,
Masuk.
you only got to prepare for LGD, but I remember that during the Riyadh Masters, you and I got quite a few opportunities to interact, and you
mana tadi ya?
seemed confident in your lower bracket run. It unfortunately got cut short at 4th place. Why should I believe you this time that you're going to make it all the way?
I mean, this time we already made it to third, right? So it's better than last time. So you should just believe.
Seattle, you ready to watch some Dota?
Salam final guys.
Let's get lower bracket finals started.
Langsung Edipas.
Let's indeed. Here we go.
Silahkan langsung Edipas Ando.
Up against Gaming Gladiators to start off this final day of the International. Fog, we heard there from CY coming in with a bit of a different pick this game on Gaming Gladiators' side, the Silencer. Could this be the answer to the Phoenix, a hero that we're seeing time and time again so far this tournament?
Definitely feels like a kind of cool pick, a very different one
Tadi
style
apa
here,
sih?
very good versus the Phoenix, but
Harusnya
also
sih
versus these series
Mas
that
Ferry-nya
we've
harusnya
been
masih
seeing a
benar.
lot coming out in this tournament. The Shadow Demon in particular, we've seen so many games where
Dulu?
people just get bailed out of certain death. Very difficult to pick global, so we'll have to see itemization and stuff. Of course, there's going to be some demonic cleanses that you can pre-cast and stuff like that. We'll get all into that as we do have an early smoke from LG.
Ini nggak ada baju kah?
See if they can get the catch in.
Ada kok.
Coming in with a wraparound, trying to
Udah,
enter
tukar aja udah.
into Gaming Gladiators jungle, but Gaming Gladiators, they're hovering around that mid-tier 1 tower in a bit of a tough point of the map for LGD to strike.
Very unlikely somebody gets caught out here gaming.
Yeah,
Very
they're super prepared.
Yeah.
They know this sort of play is going to be coming out.
Nggak ada ini ya?
I'm
Waduh.
looking forward to this one. This looks like it should be a pretty fight-heavy style.
Oh ini mah the real, ini mah the real mantul-mantul ini.
Set up with a disruption, you. Looking for the follow who's the concoction's there. Tries to hold him back, doesn't matter. You still fight the who's come on to Celery. Celery taken down. First blood for LGD. See if he can find something in return. Gaming Gladiators to curse upon you. They will at least get the trade. Quinn not able to get the first blood, but still getting that kill.
Belum apa-apa udah first blood.
Especially versus that Spirit Breaker in particular too. This is a matchup that Quinn could.
Ya kak punyamu level berapa emang? Gue udah 60 udah lama.
He's going to try and make it a little bit more awkward for him on his way back towards that top lane.
Aduh pengen nonton anjing.
And he'll certainly have money to play with as he was.
Gak apa-apa lah gue kelarin lah ini GR lah biar beres ya.
Planet not hesitating whatsoever. Instantly buys out pretty much everything. I think triple mangoes purchased up, so he's looking to be pretty aggressive up here. A pretty strong lane. I don't think that we've seen too much anymore. I know the Centaur a ton, but Centaur and Shadow Demon, an old classic. Very aggressive as well.
A lot of damage. If these two start to get a bit of a level advantage, this Alchemist
Napas Jad.
could end up being very vulnerable against the huge
Kebanyakan
amounts of
skip
bursts that
anjing.
these two can come out within the laning stage. Gaming Gladiators, they've got to be careful up there.
Yeah, absolutely. This is probably the lane where lots of chaos is going to be happening. Mid lane, I think we already kind of expect the Quinn should be able to take advantage of this one massively versus nothing to say. Bottom lane, this one could also be pretty kill heavy as well too, especially for the side of gaming. Already
They're getting right in underneath the tower.
Aduh, mau ulti padahal tuh.
From Ace will get the job done. Shiro taken down. Ace will lose his life, but happily taking that trade. They're getting in and taking the carry out.
This is going to be bloodthirsty in these side lanes.
And overall as well, what do you sort of take away from the
Tapi itu ada silencer sih, GG. Silencer itu bahaya juga tuh. Kalau pas global silent.
Do you feel this was what LGD were going for anyway, or do you think this was directly because of the out being picked?
I think it probably could have been something they were looking for anyway because of the Necrophos. I know Shiro, he's one of the few players that I've seen that's actually still doing this like 3-1-1 build even in the early game. He's very aggressive, likes to be involved early on, so maybe it's that mixed magical physical damage they wanted just to be able to have versus the Necro as well too. And it fits for kind of this early style with the Shadow Demon that can look to brawl and fight often. So probably a couple mixtures of things that they did want with it. Also, it's going to be very good for this night vision, of course, too. Playing with the Spirit Breaker, playing with this Luna night vision can be pretty strong inside of these team fights.
So far, looking at the last hit, that's the mid lane, as you say, as expected. The edge here for Quinn.
But look at Ace's last hits right now, bottom. Does get that kill early on, of course, but he's only got 3 to his name versus Shiro at the moment.
Getting to the point already where it's not easy for to say to sort of approach this mid wave, as it will take huge amounts of damage and favorable trade going the way of it's Quinn Necrophos in this 1v1. Top lane, Duraccio. He's in a bit of trouble. He's got the concoction cooking up. Is he able to throw it out? He holds it for the deny. All right, that'll get the job done. He's out of the lane for a few seconds, but at least able to stop LGD from getting the kill against him.
But he is really struggling on the last hit department. So far, New and Planet bringing it to him. I knew didn't win yesterday, but made some pretty amazing plays on his set.
Look at this in the mid lane. It's getting pretty nasty. Quinn just sort of running nothing to say right back underneath the tier 2.
He's just
what do you do at this point in this 1v1?
At the least he can go back and he can just charge out and stuff, right? So he can make moves all over the match, but it's a matchup that he knows he's going to inevitably lose. But it is at least a hero that can make moves around and is probably one of the best recovery heroes in the game at the moment, so.
For sure. And for gaming gladiators, they need Quinn to be having a sort of start in the mid, because as we're seeing on the side lanes, it's not going quite as well for them.
Yeah, they need somebody to be able to rally around, especially if the Alchemist is having this slow of a start for Duraccio. Nice attempt there from Planet, trying to catch the wave. Unable to. Level 3, another big kill threat that they're going to be able to have up here on the side of LGD. Bottom though, Ace continuing to get aggressive.
And they've got the Inks well stunned. They'll allow them to set up to take down YU Smile. Gladiators, whilst they might not be getting the easiest of farm here for Ace down bottom, they're finding action. Top lane, Duraccio. It's going to fall pretty low here to the poisons, won't quite die. And both New and Planet also getting out.
Iya, itu yang kasiannya tuh kalau yang dari lower bracket langsung ke final kan itu langsung main lagi 2 kali, jadi kayak pikiran mereka itu udah capek gitu loh. Tapi terkadang dari lower bracket itu mereka langsung galak loh, mereka tuh biasa tuh.
I mean, these two, honestly, Planet and New yesterday were making magic happen again, putting a ton of pressure up here. The Silencer's trying to dissuade the pressure, of course, with those arcane curses, but they're just waiting, patient. And as you said there, they understand. Don't use the double edge. Exactly. Just go for the right clicks. Very, very calculated.
New in particular really knowing his limits on this hero, playing aggressively despite his HP being incredibly low in these situations.
And there you see right away. It's like, yeah, he's losing the mid lane on this Spirit Breaker, but I think Spirit Breaker, Primal Beast, probably two of the best heroes that can just easily make those rotations, gets a good connection. But yeah, Quinn, he definitely will be an issue that they're going to have to find some answers. And they do have answers.
I was going to say,
as game progresses, they've got the Demonic Purge. It's always going to be able to remove the Ghost Shard. They've got this massive amount of magic damage that comes from Phoenix and potentially from the Luna. As he's not going for the beam just yet, but of course he'll have those points in later.
So overall for LGD, the fact that they know that Quinn's getting this completely uninterrupted free farm in the mid lane, you don't think they're too concerned about that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, there's going to be, of course, a lot of plays that happen with these, global silences that can just potentially save Quinn versus a lot of the burst and whatnot, but they probably feel like they do have some answers since they have that mixed magic.
Nothing to say, shows in the mid.
That's deep, they lift the wave.
Tofu not quite able to connect with the initial slow. See Quinn should be able to close in with the Inkswell buff upon him. He's got the sights ready to drop down. If he feels that the kill's going to be there, he'll drop it.
Kebanyakan joget makan tuh Baratung, kebanyakan joget anjing. Malah jaga joget Baratungnya goblok.
Disruptions there to try and mess up the ability for him to fry his concoction. It will self-stun and cause the stun to hit onto New, but it won't save Duraccio.
Iya, Flat. Mau nggak mau saya jadi tim pendengar dulu, Flat. Sampai habis nih semuanya. Mau tidak mau. Soalnya ini masih belum final juga lah. Masih oke lah. Jadi ini kita kelarin.
He's got pretty much nothing right now. I mean, 2,400 gold, so he's similar as that Spirit Breaker, but
aduh, kesana lagi tuh bilang.
So far.
And soon to be hitting level 5 on New.
Yep.
Massive amounts of burst going to be coming in. They've got this decently sized creep wave pushing forward in towards them as well. So LGD in a very happy spot in this top lane in particular.
Yeah, they're starting to leave Ace alone down bottom. Tofu's trying to rectify what's going on up top, trying to help out Duraccio.
Yeah, they hit it with the scan though, LGD. So New, he'll be knowing to stay safe to close to the tower. He's unlikely to be caught out by this rotation.
Nice attempt there by Y. Ace maybe going to force a dive here. He actually stops it as well, too.
Very well played, but at the same time, why are you smile? He's down to the low ground with the Sun Ray.
That was so quick, the Sun Ray, but can he get away?
I don't know if he can. He's going to have a few spirits to throw down onto Ace. Lucent Beam as well, trying to hold Ace back. He's going to continue to run this down. Another spirit out, slowing down the attack speed. It's enough to actually allow Why You Smile to get away. Meanwhile, back on the top side of the map, Duracho got taken down once again. This time, Quinn turns up, wants to try and make LGD pay for it. They will get near in return, but they won't get nothing to say. Just another instance now where Duracho, he is not having fun up here.
He certainly isn't, but Nu does have to be a little cautious. The one thing about Centaur playing versus Silencer, don't want to die too much. Giving up that int can be a problem for the hero. Another connection.
Quin's in with the burst. It's another scythe kill here for Quinn.
This Necro, I think that's what Boots Travel finished up, so his movement around the map is going to get faster and faster. Now looking to pressure, I mean, he's going to get
Gak
good
boleh.
damage onto this tower here. Good thing that Y's there to
Gak boleh kalau itu, Pep.
drag a little bit, but Quinn just starts chasing.
He's in under the tower. Celery, he's getting dove in by the two of them. I don't think there'll be any TP backup for this poor old Silencer, though. He's coming in
Ya
now.
kalau mau ya harus beli lisensinya, lisensi Dota. Kalau mau kayak gitu.
Gaming Gladiators can find some in return. Duracho's able to step in, throw down the concoction. These are big kills for Gladiators to be picking up. Same time down bottom, Ace chased upon by nothing to say, and Shiro.
Anjing ini anunya nih. Naganya
Naganya
cepet banget bangunnya.
So Ace, he'll walk out alive once more.
A good attempt, but just a bit too tanky. You see that he actually did put at least 2 points in the Lucent Beam. Most of these players have been going for like the 1-1-3 build. Not able to get the kill, but a good attempt. Top 3 cores on the side of Gaming Gliders. Even though Duracho is dying a lot up top, he's still doing pretty decent, all things considered.
Especially with the fact that those kind of last few deaths on New on that top lane, definitely swinging things back in favor of Gaming Gladiators.
And now can they hold on to this mid tower is the question. Planet surrounded.
Another easy kill here for Quinn to get involved in, now dominating on the Necrophos.
And he knows immediately the Shadow Demon was getting those stacks up. We'll be able to take him away instantly. Aggressive posturing by Gaming Gladiators again. Playing around Quinn with this strong start.
Yeah, they can play aggressively around him on this mid area of the map, and at the same time, if LGD look for any moves now in the side lanes with the boosted travel, Quinn, he's likely to be there every single time. So whilst LGD got away with those early kills, the difficulty, it stepped up massively. Making the moves for LGD, it's no longer easy.
No, and nobody wants to go mid, right? They have Why You Smile here just trying to slow down the push, just throwing Fire Spirits on the way, but the tower inevitably dropping very soon. Quinn, very active as smoke, moving toward top New. He shows himself.
Yeah, Scythe's back up. He's ready to look for another stack. See if New's able to play as well.
Voila.
Sort of avoided one another. New will be able to get around from this one. They'll hit him with the scam, but he's already back to the safety of his side of the map. So New nicely avoiding that move there.
It's actually both scans. They used immediately, both of them trying to find him, so he was able to sneak himself away from that at least. Ace will be able to clean up some jungle. Is going down the Blade Mail route. Pretty good Blade Mail game versus this Luna versus the Phoenix across the board. And very early aggressive wards that we're seeing Gaming already placing down, so they're going to have good information. When you're playing versus something like Spirit Breaker, if he has such a hard lane, you know he doesn't want to return back mid. When they get these deep wards down, you're going to see these charges coming through, so they're going to have a lot of information to play off in these next few moments.
I mean, what do LGD do for the next move? They're going to try and go on bottom, but the Global Silence comes out for a second. Ace, he's ready to turn, goes back in with the ultimate straight on Shiro. The sight's there, they've got the burst. Quinn turns up, takes him down. As at this point in the game, it feels just it's so incredibly difficult for LGD to make any sort of moves, but at the same time, they don't want to sit back.
Aduh, salah gua.
On the other side of the map, there's an Alchemist picking things up.
It's still a bold attempt to go for this Primal. He is very tanky, 1400 HP already. They are quite lacking in the damage early game. Quick rotation, this tower gonna get pressured massively here. They will be able to hold on to their mid tower at the least and get some levels on the Phoenix, but damage being done here from Gaming Gladiators early on. They're opening it up for Duracho to get good timing. So even though he's got 4 deaths, he's about to have his Sacred Relic already done.
It really seems like it didn't matter. Catching up massively. LGD, where do they go next?
Right, difficult for a Luna as well too. If you do start struggling in this game, the heroes that you have to run you down. There's a Primal Beast, there's this Necro who's going to be immensely tanky, and a Radiance that's going to come out soon. LGD need to start getting something going in their favor.
They'll get the top tier 1, but TPs are coming in from Gaming Gladiators. See if they're able to catch anything. Quinn, not quite able to get in reach of New with the Ink Swell. As LGD, they'll get the objective and they won't lose anything for it.
Right, look where Nothing to Say is being forced to try to find farm. He's just on the outskirts, trying to get anything. It looks like it was scouted out though. I mean, they were pinging it. Yeah, Celery, he seems to know something's up.
And that's sort of one way to get back in the game as a mid Spirit Breaker. It's just not easy. Looking for kills, looking for action. it's not LGD's strong point right now against the tools that Gaming Gladiators have managed to amass.
No, and overall too, he's playing into the Primal Beast, which is a hero that just doesn't even care about status or just if he gets the grab onto the Shiro again. In trouble.
He's got the Lucifer Beam just in time to hold Ace back, and he's able to get out of the range of the Ink Swell. Soulbind now onto the two supports. Gaming Gladiators, they continue to move forward. They've got the burst, they've dropped the side, not quite enough damage to burst them.
The egg is down. Good spot.
Pops the egg. They can't quite take it out.
Seru banget kayaknya. Anjing seru sekali sepertinya. Babi, seru sekali sepertinya babi.
Ace and Quinn incredibly low at the side of the fight. Tarachi on the retreat. Nothing to say. Charges it over towards Quinn. Who's stopped from you? Double edge as well. They've got the first. They take down a fourth. LGD strike back hard.
Aduh, seru sekali.
Right in the middle of everybody. Gaming try to go for a very early aggressive play here. The Reaper doesn't do much damage at all.
Oh, they needed that. They needed that big time. An amazing fight there for LGD.
Nice big wombo combo team fight abilities connecting perfectly there.
We'll see the move again. You know, Gaming Gladiators, they walk right into this. I mean, it looked like a solid start going for Shira, but between the Stampede, the holdback of the Lucent Beam, avoiding that initial attempt from Ace, they feel good and they get the Soulbind. It's an early side, but it's one that you feel tempted to go for because they're linked together, but it's just a bit too soon. The burst isn't there, and at this point, I think you got the Fire Spirits out as well. The Hoostomps are new. They just didn't allow Gaming Gladiators any chance to take down this egg.
I honestly look pretty beautiful spell casting coming out across the board. Planet even with that little disruption, buying time so that they both don't get grabbed from the Primal Beast.
They're going to try and go again at Gaming Gladiators. This time,
wah, su emang
they're
nih.
on top of him. Soulbind's back up. The grab's there. Shiro won't survive this time round. Gaming Gladiators not to be deterred after that. The way that their last fight went, they went straight back here. This time they get the job.
Wah, astaga.
They know that they are pretty cooldown reliant to be able to turn those fights early game since they do have that little bit of a lead. They do have global as well too. That last fight Celery didn't have it, so hanging on to it for the next upcoming fights. Radiance, it is finished. Seeing if Y is going to commit for this here. He has the shard queued up very early on this.
Aduh, ini naga bener-bener
We'll have to see which route he wants to be able to go on this Phoenix.
Needs to calm down a little bit here from Gaming Gladiators. Definitely going to be a bit more careful about how they make that next move.
Yeah, I think if they're going to make that next move, they're likely to have the global in particular, hesitate a little bit more with how far they go for the big dive. But LGD, feeling more confident here. Looking for Quinn as well, too.
Global comes out. But they will manage to walk this off, so not the worst of situations there for LG. They'll feel quite good about that one, baiting the global. Gives them a minute or so to make that next play without the threat of Celery being able to put a stop to their move. So a successful bait of the ultimate from LGD.
Yeah, good trade. Demonic Purge only has like a 60-second cooldown, so that's going to be coming up pretty soon again if they want to make that aggressive move onto Quinn. It's always going to be a pretty good kill threat, just being able to make sure he can't ever get Ghost Shroud off, get the focus fire so he can't move. But
here's the smoke.
Every minute that anything slows down, the Goldie just massively goes for Gaming Gladiators in seconds.
LGD, they've got to try and abuse this window, the global silence being unavailable for Gaming Gladiators.
Can they find Quinn? Can they pop him? Ults at the ready.
It's underneath this ward setup from Gaming Gladiators, so not an easy part for LGD to strike into whilst they lack the vision on the high ground. Ace. Giving a lot of information as well for Gladiators.
Their front line is just so tanky here.
They can't
all three
get past
cores
it.
effectively are pretty tanky on the side of Gaming. Quinn almost has his heart finished up. So waiting to see if Tofu is actually queuing up his. Bit of a different route of items. He's actually going for the Yules. I mean, playing versus the Spirit Breaker, it's pretty common to see it. But, I mean, I think we've pretty much always seen those Grims go for those Shard right away. Just how effective it can be. But I guess maybe because of the Shadow Demon, he is hesitating for it a little bit just because that Demonic Purge, but we'll have to see.
Gladiators, you're going to have Quinn on the front line. She's going to get caught in the opening combat for nothing to say, but he's still got space to play with. They jump forward, but the Soulbind there in response. Quinn, he's perfect, turns with a side down under the two of them, takes nothing to say out, useful for the curse damage of Celery. The X successful, but there's no chance for LGD to fight aggressively off the back of it, why Ismail has to TP out of the fight.
I mean, your two tanky frontliners just get detonated right at the start of the fight. Egg connects, but doesn't really do much of anything. Tower now. Looks like Gaming still want to go for even more kills as well, too. Duracho, full BKB. He feels pretty unkillable with this BKB on the Alchemist now. I mean, mostly magic damage on their draft early game here for LGD. This is just going to make Duracho pretty invincible. And yeah, Quinn Looks like he does go for that shard before finishing up the heart, so he's got a bit more mobility versus the Shadow Demon as well. And they are controlling a lot of this map. I mean, they're denying a lot of farm away from LGD, from Shiro in particular.
Dah. Beres punyanya itu. Aduh, seru sekali kayaknya nih.
They're still yet able to find anything positive with regards to starting the action themselves and looking to make the initiation. It just hasn't happened from LGD.
Not easy into this draft versus these bruisers versus these tanky cores. And yeah, the early BKB from Duracho, it's going to cause some big issues. Who do they really want to focus fire now at this point? Do you focus fire the BKB Alchemist? You probably have to go for these supports because these frontliners are just going to pretty much absorb everything that you throw at them. So, at the moment,
Gak beres punyanya Nobody. Sekarang tadi punyanya Ando. Ini baru kali ini kayaknya gue pegang ini karakter punyanya si Andun.
Nothing to say.
I get no money.
He's going to be okay. Gets the charge off in time before Duracho's able to find him. So still doing his best to pick up what he can across the map and continue to try and catch up towards getting that Octarine done. It's still going to take time though for him.
Gonna take time, and it's always still going to be issues because he doesn't have ways to really protect himself besides that. This big burst that comes out from Reaper, the grab that comes out from the
mereka 50
for this breaker.
Duracho on the Alchemist, the blink dagger around the corner. Next time round, he will be able to get that catch.
And they will be able to get the double connections constantly with the soulbind with that as well too.
Ya padahal hero-nya bagus ya. Mereka tuh. Cuma emang ada silencer sih. Silencer sama tukang skate ini loh. Tukang skate kalau udah ngebunuh wadidaw. Pet apa petnya? Karamannya. Ya nggak ada klimitnya tapi cenah. Ini kalau ada klimitnya enak nih pada. Karamnya di sini yakin nih. Ini beneran nih karam mau di sini aja nih.
Someone on LGD is able to find their way to the back lines, find this silence, so Celery's going to be able to put a stop to any sort of team fight that LGD try and respond with.
Yeah, not easy for you to just like charge through or anything like that either. There's a Primal Beast, there's a Soulbind that's always going to be stopping you. In gaming, they're just playing as a unit so far, not giving the opportunities to LGD. Shiro is getting some good time to get that farm going. He's got his Manta, got the Mask of Madness. But he needs more to actually show up to these fights, it feels like.
Ini paling juga tak buat yang baru ntar.
Definitely needs a BKB this game.
Jangan karam deh, Paldur aja. Soalnya pasti di bawah sini tuh nggak ada petnya nih. Akan. Ada ini nggak? Ada Medin nggak? Ini kok masih pakai kayak gini? Ini ada pin. Wah ini kok nggak ada. Wah ada. Ini ada pin. Medin mana Medin? Wah Medinnya 40 ya. Waduh. Waduh.
Also able to hold on to the tier 2 top. They did have quite a few heroes up on this top lane, LGD, but unable to push the tier 2 themselves.
Racho, okay. He always wants to play super aggressive. He wants to go for the SD. They might be able to sandwich Planet here.
I think they will. Ace coming in from the side. Planet. He can't run from this one. Jump forward to low ground from Duracho. Another kill and more gold here for the Alchemist.
Nggak ada itunya ya?
Way too much on the map.
Wah, nggak ada cuy.
They have a ward on top of him. There's just no way for them to punish it. They do have
satu set lagi. Nggak ada satu set ya ininya ya. Skill up-nya ya. Wah, susah nih.
Very close to this sort of timing, 21 minutes or so in where they're going to have to deal with these two cores that have hearts upon them. You know, Ace has pretty much got his done, Quinn's already got his.
And a BKB Alchemist.
That's a lot of HP that you've got to try and get through with the damage that you've got on LGD's lineup. And you just sort of look at the heroes, and unless everything connects perfectly, it's hard to sort of see these situations in which these cores of gaming gladiators get taken down.
Yeah, and can you protect your egg? You're going to need absolutely everything to connect perfectly. It feels like for LGD in these next few moments, and for gaming, the pace is going to continue accelerating. Roche soon to be on the menu for them too, but continue to look to just control the map before that. Full Hyperstone now on Duracho.
Octarine done now at least for nothing to say, so at that higher frequency of weaving in and out of the fights with these charges.
Keep that farm going, but it still feels like they need more and more time, which just still doesn't feel if it's really benefiting them. The gaming has been consistently like 6 to 8k gold lead, even though they're playing versus this Midas.
I just sweeping the map, taking these towers down, and LGD, they will not be showing up to defend them.
Oh, they have this deep ward already placed down.
Nggak tahu tuh si Ando pecah di berapa.
Why has to be careful.
He he gets any closer to this high ground, I mean, even as he is,
He can't
still
even
going to
get
get
close.
caught. Duracho just jumps in under the tier 2.
Now they know that ward is there, but they get a free kill out of it, and potentially even going to get to pressure 2 lanes off of this here with Duracho on one and Quinn on the other. How does LGD slow this down? I mean, they're going to continue to try to get this charge, of course, to clear these waves, but
Masalahnya nggak ada skill up-nya lagi nih.
feel ready to fight.
Yang Radiant juga udah nggak ada. Masa gue pakai ini? Pakai ini aja deh. Udah nggak ada soalnya.
And the necessity, of course, it'll help protect
Tidak
him.
mau
His
sih.
damage is definitely starting to feel, I mean, it's still fun to feel pretty lackluster even with that BKB. They need everything to connect perfectly. They need this egg. The Sun Ray, it feels like it's going to be probably their highest damage potential.
Tidak mau, tidak mau.
For Gladiators, Roshan is at the ready if they want to look for that one first.
Wah, ini juga susah
They
nih.
almost have Aghanim is also now finished up on Quinn. And with those early boots of travel that he was able to get to, it's always this way to answer something like the Spirit Breaker, right? He goes to one lane,
Kalau
clears
ini
it
udah
out,
pasti
and then he
pakai
can go
kayak
join his
gini
team
udah.
constantly while they're on the hunt for this SB, but nothing to say. He's doing a good job at least of keeping these waves quite cleared out, and he's only died the 3 times, so he's getting some pretty decent recovery.
Oh,
Buys his shard, so gonna be going for that planar pocket to absorb some type of spells at the least to protect Shiro. Not too often I think I've seen people purchase it.
He has eyes on Quinn, but of course nothing really that he can do about this.
Yeah, the cool thing is, I guess, with the planar pockets, the magic
Banana
resist
cukup
too.
lah.
75% magic resist. If you eat that with a
Ini ada
Reaper Strike, you're
silent.
probably just gonna live through it. So it's gonna be a cool item.
Chaos, Silent, Lightning ini ada semua. Jewelnya aja tadi yang blue. Tar.
Gaming Gladiators, they've already got one right up to
And
2.
Duracho, I mean, he has AC done.
Ini aja deh.
He's just brute forcing these
Ini
towers.
ke
The map is shrinking more and
sini,
more.
ini ke sini.
Shiro with the
Oh,
illusions trying to at least hold
pakai
back the
ini.
waves in the mid lane.
BKB is finished.
Ini legend kah? Yang ini deh.
Definitely feels like moments away from Gaming Gladiators. Maybe trying their look at a high ground push. As I say though, Roshan is there, so
Ya, muka-muka ini.
likely that they'll go for the pickup on that one.
Yeah, it's gonna shift up top in about 40 seconds. So imagine they're gonna set up around there.
Very much feels like that they're in a position where they don't really need to take too many risks right now. Gaming Gladiators, a pretty comfortable hold on the game. With the Inks, well, they don't even have to use the Reaper Scythe early. They'll drop it now, still won't get the kill with it.
Oh,
But they get
kebalik.
the kill after.
Oh, that was sick by Tofu. What a quick blink and instant popping that ink swell.
Di sini.
20 seconds till that Roche starts shifting. They're already positioned around the top lane.
Ini.
And Gaming's just kind of cruising. Playing the map, it feels like wherever they want. Even though LGD is getting the farm, they are completely avoiding everywhere
Oh,
that
ini
the
Grand kah?
Gladiators does go.
Oh. Gue kira ini nah. Ya soalnya ada karam sih gue mikirnya. Wah, ada karam.
They are able to get in place before this kind of Roshan pickup into high ground push that's very likely to be coming in from Gaming Gladiators does occur. But the BKB, it's there. He's got the money for the shard if he wants to pick that up. Anything to sort of provide him some defensive capabilities.
Mau
Try
kamu
to
ini
get that
kayak
small crit
gini,
online
ini
as well,
kayak
Shiro, just
gini.
to have some sort of damage against this inevitable push that Gaming Gladiators is going to come charging at them with.
And that feels like it's going to be the big issue is will they have enough damage to go through Ace, the
Waduh, ini
hard
susah nih.
beast, the Alchemist who's incredibly tanky, and this Necrophos. And now an Aegis as well too, which they cannot contest up here. The levels as well too on the supports, I mean that's something I'm always going to be looking at for the Phoenix. It does feel like he's going to be one of the most important ones for the side of LGD. Still not level 12.
Masa gue pakai armor itu sih?
With this pace of this game, he's not able to find the connection or get those extra
Dua
levels
aja
in
deh
fights.
skill up-nya dia takut gue cu.
That's how this Roche, it's gone.
Should be able to finish the tier 1
Ntar sekali ditabuk mati lagi ya walaupun ada immortal ya.
bonus here for the team.
Any little bit they can get, they need.
LGD have to be very careful with their position.
Nah saatnya kita gonta-ganti. Salah. Bener deh.
Gaming Gladiators
Kita cek jewelnya dulu, kita gonta-ganti.
high ground surely going to be the best place for LGD to try
GRT.
and make their stand here against Gaming Gladiators.
Gaimin even wants to go for that high ground too. We'll have to wait how long they want to push the issue forward here.
Oke.
Shiro does
Thunder.
Rune, probably one of
Ada
the better
tuh.
ones.
Ada ini.
Again, this type of style game where things have
Ini
slowed
apa?
down massively, cutting some waves, does get that top wave cut out there. So this is the final wave that Gaming has if they do want to go threaten that high ground. Level 18 has been hit on Duracho. See if he does threaten a little bit here. He wants to.
Oke. Misalnya itu ini
Any sort of jump that he wants to go for on this push.
Yeah, he can just start getting the poke. Quinn gonna start throwing those heals out as well too. This tower's dropping. There's no glyph. 13 seconds.
Gotta do something there, LGD. Otherwise they're gonna be losing a rack.
That was perfect timing, really, for gaming to take advantage of that glyph still being down.
Kuning udah cukup. Ah, kuning maksudnya? Kuning opo? Beltnya maksudnya? Apa-apa?
LGD, what's the plan? Fire spirits for now seems to be enough to stop the push here from gaming.
Kalau beltnya mah cukup aja.
Luna does get both of those, so no more creep wave up in the top lane, so we'll buy them some time. A nice move from Shiro. Nothing to say considering a charge, but doesn't want to start a fight just yet into this Aegis. Nice play from Shiro. Yeah, little illusion.
Arena, iya kuningnya cukup kok. Kalau gua ya. Kalau gua mah ya kuningnya udah cukup lah.
BKB also finished on new, so he can actually get into those fights and not have to worry about just getting instantly global and get nothing off.
Chaos.
That's a double damage as well on the top side of the river. Would be quite the pickup if LGD are able to catch wind of that one.
Gaming, they're going to continue the siege.
BKB on Quinn. He's also ready to go fully in on the push. Duracho onto the barracks. LGD, they may just have to let this set go by the looks of it. They don't try anything on the defensive on this one, so a full set of racks will be taken down by Gladiators.
Yeah, still
2.5 minutes left with this Aegis to potentially push for more. They are going to have to head back and deal with the state of the rest of the creep waves as they have been. As they consistently pushed in, Shiro really pulling off the work.
Lu apain Jebel L plus lu?
Charge through. Oh my goodness.
Diffuse lagi kah?
Very deep positioning here. Playing around his vision though, does have that ward on the high ground. And nothing to say, should be fine.
Now Gladiators, they'll send Duracho down bottom to deal with the
benar,
on
ini
that
udah
lane. The rest of the
benar.
team ready to start pushing back out.
Ini nggak ada kris iring sih.
They're doing kind of this cool maneuvers though.
Misalnya nggak ada kris iringnya.
Taken from gaming, but look at the gold. You know, it's starting to get a little bit better there for LGD with the way that you're just playing the full farm game around the map rather than contesting the push.
And maybe feeling strong enough to set up for something themselves here, LGD. Smoke up with Shiro, feeling that they're now at a point where they can try
Oke, nobody sami.
for looking for a team fight.
Duracho on the front lines though, the DD still in the top lane.
Apa gua balik ini ya?
I mean, ideally, who you're finding
nggak
here?
usah
Do you want something like the quick squishy heroes? You want to get them the silence
ininya
first,
belum
take
gua
it out?
ganti.
What would be the ideal catch for LGD?
Ini Geret, ini Chaos.
Someone has to stop the global to come out, but we'll see who they want to jump first.
They've got eyes on the two of them.
Ace gets the charge.
There's interrupted the initial attempt from New. The global silence comes out. The supernova's there.
Bam,
The gaming
bam.
gladiators just
Oke.
fight this out. You keep to the distance. Ace will get caught by the initial stuff.
Ini
but
udah
he's
benar.
so taken.
Got the grab on both.
The soul right there, the grab as
Buff,
well.
gua pengen lihat buffnya dulu.
He's got the beat
Ada
in
nggak?
the eclipse. Ace, he's summoned to the light. Finally, he'll
Ya apa yang terjadi guys?
takes him out with the ultimate. You see Shiro able to
Wah, dibanting ya LGD.
able to cut their losses there, and they do find a kill in returning that fight. Nothing to say. Only just
Kebonya kurang galak kebonya.
so something to be found, but still not quite what LGD were hoping for.
I look how much they have.
Legend kok bilang Grentek kotok si Ando babi.
So it's good that they got the jump right there. Otherwise, he absolutely just lives.
And now down the mid they go.
Kurang ajar si Ando, Legend kok bilangnya Grand kok. Kayak mana?
They used absolutely everything there on the side of LGD. No BKB at the ready for Shiro. Him walking up, he could just
Legend kayak gitu kok.
if he does.
Grand bangsat.
Not a great fight, of course, for LGD, but definitely could have got a lot worse. If they lost their Luna in that situation, it would have been rough. Nothing to say. Trying to clear out the way. Put a
Aduh,
stop
ini aja deh.
in with the sub-round. A lot of damage. Duracho's down once. Let's go this BKB.
Tapi gua nggak tahu ini skormu ya. Soalnya aksesorisnya banyak yang kurang ya. Kayak ini nggak ada kris iring. Ini tadi udah bener nih.
Another slow, not going to connect. So Ace trying to close in, but the charges back up. Nothing to say, able to put a stop to the push and get away.
And get away.
We'll live to see another day. Tofu, we'll be okay. They're looking to keep going. How long on this egg? 20 seconds.
Mau main cepet ini si Gigi nih. Soalnya kalau main lama kalah mereka ntar. Takutnya.
He's doing it. You know, the farm is there.
Mereka mau main cepat ini.
Can they protect him?
Kalau main kalah lagi main lama ya kalah kayaknya. Orang ada Luna di sana.
Still cooldown for about 4 minutes.
Who goes in first for LGD? It's got to be New.
And look at Duracho the whole time he's been doing this, turning that radiance off consistently when he's going for the.
And he's in.
Shows in.
The BKB's off just in time though for sure. It's still to get killed by the Soulbind. He tried to
Miss nggak sih? Tuh siapa tuh di? Ih, hidup dong alchimisnya dong anjing. Ih, hidup juga dong ininya dong. Nekronya anjing cu. Kayak mana itu? Bisa kayak gitu? Asu. Terlalu seru tadi nonton Dota, maaf. Asu, bener-bener bangsat lah.
Look how much damage Shiro was able to do. Ace pop BKB and just literally died in seconds. I think he hadn't even had like the Vindicator's Axe bonus armor. He literally died so fast trying to get the double grab.
Sama itu, Ando sama Mythical Jewel yang bogem. Nah, itu tuh kalau bisa dibikin. Oh, kalau ada itu sih GGWP tuh. Mythical Jewel bogem. Weapon TC3 udah level up sama crit next weapon up. Udah weaponnya stop aja dulu, fokus ke yang lain aja, yang armor atau apa gitu kayak helm atau tangannya, fokus ke sono aja. Kalau udah TC3 yang 2 itu. Kenapa gua menghindar tadi ya? Kan bisa pakai ini, goblok gua.
They're looking to actually make an aggressive move themselves. They're feeling confident perhaps after that last fight. It was very close to them just wiping, pretty much everybody there on the side of gaming. So don't blame them if they feel quite a bit more confident now.
Dia supre dong anjing.
Okay, maybe reading the movements. I mean, Roche is soon going to be coming up.
Itu helm aja kalau enggak tangan gitu. Asoy.
Has his Lincoln, so not easy as it before to sort of set up from any of these single target disruptions or plays from Gaming Gladiators.
Roche, it's a long spawn.
Telat ultinya cuy.
Ace, smoke to spell. Both teams aware of one another.
Duracho, he's potentially setting up for something here. They see up around this top rune. He's actually going to go for nothing to say.
Itu aja. Kritikal. Kritikal kalau tangan itu kritikal, kalau helm itu skill up.
LGD.
Terus mythical helm spike.
Roche 1.5. GD getting more and more time.
I think they want to try and contest this Roshan though. Yes, they certainly feel a whole lot stronger right now, LGD.
Yeah, especially with the Lincolns in particular for nothing to say. Now he's going to be able to just straight charge through these fights and perhaps just eat one of these big spells.
Mythical helm spike itu perlu itu. Nggak terlalu sih, tapi buat GR ternyata banyak nggak cocoknya dia.
Does potentially mean that this map is going to get farmed out from nothing to say and from Shiro. Satanic soon on the horizon for Shiro.
Aduh, ini mau gua pakai tadi tuh salah gua.
I highly suspect that LGD will start to set up outside of the base.
They sent
to remove themselves. With the high ground here, who are they able to jump upon? Duracho goes towards the creeps, not going to find anyone there though. So they're in towards the triangle, LGD.
That was close to disaster.
Aduh.
Lanes just being shoved in though. Look at bottom and mid. Nothing to say has completely pushed those into the tier 2s now at this point. New and why? Able to get away.
Buat dua aja jangan di TC-in itu.
15 seconds, Roche. They know it's gonna be up soon.
Ini kan mythical toh. Mythical jangan di TC dulu kalau sebelum ada 2 baju. Kalau udah ada 2 baju ya silakan di TC-in.
Check this illusion push in mid. Hey, Quinn, he's actually got to go answer it a little bit here.
Aduh, salah.
Wave with these double illusions. And LGD smoked up. They saw Quinn move. This could be their opportunity to strike. 28 seconds, no TP for Quinn to join his team.
Oh, itu duluan yang kepak. Setming juga sama, jangan di TC. Setming kalau udah mythical. Siapin dua mythical setming kalau bisa. Kalau bisa. Alot itu.
Trapped in the corner. They didn't quite have the detection for Celery. He'll use himself up, but there's no escape for this silencer.
So sick.
I mean, just trapped in the corner, their gladiators. They were not ready for LGD to come and pizza them in. And now
Iya, ini gue lagi nggak bisa nonton Pep nih.
and get Roshan for themselves.
It's the big brain split push plays.
Seru banget kayaknya gue denger gitu loh, tapi gue nggak bisa nonton.
Eventually, someone reacts as soon as they see Quinn. No hesitation. They know exactly where they were.
The way that they've held on in this game, kept their cool. Now they're striking back, and they're striking back hard. Gladiators are going to be shaking in their boots a little bit with the way that these last few fights have gone. These moves absolutely huge for LGD, as LGD now starting to take
Aduh, salah gue.
the lead in this game.
Untung aja nggak mati.
Shiro's pretty much completely neck and neck with that Alchemist now.
Ya ampun.
And Aegis.
Udah mati. Ih, nggak mati. Oh ya, ding, ini ada immortal, ding, gue lupa. Yeah, dia lagi suppressor ngepet.
I mean, him and nothing to say, even though you don't really. It's like this invisible kind of impact from this Spirit Breaker, but the amount of space that he's been able to make just clearing creep waves with this charge. It's got them completely back into it, and now they're potentially the ones going for this hyper.
Absolutely. I mean, now for gaming gladiators, now that they're playing from behind, how does this change things up for them? What sort of conversations do you think is going on right now in the gladiators booth?
Good question. They're probably still feeling pretty confident with their fight, but they're definitely feeling a little bit more scared of this Luna. They probably need to start.
Ini ikutnya kayak gimana deh ini gue.
He's just getting way too big on the Spirit Breaker now too, and
DD in the bottle.
They've got everything at the ready.
Shiro's very close, about 1,000 gold away from being able to pick up the full Daedalus as well. This Luna, an absolute terror in these team fights.
Why Smile is also queuing up for the big
ini salah cuy.
Pressure, feeling they do not have an answer for the egg.
Hampir
If they don't
aja.
get the global off, he's gonna get these eggs off every single time.
Harusnya gini nih. Berarti ini gue ganti dong.
Ooh.
Di sini.
See what we'll see what Shiro does.
Helm
go
aja,
down this
Helm.
route. Changing item build a little bit, but he's just gonna go Daedalus.
Gladiators, do they want to try and fight into this Aegis? 3.5 minutes here for Shiro.
Kegedean lagi kritikalnya nih
They
Rachel.
don't have the same way to be able to push these waves invisibly, right? Like, now it's difficult for them to actually keep their lanes pushed out. They don't have these illusion pushes. They don't have the Spirit Breaker kind of charge thing to be able to deal with it. So they kind of have to stick as this unit now on Gaming Gladiators for the next, probably for these next like 2-3 minutes. LGD patiently waiting.
I mean, at this
We'll be able to
point-
find the Demon Edge. A big kill.
Well, they do. They'll be able to stop a bit of that damage being built up by Duraccio. Shiro, he's ready to start pushing.
I mean, this building dies quick versus the DD.
Forces out the fortification. Now it's Gladiator's turn to try and do something on the defensive. We'll see if they're able to put a stop to this one.
I mean, as soon as that tower drops, these racks are going to drop in seconds.
Try and get the jump on the Shiro, but the Manta's popped, Ace. He has to back away. Nothing to say in with the charge, but he gets pushed back.
Duraccio.
I'm trying to go for the concoction, but it's onto the illusion. Shiro is able to put the BKB. Starting to get a bit low himself, so doesn't feel confident, even though he had the Aegis to finish off the racks. He'll back off for now. Daedalus now picked up.
That was pretty cool from Duraccio, actually. Doesn't have to use his BKB. He's scared of like the reflection of the concoction. Actually forces Shiro to use his. They'll back away.
I mean, they've got so many ways as well to sort of buff up and protect Shiro on the pushes. Right, with the Lotus picked up by New, the Lotus picked up by Planet. So many things to just throw upon this Luna and just allow Shiro to get in and do the damage. LGD, they may have been pushed back, but I'm pretty sure they'll be looking to go again. Still 2 minutes to play aggressive with the Aegis.
Yeah, some nice itemization. I mean, playing into the silencer, playing into Necro, even with Grimstruck. I mean, this Lotus could be incredibly effective. And Gaming now been trapped inside their own base. It's Duraccio.
They're gonna get the jump on him.
And they get jumped.
They'll open things up. They'll drop the global with the supernova. Who's that guy with the sunray? It burst through Duraccio. He's out for 75. New Ogre Seal toteming forward. They're pushing in on the mid lane. They'll be ready to approach the high ground again and maybe even force out this buyback from Duraccio. He's out for 70. Quinn.
Now Quinn also.
Thanks to Lucid Beam. Charging for nothing to say. Knocks it back as well. The Ultimate ship for the Eclipse, but the BKB's out. Quinn backs away. The turn with the Soulbind. Jump forward. Duraccio tries to get the Abyssal Blade stun, but it's onto the Lotus Soul. Stuns himself. Ace in the midst of the middle of the sides coming.
They get the Reaper.
It takes nothing to say down.
belum deh.
There's a
Shiro's
rush.
in trouble.
He's getting completely trampled upon by Ace. That's Shiro down once. Can they do it a second time round? BKB is still on cooldown for 2 seconds. He's gonna have it up now. He's
Aduh, kena. Skornya bangsat. Wah, latai kotok. Gua nggak ini lagi, nggak lihat tadi tuh skornya tuh ngepet, cok.
As Hill escaped, you will not. As Gladiators, they'll find you, but they won't get anything else. No, I don't know, but
how did Shiro live?
Able to live there, despite his BKB coming to an end. I mean, both of the things.
Mana tadi awal-awal itu dia lure of claw lagi si kambing tuh satu tuh.
From being able to survive that initial burst from Gladiators.
Habis turun Lord of Course si Asu yang meninagan.
He's able to TP away. Both teams expending a buyback. Derecho with a buyback for Gladiators. Nothing to say with a buyback from LGD.
Quinn is still a definite problem for them, though. I'm seeing him in these fights just absolutely wrecking everybody. He gets ignored for a second, and I watched Shiro pop Satanic and turn to try to hit, and I'm just watching his health actually going down anyway, so does still have to be careful. Still showing that it's anybody's game. These buybacks, though, gonna be very crucial. Derecho having his for the defense there, and then also now Spirit Breaker, nothing to say. He used his to try to join that fray afterwards.
Yeah,
he got worried.
He got the BKB purchase as well, now ready for the next fight. So new BKB on him, close to the 25 as well, on nothing to say. And KB now finally done with the courier coming back up. Derecho's able to pick up his Demon Edge. Big items for themselves, Hex for Quinn.
They have two different ways now to be able to go for these big plays, to go for this big double plays as well too with the Grimstroke. More and more ways to break this Lincolns, more and more ways to go for nothing to say. Tofu with his Aghanims, of course, finished up. Well, now, another element that LGD does have to answer. This Luna illusion is going to be terrifying.
Oh, it is. We've seen many times how much this Dark Portrait can do against the right carry, and against this Shiro Luna, it's certainly the one to get a Dark Portrait upon.
If they have these Butterfly,
talking about Shiro.
To have one of these Dark Portraits. Shiro.
Quinn, trying to close in, Tofu's able to get the Silence, to get the Hex as well, but it was launches back up towards Quinn. He was a 3-man who's not into the charge, a beautiful jump from you.
Astaga, 165 mas. Ya ampun Ninaga, bener-bener gue liatnya 163 tadi loh. Aduh, masuk dari mana itu 165, ngentit. Astaga naga. Ih, masuk dari mana 165 asu cu. Aduh. Bentar. Wah, bahaya nih, leseran nih, anjing. Kok bisa masuk 165 sih? Gue liatnya 163 loh. Kena ini kah? Kena burn kah? Babi emang. Kok tiba-tiba naik 165 dong? Ngasu. Waduh. Ya ampun.
In on the mid lane, tier 3s are gone, onto the backs, there's the buyback from Shiro. Gaming Gladiators, they respect it immediately.
They got out big there on the side of gaming. Forcing these buybacks.
Aduh, asu bener-bener lah. Kok bisa sih tadi tuh?
Actually, like, he's really just zoning 4 or 5 heroes away constantly, even though his Alchemist is getting burst in a lot of these situations. Quinn, he is standing, he's around 9-1-6 so far in this Necro.
Sort of offensive-wise in terms of the items, we're seeing LGD just feeling that they have to lean towards the defensive. You know, Shiro is queuing up himself a Lincoln Sphere for the next item, just really doesn't want to get caught or suffer the threat of being just jumped upon by this instant Hex catch from Quinn.
Hey, Lotuses and Lincolns definitely are the dream versus these single target abilities, but I don't know, I'm seeing him switching a lot. Yeah, okay, now he's got the Rape up. I saw him do this before.
Let's hope we get that one.
Maybe he feels like he does need it, just be able to bring down this Necro, because their overall damage, it's not fast enough to kill him, it seems like. He's getting this regen just to build up constantly. And yeah, just the overall damage he does in these team fights. Next, still 6k lead back up for gaming. A lot of buybacks, of course, to use. The most important thing here, LGD used quite a bit there.
They did, the big one. Shiro and nothing to say. Bit of time for theirs. Of course, over on the side of Game Gladiators, Derecho is still on the 3-minute cooldown himself.
Absolutely.
2 minutes or so until we see Roshan back in the game.
Ninja gear picked up for Derecho. Level 25 also has been attained.
Could make the difference as well. Those last few jumps off Derecho.
Tidak mau kurus nih. Tidak mau tutup PA-nya.
This time maybe making the jump from the Ninja Gear smoke up could allow him to get in with that opening Abyssal Blade before LGD can react.
This could also be a big difference maker in the fights. Why now has the refresher.
Wow.
We've seen some fantastic eggs and sunrays come out from him.
He can now have that double, of course, and he's level 18.
Yeah.
So there's that big one. His mana pool is quite lackluster, though. I think he's lost a bit of it. He's at 699 mana, so pretty much has to just refresher an egg. Has to be a little bit careful about that secondary.
This could be, I mean, Gaming Gladiators is ready for this one.
That's smart.
LGD, they smoked up new.
Charge coming in.
Trying to get some information, if they get some vision here for maybe New to follow up with a potential boost on the illusions. They're pressuring in on the mid lane as well. Gaming Gladiators, they might have to do something about this. It's going to be a fair bit of damage done potentially with these creep waves pushing in.
I don't think they want to go back though. Last time the Quinn went back,
I mean,
it
these
caused
illusions,
disaster.
and his barracks are taking quite the hit in the mid lane.
Likely to fall. I mean, these illusions.
Yeah, they have to put the fortification at least there.
And Quinn is walking back. Okay, so he's trying to save his TP to build his join his team, but the racks, at least the range racks, might just fall down. They'll finish it off. Roche, 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's this sort of the slightly longer respawn, so definitely working in favor of Gaming Gladiators, allowing them time to get back and hold the base and maybe get back over towards the pit if they do want to try and contest LGD in this position.
Do they have I don't think they have a smoke left on the side of Gaming though. They have a couple Ninja Gears, but I don't see a smoke on them to make it their way back up there. They're gonna go as a unit.
I mean, do you think you have to still try and force this fight, or do you... Now, what's the call here from Gladiators? This could be a difficult fight to take.
They probably still want to fight because they feel maybe like they have like some of this number advantage with Quinn having this buyback.
Wala anak kambing.
Gotta make the call quick though, because this Roche dies in.
Oh, it's going to be going down quickly. There's the smoke delivered out. Gaming Gladiators, they'll start to head towards the pit, but they've got to do it fast.
Look at the positioning from Nothing to Say. He'll be able to break the smoke.
He's in on the high ground. It's going to be hard for Gladiators to get past him. Sure, and you getting the space to finish off. Ace.
Nothing to Say.
They're going to get the grab. They turn straight away. The side comes down and Nothing to Say is able to put the BKB. Jump formation. Nothing to Say is able to live for that.
He kicks out.
He's onto the egg with a chemical range. He's able to take
solo kills it.
Takes the supernova out. Turns over to 1-2. Put the BKB.
Big stun.
Zero. In with the tag. Gets the Aegis on the Dulu. That direction tries to stand his ground against him.
Ya, apa yang terjadi guys? Guys, apa yang terjadi guys? Guys. Info guys. Kayaknya seru sekali itu nah. Anak dajal nih. Naga suci. Wah, apa yang terjadi guys? Oh.
Solo killed the egg. He just full commits onto it.
No Shiro here.
That's gotta be it. I mean, they can just push the two most important heroes are gone.
Nothing to Say will be back in 20 seconds. 20 seconds and buyback will be there for the Spirit Breaker. But no Luna for the defense.
They at least have one of the extra eggs still up with that buyback from the Phoenix, since he did just die on the first go. I mean, Gaming just throw bodies in at Quinn.
I mean, can they hold?
It's not easy without Shiro. He's all the damage. They're going for the Megas. They're playing it safe here, just in case.
Loh, gue liat Gigi kok malah hilang itunya. Ini bawaannya nih. Wah, mati Lunanya, mati Baranya. Wah. Ayo main cepat aja itu. Baranya buyback tuh. Nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain lah, Lunanya mati kok. Oh, mati Bara, Baranya mati. Baranya mati. Mati Baranya. Enggak dong. Ih, alutnya Baranya anjing. Bentar ya. Dikit lagi habis sih kayaknya nih. Last war. Anjing ini 360 ternyata. 480. Oke, sip.
Trying to hit onto the ancient himself. 20 seconds. They've got the fortification. LGD doing their best, holding out for a Shiro here, but he may not respawn.
Ayo lu. Wih, cepat sekali kurang. My freaking hell, man. My freaking hell. Au. Baranya mana, Baratum? Wih, Ratum. Lu. Ya. Udah mati padahal alchemisnya udah mati loh. Anjing, alchemisnya udah mati loh padahal tuh. GG cok. Udah mati loh padahal tadi itu alchemisnya udah mati loh. Ini gua taruh di atas aja lah, ini soalnya tukang skill ya. Tapi takut gue pakai pini kayak gini. Tapi pinenya belum 60 sih. Kasih armor yang ini aja deh. Takut gue sama pin ini. Gini aja deh. Bahaya cuy.
Seemed to be pretty perfect for Quinn to take over.
I think it certainly did. Either way, an insane opening here to this final day of the International. Both teams absolutely playing their hearts out. But as it is, Gaming Gladiators, they will close up and take this game one.
Yeah, way. Yeah.
Game. I really thought LGD had that middle part of the game that they were going to be able to close it down. That lunar illusion doing a lot of damage to the racks, but
Ini sih ke dorong-dorong gue ini.
was the game changer, Gunnar.
Belum.
Yeah, and it looked like they had it for a second. The Luna shard just was doing so much damage, but I think nothing to say dying at the start of the fight really hurt them. He wasn't able to protect the egg, which is really important for kind of their success. Also, there was an uncharacteristic mistake, I think, from Gaming with the high ground push. I was really surprised because they're probably the best team at this early game high ground siege. They know when to do it, they know how to do it without dying, but in this game, after they had this really nice early game lead, they kind of threw it away a little.
Yeah, they didn't have the best lanes this game, but they managed to come strong. But like I want to talk about like, how they managed to take that mid-game lead with the rotations of the support, because they play so well with the CCNC that they managed to like make an even game to look like insanely one-sided, right? And they were pushing for a long time. They were pressuring them. Of course, they few sleep-ups on the high grounds. But I mean, the fights around this rush pits, like they were deciding. And I think on the last fight, LGD had an opportunity to jump them first when they saw them on the board, but they decided to go for the rush pit instead, and like it was like very the last position there in my opinion.
Having a look at some of the reactions from not only the players but also their supporting members too. This game wasn't clean at all by any means for Gaming Gladiators. We've already pointed out the high ground issues that they had, but what exactly were LGD able to do, Sheep, to be able to capitalize on those?
Itu lunanya nggak jadi kata tadi itu.
Make it so difficult for Gaming.
I think it was more than just the high ground pushes, but just like a little bit of sloppiness and lack of discipline from Gaming in general. Like for example, when they smoked into the triangle to try and disrupt Luna, get a kill there. The fact that they overcommitted and dived and threw away the lives of 4 heroes when they had like, it was close to like 5 or 6k leads so early on. Like that was kind of where they could stomp and end the game, and instead they kind of threw it away. And I think that was like a massive moment for them. Otherwise, like I think they did a really good job getting to that place in the first place. This fast boost of travel on Necro allow them to be everywhere on the map. I think Ace, usually he plays incredibly greedy, but this game he was way more sacrificial. He was way lower on the net worth. He was super hyperactive with his supports, playing around, making moves.
I also want to talk about the item builds, because when you're playing against lineup like this on the gamings, like they have 3 heroes that build like, you know, 2 heroes have hearts, Alchemist is insane in the HP region, and on the side of LGD they didn't have Shivas.
Celery, did you guys see that? He went to go for the fist bump on Quinn, and Quinn just stood up and walked away.
Oh, that happened to me many times.
Yeah, it's alright, Celery. He's still a winner in the game.
On the win.
He's too focused
There's a game 2, he's got to get back in the zone.
But yeah, the item builds, like you need to have Shivas, you need to have Vessel against a lineup like this, and if you don't have, then we've seen so many fights when they start and like the fight look good in the beginning, but then they go out, they regen, and then they go back, and this is like how they lost many fights.
I was a little bit worried about the Alk. We've just seen him be quite tumultuous throughout this event. He's had some really good showings, some really rough ones, and that mid game was where I worried about if the Duracho Alk was going to be able to carry it. Obviously, we see it was able to.
Seru sekali, tapi saya tidak bisa nonton, jadi tidak ada seru-seru.
Meant that late game was kind of difficult, that he wasn't really hitting the timings, or couldn't be together as much with Gaming Gladiators.
The biggest thing with Auk is you generally want this really fast early game timing, which is always what Gaming goes for. So I think the Auk looked really good up until the high ground push, and then after that it kind of just ended up being a little scary because he'll get outscaled by the Luna really quickly, and I think they threw their gold lead up to around only 4 or 5k gold, and when you have an Auk it's always just fake. So it started to look a little scary, but I think just the power of Necrophos in this draft it kind of showed. Also Primal Beast, where like they have double hearts. I think there was none on LGD if I'm not mistaken. Maybe the Centaur had one. But I just think that having more health than the other guys just matters so much right now.
It's all about being tanky. We're going to see some more breakdowns of this game at number 1. Purge has all the information.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, being tanky is very important, but how you get there is by collecting gold and experience. And the way that Gaming Gladiators do it is so fast compared to other teams. And a lot of this comes with pressure on the map. Quinn here, 8 minutes into the game, they just got a kill on the Spear Breaker. He's constantly crossing into the enemy part of the map, and they already have an observer ward in this part of the jungle. So what he does is puts himself in an offensive position, but also is stealing stacks that enemies made. That means he's basically getting himself more gold while wasting their time with this move. And this continuously happened the first 15 minutes of the game. Here's the obvious Shadow Demon stacking 2 camps in this area. He kills the Watch Rune, which gives them vision, and they come over and kill him. They were just ignoring tier 1 tower the vast majority of this game, which is
Iya, harus 50. Elin Mythica.
and clearing stacks
Mid
easily.
Elin. Soalnya ya sebenarnya sih nggak usah 50, nggak usah 50. Harus 50 sih sebenarnya.
Now the invade fail that happened at the 12-minute mark was a little bad for them.
Cuma ya di sini sebenarnya kalau petnya ya harusnya sih claim. Ada claim nggak sih tadi tuh? Gue nggak lihat lagi.
She gets stunned and probably
Harusnya sih claim itu aja sih di sini.
Stampede keeps her slightly outside of that range, and that's why they were able to
Nggak ada
disengage
ya.
and win that huge fight against Gladiators. But what did they do immediately after they respawned? They went back to this same.
Gue nggak tahu ya kalau non suppressor di sini bisa nggak. Tapi nggak berani gue non suppressor di sini. Emelinnya 40 ya. Takut aku. 116 doang.
Luna and all of this acceleration that they worked for hits them with this crazy timing at 16 minutes. BKB finished.
Dah, beres.
Alchemist, the whole team is already set up to prep this fight, and it ends up going well for Gaming Gladiators. This is why they're able to rack so early. It's because they're invading constantly.
Ekon, GR, Baby, GR, Trio, Challenge. Coba bantu challenge biar waktunya lebih cepat. What the fuck waktu? Oke, Ando sama-sama. Gue yang makasih nah, udah disawer. Aduh. Katanya punyanya Eko.
It's nice to know that we still have at least one more game in this best of 3 to be able to see some more action just like that. But it's not only people in this arena that are enjoying TI12.
Cok, lapar gue. Lapar cok gue cok.
All across the world right now that are enjoying the action that is taking place here. So Game Gladiator fans, LGD fans, they spend.
Tadi gue ke Indomaret beli kopi nggak beli apa-apa lagi, nggak beli roti kayak apa sih?
Like you expect this game to be like over soon because of the high lead of the gaming galleries that they had, but at the same time, like it's just like very back and forth in those team fights. Like there are very little gimmicks that decide like, who's gonna win the game. You know, it's not clear until the very end.
Yeah, we talked a lot about how gaming.
Udah jam 1 guys, udah setengah 2 anjing.
They played the mid game from behind was really commendable. They actually came back into the game at some points. They had a rapier timing on this Aegis, and it was just unfortunate that the contest on the rush fight didn't work out because he ended the game with a rapier in his inventory. He was just dead for 2 minutes, so he couldn't use it. And so in the next game, I'm probably looking.
Saya mau desantai dulu ya guys ya.
Slightly better in the draft.
Mau diangkat
Maybe
kaki.
the Necroban is probably something they should look towards because it seems like the hero pool they won for nothing to say is not really going to work out versus Quinn, at least if he gets the Necro. But overall, I think the way that they're playing is honestly pretty stable versus Gaming Gladiators. If they can kind of fix some of the big major mistakes in the draft,
Ini sambil sebut.
I think they'll be kind of set for the next game.
Alrighty, well let's see where the crowd is sitting. If they're Gaming Gladiator fans, if they're LGD fans, if they're hoping for a 2-0, if they're hoping for 3 games. So let's see, Slacks, where are you? Where are you?
Gue bisa nonton Dota sampai tamat nggak ya? Gue ngantuk.
With the LGD fans, this is the darkest that it has looked. They are down a game and they need us now more than ever.
Ini suaranya ke ini kali guys, ke double kah? Gue takutnya ke double deh. Bentar deh, gue kurangi suaranya deh ini yang YouTube.
Excuse you. What? We vegans will not be ignored. Get at your celery! Okay, a little less violent with the celery. We've also been talking in honor of our vegetarian Gaming Gladiators, the celery dance. Are you ready? Celery dance! Celery dance!
What the hell is that? No! We will not let these
Panasnya minta ampun.
vegetarians beat us! We are preserved! We are the hot dogs! LGD hot dog one more time! LGD! LGD!
Udah berantem aja kalian di situ anjing.
Oh god, no, get him away from Slacks, get away from Slacks. so I might have to give him the Heimlich maneuver there. He said he's checking on the hot dog. But that is a great bit. We love to hear the chants. Celery, Team Hot Dog. Where are you guys going for game number 2? Do you believe in the comeback from LGD that they're going to face Team Spirit again in the grand finals?
Whoa. We're
Game
not
itu apa
biased
saya dan
panelists. We are
I
very...
am.
Okay.
I'm very biased. Like even like if they manage to win this game, like with this you know back and forth and you know happening in the game for gaming gladiators, I don't think like the next game is gonna look any different. Like if they get their lineup with the pushes and like how they can take down the towers early on, even earlier than this game, I think it's gonna be like super easy, super one-sided.
Okay, you guys might not be biased, but maybe I can win you over because we do have a listen in. We have Inside the Pods for Gaming the Gladiators during that game 1.
But it doesn't matter, I think.
We just want to fight. Fuck this Roche. I don't need these objectives. Just want a straight fight. Head to head.
Did it convince you?
They just want to fight?
Yeah.
Very calm.
Yeah.
All they want, they're calm, and all they want to do is just take fights. They don't care about objectives. They don't care about buildings or Roche or anything like that. Just make sure you're killing the enemy heroes.
And just kill them twice.
Yeah. I mean, I'm biased for game 3, so.
Okay, so you're.
I have to root for LGD this game just for game 3 because I think more games today the merrier.
Yeah, for sure. It's our final day, so we want to see everything go the distance.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's also like the level of Dota now is just like so unbelievably high when it gets really close. Like when we see these 78-minute game, we're getting all the tier 5 items out. That's the hype. That's the stuff I want to see today. I want to go the distance.
You want to go the distance. You want 70+ of minute games. You want 3 games in this best of 3. Well, game 2. It's still a little bit away, but we can talk about some change-ups. That Necro is a focus that you guys talked about, but then I wonder what you're willing to let through. Are you willing to let through a Bristle, a Dazzle, the Chen, the Ench on the side of LGD for Gaming Gladiators to pick up?
I think it's hard to make an argument for Chen or Ench just because they both fill the same role. So if you ban one, it's kind of forced to ban both. Otherwise, there's no point. So it ends up being they have to choose between Dazzle or Bristle if they want to ban the Necro. And I think gaming has shown for both heroes that it's really, really scary to deal with. And I think as of now, Bristle probably has... People are more used to playing versus it than the Dazzle, especially because Dazzle's a flex hero. It goes mid, it goes offlane for gaming, but the Bristle's kind of always offlane, so you'll know... You go in the draft knowing what's going to happen, and you kind of at least can have a plan walking into it.
Yeah. I imagine this time LGD will have first pick as well, since it's game 2, which gives them the advantage, because last game, obviously, the Necro came out at the end of second phase, where they got to just like counter their lane and have a really good moment for the Necro. So they shouldn't have that this time. So I'm not sure if they need to like ban it.
I mean, if anything, they could change the Lifestealer ban to Necro ban, right, in the second phase. I think it's important. But I do think that there's 2 topics that they need to like discuss within the team. First is like how to prevent those rotations from supports and like protecting your mid lane, because this is where, Gaming Gladiators start to pressure you super hard. And the second thing is about item builds. If you're playing against lineup that has a lot of regen, like you need to have Vessel, you need to have Shivas, you need to have some way to deal with it.
Look, I'm gonna ask you a question. You can tell me no. You don't have to answer it. But you were in this position. You were on the main stage, and you were facing up against Gaming Gladiators. You guys lost game 1. What was that 15 minutes before you spent like to look towards game 2? What was your focus, and what did you just kind of have to push to the side and ignore?
It was a lot about... We talked a lot about the Chen, which is kind of the guys are going to try to end the game really fast, and we need to find a way to deal with it. And we didn't find the solution in time, and so it's time to see if LGD can find the solution in time.
All right. Well, the players are walking out now. They're going to be taking the stage. Maybe for the last time for LGD, maybe there's going to be a little bit more in it. We don't really know, but we do want to know more about LGD.
You just put carry mag and throw Lena mid or what?
10 seconds remaining.
We'll have to see here. I do know for a fact that we've seen some interesting heroes from Shiro.
Well, they're gonna put the Skyrods. Wait, are they gonna
Aduh mati ngentit lah.
No, I believe that's Kiyotaka. I think that's Kiyotaka. Mother.
Willow, it's Carry Willow. Did you hear how
Untung aja. Wih, kaget aku tuh.
1号位花烟池，我们当时的选项是根据阵容选的进程，到后面我们决定就是选择到
Untung tadi ini ready nah.
再决定把它当成1号。
Kalau nggak ready mati lagi tuh kalian tadi.
Dark Willow. Yeah. What in God's green art is this?
英雄的多样性，我认为是现阶段。
我们幸福了，他西天有西他一起上修行，谢谢。
我认为
爱惜德鲁。
驱使它成为我们强项，可能更多是我们 队伍生活平时聊英雄聊阵容比较偏多吧，就是日积月累的形成吧。
This is why LGD has so many fans, because every time you think you've got this team figured out on how they want to play, they just
akhirnya ini harus gua
whistle
hindarin.
this stuff.
关于我们为什么可以一直选比较偏新的英雄，然后我觉得更多还是出自于我们一个是团队的自信，然后再加上更多是我们选这个新英雄的大哥们，我们3大哥都
大哥，
然后并且很敢打，我觉得这是比较关键的。在关键的系列赛，他们敢做出这样的第一步，我觉得是。
ditipu-tipu katanya bos. Tadi ada kalian dengarkan ditipu-tipu katanya mereka pak.
我觉得
makanya mereka langsung membantai.
良好的团队氛围，我觉得是我们彼此每一个人都觉得你玩就是可能我们中单想玩猛犸的时候，我们每个人也会去鼓励他。然后我们3号位想玩蜘蛛的时候，我们彼此互相都会觉得你玩肯定可以的，就是这样的。
48 half HP is the Ancient. Waveform into Ramsey was going to get hexed right off the bat. There's the Ancient seal of follow. The GGs are called. The Ancient gets destroyed.
关于大家认为我们的打法比较先进并且多样这个问题，我认为我们更多的是我们每个选手对于自己打法的自信吧。我觉得，更加坚信自己玩，我们就是把自己玩的东西玩得更好一点，然后越来越自信了，所以敢选的东西就越来越多了。
Anjing ini 497 ngentot.
LGD Gaming versus Gaming Gladiators. Game 2.
Game 2
of our lower bracket finals. We just heard it there from Y. Innovation is confident. This team, they've been known for those wild drafts. They were the first ones to do Dark Willow on the main stage. We saw it last weekend. This could be the do or die. This is where the innovation is really going to come in clutch for them. How far do you push the envelope to make it to the grand finals, to make a comeback in this low bracket?
To me, it's definitely it was their best draft with Dark Willow and Broodmother and Magnus, and I would love to see them going for this again, because I think this is like the way to break the game against Game Gladiators, and to pull something that they don't expect, and it will break their plan of like having this stable mid game.
I definitely hope they don't take the carry Dark Willow. I think the rest is good, but if you remember that game, I think the Willow took a really long time to come online. If you're playing against Gaimin who want to press you so early, I don't think you can be one hero down in the way they were for so long. Like, she just needs so many items to come online, and it really was a case of like the rest of the LGD team really like carrying the game to the point where Shiro could take part.
Yeah, because the big timing on level 20 for Dark Willow carry. It's when you get the more duration on the W, so a lot of the time when you talk about the hero, we're playing for the level 20 team, guys, and if you're playing for level 20 for Gaming Gladiators, you might be in for a struggle. So good news is, it looks like LGD is first pick, so that means that they have the opportunity to ban the Chen and the Ench, and then they can take whatever they want in the draft. So I'll be interested to see how the draft changes up this time.
I'm mostly talking about like how they can take a lead and like pressure GG themselves, because this Broodmother had an opportunity, to pressure their towers and to create a lot of chaos, and I think this is what they should be aiming for. Not Dark Willow specifically, but something unique.
LGD had the first pick. They're still focusing on that Dazzle, that Chen Enchantress, like you said, Gunnar. If you're going to take one out, take both of them out. So that's their 3 bans, and it opens up the Muerta for them to be able to get their hands on.
The cool thing about the Muerta is we were talking about the Necrophos, and so thankfully, if Muerta ends up being a carry, she's really good because she can shoot him no matter what if he's Ghost Shrouded. So it's kind of already like a soft counter to the Necro later in the draft. And it's also, I think it's one of the better carries versus Chaos Knight. He can't burst you during your ult, so you have kind of a way to fight around him.
Yeah, I've seen this matchup go both ways. Obviously, because Muerta is very dependent on her positioning in fights.
Yeah,
the Chaos Knight usually goes for this like Silver Edge and stuff. He's going to be seeking her out. If they do find her, the burst is insane. Muerta is quite squishy without her ult. Then Chaos Knight, in general, just this patch is so strong. His laning is terrifying. Like I wonder if we'll see Grimstroke contested again going into the second phase.
Bim had the flex with Chaos Knight yesterday. We saw it was able to go to carry off lane for themselves. Is that the same for Gaming Gladiators, or this is very much a Duraggio? They're okay with if this hero is attempted to be countered, that Duraggio can still have a really good game for himself and he'll be able to come back and do it.
I think it's mostly heroes for Duraggio because it's already very strong lane, and it's the hero he excels in. It's very aggressive as well, and it allows Celery to pick heroes that are not really needed for the lane because it's already like very self-sustainable. So he can do his things with it often, like run around mid lane, help Queen.
So something I'm interested in is Naga Siren. I think this hero is pretty strong, and she's really good versus Chaos Knight, either in a lane matchup or just in the game as a carry to carry. Her illusions pretty much do the same thing as Chaos Knight's, where Chaos Knight will just use his ult to push out all the lanes the whole game, and Naga does that for free with a much lower cooldown. So she's always ready to fight. She can use Song to disengage from the Chaos Knight ult, and they also banned the Brew for the side of gaming. So if I was LGD, I'd probably be looking at a Naga at some point in this draft.
And I'm sure GG is looking for another lone druid game. I think it will fit their lineup very well.
They want to keep picking their comfort. It's gotten them this far. It'll keep them going. So I don't think gaming really feels like they have the need to change anything. If they get 1 to 2 of their just stable heroes every game and they just change the rest around to just fit it, I think it's kind of their formula.
I was very shocked that, maybe not very shocked is the right word here, but I was surprised LGD, they went hardcore still on the supports. The Phoenix and the Grim being their ban does still leave that Dark Willow open for Gaming Gladiators to pick up, but their response is Magnus ET.
Yeah, I think teams consider ET like one of the counter picks to the CK nowadays because it stabs the illusions, and along with the Magnus as well, you have their AoE RP, and there's also like one of the best nothing to say heroes, so they're looking pretty good already.
Niu was also one of the first people to actually start spamming it in pubs a few weeks ago. He honestly, not to hype him up too much, but I would say he probably started the meta in pubs a few weeks ago, just like spamming it offlane every game, and around that same time was when you saw everyone just starting to even play it mid. But he's also really good on it in the offlane, so I wouldn't be surprised that they just have this as a flex pick, and if Quinn tries to counter it right now, that it can just go to the offlane and be comfortable versus the KO.
Ya flat, masih nagibuk naga ini loh. Gimana
There's
dong?
another ace hero that he excels at. I thought they would go for the Lone Druid, but Wraith King is also quite nice. It's very stable, very solid. They like to play
ada Magnus.
two cores in the side lanes, so.
I mean, they had it earlier in this weekend as well, and it was a part of that push strat that they had. Those skeletons can be very annoying and obnoxious.
I think everything right now, though, is leading for Naga Siren for LGD. This is looking really scary unless this next pick kind of counters it, which I don't really know what they can pick outside of a Pugna to prep for it. And if LGD get a Naga, I think the draft looks pretty good for them. They'll have a way to constantly get vision for the Magnus. ET also gives vision.
Siapa lagi tuh?
12.000 dari Sirge. Pesan, kakak Yoho yang ganteng dan keren, tidak sombong dan baik hati.
Kenapa kok kumin nambah billing lagi kamu Sirgi babi?
And the Naga as well.
Profit pick was like, that just made Naga even better.
So they take
Besok.
Furion. I really like this versus the strong.
Tapi aku udah liat naga berapa jam lu? 4 jam Sirgi. Kamu nambah naga lagi? Ya
So anytime ET wants to
ampun.
go aggressive onto this, the safe lane, the Furion will TP in. Now it's a 3v2, and the ET is not as strong of a hero.
Well, last time I saw this Prophet, I wasn't really big a fan of because it looked like very squishy during the mid game.
Besok
but the
deh.
way GG
Kalau nggak offline aja, offline
This is
ntar.
such a huge tempo, and this Naga, like we've seen many times already, like this Naga is not gonna be able to come online even after they're pushing your high ground at 20 minutes.
Gimana nih Jin?
Thankfully for Naga, one of the cool things is the games are really boring to play when you're the other team because she just delays
Yeah,
it.
Sucu,
So
gimana
if
sih?
there's one way to stop gaming from pushing your base, it's to cut all 3 waves at the same time simultaneously and be completely safe because you have Song. So Naga is one of the ways that you can pretty much delay a game. It's kind of like probably a more consistent version of Keeper of the Light, just from the carry role. So already right now, I feel way more confident for LGD to take this game into the mid game to the late game to where they're more comfortable taking the win.
Dude, I'm terrified for gaming. Like, how do you ever take high ground when you're playing into ET, Stomp, you're playing into this skewer back, you have a Naga that's gonna cut your waves while they're holding you off like that. It seems so difficult to ever breach high ground without just killing the entirety of LGD.
It's so
Sengaja aku malam bangke.
Yeah, I thought that too for their previous draft, but they seem to be make it work, somehow. Just purely from winning lanes and making this aggressive move
Kok ini
in the
ke
mid game,
dorong-dorong ya?
complete lead
Perasaan ini
because of
pakai
how
ini
stable
deh,
their mid
karma
game
deh.
is.
I think as long as this last pick for LGD, either mid or offlane, has some sort of wave clear to deal with the skeletons that are going to come and kind of help defend the tier 2s when they're actually sitting there in front of you, I'll be really happy for LGD's draft.
Oh, there's no way they didn't pick Pango, and they picked Pango. All right.
Well, there's their wave shove.
Capek
It
ini
gives them also
loh.
team fight to fight on the towers. I really like this matchup as Raid King. You one-shot the skeletons, you burn his mana before the shard. So I really like the LGD draft. I think
Daripada ntar ini, daripada ntar apa? Kecelakaan kan?
countered as hard. So I feel very
Ini masih ada punyanya si Baby. Habis itu punyanya Trio nah. Aduh.
he knows Pangolier.
Yeah, is it another Huskar game for him? Just purely of like how they can snowball after this game?
I'm not too sure. I think there's probably a Queen of Pain angle. I think Queen of Pain scales really nicely versus Naga Siren. Also, there's not really stuns that he has to worry about. It's only the root from Naga
Offline
Siren.
aja ya.
And so I think
Ntar subuh paling.
Also, it ganks really well.
Gua mau rebahan cuy.
He just needs to now deal with the Naga Siren and have a stable lane versus Pango as his two big goals.
I just really believe in a Huskar. I think you can't allow to have 2 melee heroes against Queen and not ban the Huskar in the last pick. I think he's choosing about it right now. He's thinking about it.
He's worried. He's telling him.
Bodo amat lu mau galo ke.
It's all good.
Trying to ease those nerves. Don't think about it. Don't think about it.
Tidak peduli sama kau galau. Ini galau juga nih gue nih.
Nice suggestion.
Kelaparan gue cu.
I think it does check all the boxes for gaming gladiators, but it's kind of again, I'm really scared of this Naga. I thought the second that they picked Chaos Knight, Naga was going to come out at some point in the draft, and so if anything, I would give LGD an edge right now.
Malah putar Viera.
What about yourself, Sheep?
I think Gunner's popped
Dengarkan curhatku, jujurlah padaku, jujurlah padaku, ding ding. Kayak gitu kan? Kau menyimpan rasa, kau menyimpan rasa. Aduh, anjing.
I think their high ground is way too scary to go into as well.
So even if we focus Naga's lane time and time again, Donna, you think that shutting down isn't enough to build into gaming gladiators, that everyone else on the side of LGD will be able to make space?
Yeah, I think she got picked into pretty much Raid King and Chaos Knight, which are the same hero that she'll excel in the lane. They don't really have a way to clear the illusions that easily, so her lane should be fine. She can honestly be left alone after 4 or 5 minutes. And
seandainya itu yang mana? Seandainya kau tahu, ku tak ingin kau pergi. Yang itu kah?
I'm just worried about supports on the LGD side. How they're gonna protect the Pango from the
meninggalkanku sendiri bersama bayanganku.
Impactful this Naga is, and we'll see how confident LGD are feeling about their draft.
I am joined by Xiaowei of LGD, and Helen will be helping me translate. Xiaowei, you have
Wah mati nih gue nih. Wah nggak ada yang ready lagi tuh. Bukan tuh gue bilang.
When you are looking at this tournament, is there any one thing that's unique about this international compared to others in the past?
小八想问一下，你打过那么
Ngomong
多
apa lah
届
itu satu
TI，
tuh?
也较量过那么多届 TI， 然后自己也赢得了 TI， 想问一下这届 TI 有什么特别之处吗？
Supre dong, nah. Dari
就
tadi
很久没来西雅图了，感觉西雅图回到了很熟悉的感觉。
Syafu, singa merasa,谢谢。
Also, that familiar feeling is coming back.
I'm happy to hear it, but how about all the fans who are watching across the world? This may be your last game. Is there anything you'd like to say to them to get them excited that LGD is going to continue fighting?
现场和全世界那么多的观众都在支持你们。
那怎么了？可笑，什么？是我的哈也是。
请起来的吗？
这一把弄死他们。
We're gonna get them.
喂，耶，什么了？什么哈起啊？
There we have it, some good words of confidence coming into this game two here for LGD up against Gaming Gladiators. A hard-fought game one from them, but they weren't able to do it. Gladiators pulling through in that first game. Here in this game two, what do you think about the change-ups? I'm seeing already the fact that LGD, they've got Shira on this Naga side. If his Manta play was anything to go by in the last game with the Luna, you've only got to imagine what he's going to be able to do on a Naga Siren.
Yeah, it feels like two very different style drafts versus each other.
Dah, punyanya Eko beres.
Gaming trying to just take advantage, just slam these lanes, in particular mid. Quinn going for for his Queen of Pain, of course.
Sekarang punyanya
They're trying
Baby.
to snowball the game out of control. LGD trying to slow things down, and if they can, their draft looks amazing, right? If they can get to these later stages, this draft from LGD does look like it will reign supreme. But can they withstand the pressure? Gaming has been the team to dictate the pace, to dictate these quick games. This could be another one they're able to set up if they set up this Queen of Pain in particular for that success.
Sure, and do you think sort of some rightful concerns from the panel as well with regards to what LGD supports are going to be able to do early on to sort of enable the other lanes, or how do you think that's going to play out?
I mean, it's just difficult to be able to, like, with the the Nature's Prophet constantly making these rotations with the teleport. That's where something they could struggle. They're gonna have to like preemptively be ready for the moves as already right off the bat.
Here. He's able to get off the 3-bar shield crash, but still the damage coming in. It's gonna be first blood for Celery.
Wah, belum apa-apa udah first blood.
Prophet already coming into fruition here with that level 1 play.
Whose blood grenade was that? Was that Celery's? I saw one being thrown out. Yeah, it was. Okay. So, I mean, easy grab there for him, getting set up. Quinn doesn't get the last hit, but either way, does get an advantage inside that middle lane. That's the way they're going to look to play. I'm going to be just watching Celery overall, these TPs, but are they going to be able to slow down Duracho is the question.
2-0 nggak sih ini?
Constantly moving around, perhaps that's where New and Planet are able to take some advantage versus this Chaos Knight who usually just wins every single lane.
Talk to me more about this sort of Queen of Pain pick. We just don't see it a lot.
Nggak bisa flat kalau nobar. Bisa hilang channelku kalau nobar. Dota ini bahaya ininya Pak. Bahaya copyright-nya itu copyright bukan copyright claim cuy. Copyright-nya itu copyright di report cuy. Soalnya kita nggak punya izin, kecuali kalau kita punya izin baru nggak apa-apa. Kecuali kita punya izin dari mereka buat live streaming nggak apa-apa. Malah MU 3-0 si Siri. Oh iya ganas, Sama kayak RO kan, RO kalau kita live streaming RO private server kan langsung hilang channel kita Pak.
Very strong, yeah. It's universal Magnus. You always have great right click this year. I think he's been the one who actually did it first. I think they were mentioned on the panel. Duracho.
That's to turn it to put the stun there to hold back New. Playing on the edge of his life here.
I'm glad to see more of the Magnus. I feel like this hero always has potential in the off lane just to make so many outplays, just the shockwave into skewer plays, overall good base damage to get last hits. I like this lane a lot. It's quite a bit of attack speed slow too, so even if they try to like turn and fight you, you skewer and you have this calling down, both abilities of course slowing attack speed, it's really tough to fight versus these two.
Looking at sort of the top lane, YU Smile on the Elder Titan, a pretty good game for ET to combo up with some of his teammates.
Absolutely. I mean, he's playing, it's all about the stalling, right? Stalling out the games. They have the Magnus as well, too. Two of the best wombo combos. And even the Naga,
this time around they'll get him. Stuart forward from you. Duracho getting punished. The same time though, Shiro also to fall. Both carries getting punished in the safe lane.
Oh wow, the top one I really wouldn't anticipate happening, but the bottom one with the way that they were bringing it to Duracho, I was definitely more expected. Can't believe they killed this Naga with this top lane. There's a reason this Wraith King has been constantly picked for this off lane, how much he's able to do in the early game. And Ace, he's been one of the best with it.
Keep your eyes on this mid as well. Definitely a matchup.
Wah anjing ini dua ini buat apa ini dua bogem anjing.
Heroes having to be cautious. They've got good amounts of jump and resets, way to back up and jump back in if they catch one anotother low.
Yeah, nothing to say.
Sebenarnya sih ini sama ini nggak beda jauh. Apa JW Legend Plus sama JW Legend itu nggak beda jauh sebenarnya. Yang beda jauh itu antara JW merah sama JW biru itu jauhnya minta ampun beda. 18 tadi itu, oh salah gue cuk. Ini yang 18 anjing. Oh malah itu. Ini dua bogem buat apa lah ini dua bogem? Biar sakit gitu kan. 19 ini fear kok nggak salah.
And Duracho, even though he did die, this hero overall, it sustains on its own really nicely. 2 points up on the Chaos Strike for Duracho, so should be able
Mari
to
kita berbogem-bogem.
under the tower here.
Nah kalau ini mah kelebihan sih sebenarnya bogemnya. Tapi coba deh kalau dua bogem, tapi siapa yang punya? Ada yang kemarin gue pakai itu punya siapa gitu? Bogemnya juga dua. 20 baru ini. Bener gak sih? Cek lagi, saya takutnya salah.
Another dagger, he's gonna get it. The kills there. Gladiators finding a lot of early action done bottom planet and knew they tried for Celery, but Celery's able to just walk
Oh
away
benar deh,
from them.
18, 19, 20.
Clip him.
They finish.
Shockwave will drag it back. New really wants to kill. He'll get him.
But now New's under tower.
The stun's there. Direction trying to step up, see if he can finish on New in return. Doesn't look like he'll have any further grab. 6 seconds until the stun's back up. In fact, he might be in trouble himself. Another dead shot connection from Planet into the Shockwave.
Got a Lotus.
May be able to turn aboard Planet because the stun is back up. The crits are coming in. The stop is there just in time before Direction's able to pull in Planet with a reality rip. Doesn't matter though. Celery TP's in, grabs him the vision to still grab him back. I mean, now why you Smile's got to be cautious. Direction's been handed over a Tango. He can start healing up.
Hey, look at New. He even has to be careful with his positioning. Like, Duracho just standing toe-to-toe versus 3 heroes.
I mean, again in the mid lane, nothing to say, getting bullied by Quinn and Tofu. As soon as he's back to the
Dan mati di tengah pemirsa saudara-saudari. Di atas juga kayaknya bakal mati. Atas, apakah yang terjadi? Lo yang di atas malah mati.
Look at the aggressions, 10 kills, 5 minutes. Gaming Gladiators, their draft definitely thrives off of this. They want to be the ones just dictating pace, getting these early kills, getting that.
Oh, 185.
Looking pretty damn good.
Untung aja lu bilang.
Long walk back to the mid lane. It's going to mean that there's going to be quite the XP difference here between the mids. Quinn already halfway through the 6. And of course, nothing to say yet to hit his.
And it's right around the power move to Queen. Very likely to be able to set this one up. Planet has to play around mid to try to stop this Queen of Pain from snowballing so hard. Will he get lucky? Planet will get it.
Naganya yang mati, Pak.
Okay.
Dua bogem ya? Dua bogem naganya yang mati ya?
Exactly the way they want it.
An explosive opening really with these moves that they've made, and as was expected with the power of Celery's Nature's Prophet, he's always been there as a +1.
I mean, even Tofu too, 4-0 and 2 so far.
Coba kita lihat dua bogem. Tapi kalau di sini nggak ngaruh sih dua bogem. Masa ini gebuk-gebukan? Kecuali ini gua ganti Theo mungkin baru bisa. Tapi kalau kayak gini mau pakai Theo, wah susah cuy. Si Kart Theo.
They've kind of pushed Shiro a little bit to the jungle already. He has to move away as this Naga Siren so early in the game. He's got Midas queued up.
It's going to be one of those recovery games for him. After a lane like this, those early deaths slowing down sort of the potential. But as we saw last game, LGD, they are very good at stalling the game.
Guys, lapar aku guys sih. Gojek jam segini, Gojek apa? Mana nasi goreng lah.
They don't have a Spirit Breaker who just literally clears every single wave. A lot more difficult for Nothing to Say would seem this game. Being slowed down this much. And losing,
ya,
I mean,
ini
losing
lupa lagi
lanes
gue
like
nyalain
this
tadi.
also, when you're playing versus something like this Wraith King and this Nature's Prophet, there's a reason that Gaming likes to play this so much, right? You pick up the tempo so
Mari
fast.
kita lihat
If you
Clemit
get
gebuk-gebukan.
pushed to jungle this early on the side of LGD, these towers are gonna start dropping very, very early on with the way that they want to.
Sama, gue juga lapar ini.
The sort of start that the supports of Gaming Gladiators have got, and the fact that Quinn is in the lead right now. It's not going to be too difficult for Gladiators to go for these deep movements and try and catch Shiro in his jungle.
Absolutely. They just have to watch out how far they overextend, because the way the counter initiation and everything from LGD, that's kind of their biggest thrive. If Gaming pushes the limit too far, they have wombo combo team fight. They have massive ways of repositioning and taking them under these tier 2s potentially.
Gacuan apa? Mi gacuan? Ah emang?
So far early game.
Mi gacuan perasaan pedas deh.
Maybe even more than they could have hoped for with Ace having such a damn good start in top.
Just not easy for Nothing to Say to hop around this mid. He's just trying to at least find the XP for his level 6.
And Ace definitely having a very nice understanding with this Wraith King, playing versus the Naga Siren versus the ET. He's all about that plus armor. He's got the Ring of Protection, I believe he started with, Wraith Band right afterwards, and Phase Boot. So hard for them to really bring him out of this lane with this Naga or this ET.
Freeze cok tadi cok anjing.
This lane's hard to restabilize. Duracho now able to get this free farm.
Wow, damage-nya Clemit. Wow, damage-nya Clemit berapa tuh? Oh, berapa coba kita lihat? Apakah 10 juta dari dia gebuk-gebukan saja? Wow, sekali Clemit-nya. Damage-nya, wow, 32 juta. Wow. Imba juga ternyata Clemit pakai bogem ya, adik-adiknya. Wow sekali. 32 juta sendiri dia damage-nya. Gila emang Clemit.
Even versus the Naga Siren, as game does potentially progress, he is incredibly farmed so far on this Wraith King.
Lo kok ke Clemit anjing?
I mean, for LGD, can they look for aggressive moves
hampir gua masuk sih.
just a case of them preparing to turn things around if Gaming Gladiators start heading onto their half of the map.
They need more levels for sure. I mean, the big one that usually wants to make the moves is going to be that mid laner, but when he's playing versus a Queen FP and he's super shut down and new. Also, it's level 4 Magnus now versus the level 6 CK. Dyrachyo is perfectly fine to be level
Yoi, claim it DPS cuy. Tangki splish.
As they said on panel, these supports
Senggol dong, claim it DPS dong.
with the cores, they have to make the moves with the cores in particular. Let this say we'll get another power rune. Quinn.
And they're trying to set up, but it's so hard. They need kind of the silence from the calling to really clip him outside of that.
Cepet banget, persen barusan ini tadi. Oh, dia langsung loncat aja.
That's why they wanted this pop. Very elusive. Still looking to play around mid too.
Hampir kena kliniknya, guys.
On the side of Gaming Gladiators, looking to still go for nothing to say. Almost 8 on Quinn.
Apakah dua bogem ini akan merubah segalanya? Power of bogem.
I mean, wouldn't be a bad catch finding you. He's already had a bit of a tough time.
Hampir lagi.
Take him down.
We'll be able to break that smoke at the least.
They'll see what's coming.
But look at Dyrachyo's positioning. He still wants to dive new.
I mean, who wants to come down here to help him? TPs are going to be coming over.
They've got the Pango
He's getting
here.
caught by the Bramble, though, nothing to say. The stun's out for Dyrachyo, nothing to say. He's got the Rolling Thunder already, but the Sonic Wave pointed the two of them back.
Now he's too low.
New. There's now nothing to say. He's got to run.
Perfect angle from Quinn to get that pushback. Stops him in his tracks. Gaming just continue to keep the advantage going, and Planet, be careful.
He's going to miss the dead shot. The stun's there. I mean, Planet, he's gone as well.
That in an instant.
They just can't fight them at this point, despite how hard they try, LGD.
And I mean, without Rolling Thunder now, they cannot protect this tower. Top also looks like it's starting to get pressure. Rotation from Tofu coming in with Ace. Pressure on all fronts, 10-3, a 4K lead already, pre-10 minutes. Gaming doing what they do best.
Udah berapa tuh damage-nya ke limit, guys? 100 juta. 51 juta ke limitnya, guys. Imba tuh. Jual bogem 2 biji. Ke limit damage 51 juta enggak tuh.
It's going to take time for New Year, sort of what, just 300 gold in towards the Blink Dagger.
And it's very poor.
Gara-gara Climate ini bisa 300 ini gara-gara Climate cina.
He's actually ready to start jungling over on LGD's side of the map. He knows that there's very little that LGD can do to push back the CK.
300 gara-gara Climate enggak tuh. Jangan menganggap remeh Climate, guys. Gila nih 300 loh. Tuh damage 55 juta nak, galak emang Climate nih. 300 anjing.
He's getting the chance to step up and trade hits here with Shiro right up towards close to the tier 2.
Look how confident he is.
They can't punish him.
They don't have damage for him by this point. They don't even have the armlet just yet.
Lu legend tak?
Shiro's just getting chased out completely from his jungle.
Jangan-jangan legend lagi.
And immediately he has a wave bottom, meets his tower. Dyrachyo just heads back over as they take out top.
Wah, ini 2-0 ini, guys.
I mean, this is going to be one of the faster offlane radiances that comes out, and it's a great radiance gameplay versus this Nux.
Enggak, superior kok anjing.
Incredibly aggressive here, push the limits.
Bisa tembus 300. Kalau ini bisa tamat nggak ya kira-kira skornya? Jujurlah padaku, jujurlah padaku. Kami nyimpan Nah, masalahnya ini tuh nggak ada TC ini, nggak TC5 sih ini. Kalau TC5 tamat ini. Kayaknya. Enggak ding, tergantung ini ding, tergantung luar juga sebenarnya. Oh sama tadi 185 udah kebuka sih ya, Mastery. Ini di mana ding emerald-nya anjing?
They just can't kill any of them. Not even Celery.
Again and again. Quinn, this time a Sonic.
TC5 apa? Enggak usah. Udah cukup ini.
6K lead already for Gaming Gladiators. This is as hot as a start as you can get, really.
I mean, the relic is done. The radiance is going to be coming up 13.
Ini tamat, ini tamat. Kayak ya kalau nggak di spam luler ya. Kalau di spam luler ya selamat.
Like this, the win is pretty much guaranteed. You know,
it always happens.
We should have had a camera on him.
That was unexpected.
We'll get a replay.
Okay. Well, as I say, when that's happened before, he pretty much always wins the game. So, you know, all part of the course here for Dyrachyo.
Can't believe it always happens. Oh my goodness. Things calming down for a few moments here, but gaming have, I mean, they've hit so hard. These first 12 minutes, what more could you ask for? All 3 tier 1s taken out. You've completely shut down the Pango. The Magnus, his timings are all shot as well too. You're having 3 cores farming perfectly, and the 2 supports as well too. Look at how farmed the 2 of them are. Neck and neck, 3,600 gold on the 2 of them, and yeah, Radiance, it's gonna be done already. So he's gonna have that way to just control the map even more and have the counter versus the Nagasarn even as game progresses.
These passive moments just not favoring LGD at all. See it again here. I mean, at this point, we all knew there was a high likelihood something was going to go wrong, and it did.
Oh my God.
Bentar, saya tidak bisa lihat live chat.
There we go.
Jungle-nya mati sama ini Momon.
All serious business from Quinn. He weren't happy.
How dare you? In my perfect Queen of Pin game, what are you doing? Look how aggressive they're still posturing though. Continue, just go for nothing. Say no space for this man.
Oh
man. I mean, Zhao gave him some rubs on the shoulders, but so far it's not helping. 0-5-0. They're trying to find anything that they can to get. Look at this, Why You Smile now positioning for Wisdom Rune, potentially trying to get the 2 of them stolen at least. But Tofu already running over. And Celery's even TPing in aggressively. They're just going to take both, it seems, on the side of gaming.
Maybe with a stun, Why You Smile can get this one. No, Tofu's able to kite it out, gets back in, picks it up. Planet will be able to grab their own.
Okay, Duracho actually isolated. New is here as well.
If they can get it. They've got the skewer. They'll try and turn, but this time... Ooh.
Nice song.
It might be allowing them to get the 2 of them, actually, because now they can set up over towards Celery. They kill off Duracho. They close the gap in on towards Celery. Gets clipped by the dead shot. A couple of kills here for LGD.
Nicely done from Shiro.
Ya elah Serena.
He's the one actually making the plays happen here to bring some stuff back. Nicely done. And they got the wisdom.
Kok bisa mati sih ah?
Something finally going for the side of
Blok nih Serena nih ya, sucu.
That area of the map not really been a happy place for Duracho in these last few moments.
Back.
Tai ah.
Ends up getting killed off. Probably not a place we'll see him head back to anytime soon.
But AC probably says, don't worry guys, I'm the real carry.
I mean, it's all a distraction. It certainly seems that way because indeed he continues to match the farm of Shiro.
And this is going to be one of the slower timings I think we see. It comes out for nothing to say. This Diffusal Blade, it's been slowed down so much. He still doesn't have it. He's still about 800 gold away.
Jungle-nya mati bego, gue juga mati bego tadi tuh. Anunya apa siapa Serenanya mati bego barusan.
Get clipped by the Sonic Wave, once more nothing, so they're getting pushed back. Have to use the remainder of this Rolling Thunder to just retreat. Cannot afford to go into the high ground against Gaming Gladiators. Bottom lane Duracho.
He's alone.
I mean, he still feels just sort of super confident to play like this and just be this distraction, really. Just try and draw the attention of LGD down here and away from Ace.
Kan, akhirnya digini-giniin udah.
Just getting in their faces.
Super aggressive, sometimes over aggressive, but either way, it's his play style and it works time and time again for gaming.
It really does.
Look at these illusions, they die so fast. Extra bit of gold going for Celery. Going straight down that pipe route himself too after the Solar Crest, just looking to ball up. 7k lead. Quinn does get caught by the net.
They've got the opening net.
Do they have the follow-up?
Well, the silence, the dead shot as well. It's perfectly done, but
he gets out. No way.
Still able to blink away. The wraparound coming in from Ace. In with the red 5 blast and the skeletons over towards Why You Smile. Why You Smile. He's able to move speed over here. Has enough move speed to get away from him. Ace trying to turn his attention towards more, but LGD, they've kited out this counterplay from
Planet.
Ace. Planet.
He's caught.
Back in range of the Wraith King though, as Ace. With the backup of Celery, should be able to block off his escape. The stun comes in, the crits come out. They take Planet down.
I think you can imagine the gaming's gonna look to really accelerate things as soon as they see New. The Magnus having a Midas, they're probably like, guys, let's go, go, go. They have no blink dagger on Mag.
Every single time Drasha's just going straight for New. Anytime New shows his face on the lane.
Right, LGD, they're playing for the super late game, right? This Midas queued up top. Gaming probably wants to keep pushing down for this tower. Glyph is down. Can't believe Quinn gets away. I mean, he is very tanky at this point.
I mean, and they really did everything they could to lock him down. It just wasn't enough.
It was pretty much perfect, but yeah. The occult bracelet, the magic resistance, just get 2,000 HP on this Queen of Pain because that advantage he's gotten from the early game.
All right, blink done on you. Are you smoking up on LGD to make a play around this, or are you still sitting back and looking for the counter plays?
I think they can look to make plays with the Pango and the Magnus, for sure. Still, I mean, they're going to be playing for later stages, but if they can find opportunities to catch heroes that are pushed up too far toward these tier 2s, they can definitely get some kills. Maybe even surprise ones onto something like Ace. When Panel was talking about the mana burn sometimes from the Pango can be a little bit of an issue for these Wraith Kings. Ace is just going to go straight for that shard next. Catch bottom.
Got a split up.
Do they have enough?
It's a huge amount of damage.
Not quite enough yet. Does get the toggle off this
as well, making sure that his illusions aren't able to finish Duracho off.
Shiro he's getting quite involved with this Nagasar and just trying to bring things back together for his team.
I mean, he really did so much last game, keeping it going into Luna with the illusions. This very much a even more perfect hero for him to play when it comes to just keeping the game going, buying time for the entire team of LGD to scale.
There's that shard for Ace. Doesn't have to worry about that mana burn coming into play here. LGD still looking for a player. DD now on nothing to say.
They want to get something done with this blink. A solo RP would absolutely cut it. They'll go for Quinn if they want to.
Thinking about it. Can they get the catch?
There it is.
They can.
Straight in, they get the drag back. This time, if they got enough lockdown, the sleep, the fear,
still alive.
Pushes back you, and Quinn is able to jump away, turn with a sonic wave, and walk this one off. As Ace, he's considering getting involved. He starts to head straight towards them, feeling strong with the fact that he's got that shot. The reincarnation ready to use aggressively.
I mean, they just use so much. Use their Pango roll, they use their Magnus ult too, so Gaming, they're gonna run at them right here. Celery, TPing up top already, looking for nothing to say. He's got backup coming in, but they want this tower. It's 300 HP. Lin just keeps getting away over and over again here. A nice attempt there though from LGD.
Yeah, they had to go for it.
I mean, look how aggressive he's playing even near the tier 2.
They've got the vision
versus
down.
The Magnus. This is dangerous positions here though. That skewer plays near tier 2 is something they still have to do respect on the side of Gaming.
Duracho, we're closing in on the BKB timing. He's got it pretty soon if he wants to take apart the Echo.
Still looking to keep accelerating.
Apa sih di lahan goblok?
50 seconds no RP, 28 on the Rolling Thunder top tower.
Oh, untung aja.
Will fall. Ace has skeletons prepped at the ready.
Apakah akan terjadi? Apakah Daryl skor tamat menggunakan 2 jewel bow game? Enggak tuh. Wilahannya jadi ininya kuat sekali pak. Kami-kami hanya. Oh tamat cuy.
They know the heroes are positioned on the bottom, in particular that Nagasar, and they know that Shiro was down here, making the long wrap around. You see nothing to say for a second here. Ace hit.
Straight away with the stun, it's far too much damage for nothing to say to survive.
Bentar saya nonton bentar guys.
Tofu and Ace menaces this game.
Fix ini 2-0 sih.
Instant bedlam, trusting his buddy. Might be able to run into more too, Shiro. He's been spotted, Ace. Oh, he knows which one the real one is.
Mulai kemana kamu dek? Katanya dek. Oh mati SK-nya ya. Skeleton kill maksudnya bukan CPN naik.
Manage to clear out the illusions, make sure there's no vision for LGD to play around to try for that sort of jump. So, Gaming Gladiators will.
Apa jadinya kalau GR dinaikin jadi dari 5 menit ke 10 menit ya? Gila ya. Kalau GR dinaikin dari 5 menit ke 10 menit si anjing cuk.
Shiro's farm continues to roll in very nicely.
Still is nice.
He's trying to get this hard done on top of the mantra and he's closing in on it.
The only scare is that the Pango just continues to have this very, very hard game. Same thing for the Magnus. And the Nagasar, even at this point, like, even if he gets the ultimate scaling all the way to the end of these games, is he able to carry versus all this? They have great late game, but 8K lead
udah pasti flat.
Gaming Gladiators, they're getting crazy scaling, even on the supports as we were mentioning.
Dinaikin dari 5 menit ke 10 menit ke tai cok. Protes gua protes.
But he's sitting on 1200 if he does want to look to go down some scaling route too. And there's the pipe now for Celery. More and more tankiness. When he's got the Aghanims finished up now too, so much more burst potential, much better ways to be able to clear out this Nagasar too. As Roche potentially soon on the docket here for Gaming. BKB.
Kami kan cerahkan ke joki. Kayaknya gue yang butuh joki juga deh. Oh tapi langsung harganya naik 2 kali lipat guys. Mampus nggak tuh? Yang ya kan 1 kali GR, ya 1 kali GR berapa? 10 menit kan? Iya naik 2 kali lipat lah. Worth it sih. Kalau gue pribadi worth it sih. Yang gratis-gratis 1 naga aja. Wah, Magnusnya blunder. Ih, mati lagi tuh Magnus tuh.
Kind of the name of the game though for LGD. Pull Gaming away from their base, try to buy more and more time. Even though New does die, it does force 3 heroes to make the move down there.
Udahlah. Tenchi kan namanya langsung dipotong ini ya, potong setengahnya juga ya.
Yeah, with that kill that they got onto New as well. I mean, for LGD, it's probably too difficult for them to contest down here anyway.
Itu kebanyakan itu ID-nya.
Now it's guaranteed here for gaming to be able to finish that one off.
And Tofu still considering his item build.
Yeah, I've still
1700 gold.
He hasn't queued it up. I've been waiting to see which one he does want to go down the route of. We shall see. Quinn going for a little bit more protection, something you don't see too often anymore on the Queen of Pain, but is buying a Yules after having his Aghanims and his Kaya, so just that little bit of extra protection.
Banyak ID-nya si Flat Pep. Dia ada 11, 12 kayaknya sekarang.
As with this Aegis, imagine the game is going to look to control the map a lot more.
Pengen pull dia, pengen pull.
Restrict this Naga Siren from getting out. Shiro playing in these dangerous positions, trying to get farm in the enemy Ancients. And cutting some waves. Nice micro coming out from him, just like we saw from that Luna.
I mean, honestly, as long as he's able to survive and stay alive, you can probably guarantee that 2 of these waves at least will be held right back onto Gaming Gladiators' half of the map. It's not going to be too easy for them to get a push going towards multiple lanes at the same time, Gladiators.
Ya, minggu depan saya bakal sibuk karena Flat udah menunjukkan bahwa dia akan menjoki 9 ID. Sangat berbahaya.
That's an RP down and a splitter.
And that time they don't even come close to killing him.
Nah, this Yules pickup feels pretty damn beautiful there. If they don't have that chain stun, which they really don't have with their draft, he's gonna be able to get it off every time. And he's going for Kaya-san, so Status Resist is gonna make it potentially even easier for him to get off afterwards in these later instances.
Pretty much the only way they can kill this Queen of Pain is if Quinn sort of blinks into them. But Quinn's not been making those mistakes this game.
Or if they have absolutely everything that comes in like perfectly with Shiro though. They need everybody hitting him at the same time. Ult's on cooldown, Gaming might look to make another move here. They see Shiro top. I mean, this is an empowered Naga Siren. They're kind of giving away.
Ya kalau dikasih Pet Legend Plus, kalau dikasihnya fragment. Kalau dikasihnya box fragment, apa coba? Bukannya dikasih Pet Legend Plus langsung, tapi dikasihnya box fragment 100. Ngamuk nggak sih player global bakal ngamuk nggak tuh kalau kayak gitu? Dikasihnya fragment box 100.
Has nothing to say his game going. I mean, recovering slightly, but still 0, 6, and 0.
Ya kalau hoki sih bisa dapat 2 ya dari situ, mungkin dari 100 box itu enggak juga sih. Tapi itu bisa jadi berapa Pet Legend sih kalau 100 box ya? Kalau nggak salah.
So much weight right now on Shiro's shoulders.
It really feels like all of it's going to be these big plays that he's able to make with these illusions. Soon having a butterfly, so he is getting quite tanky. But the rest of his allies continue to be pretty poor. Gaming, they're scaling on all 3 cores.
Oh, they really are. They really are. Ace still holding the top spot out of the team. Incredible farm on this offlane Wraith King.
Just to blink the BKB going down the aura round afterwards just to enable his teammates even more so.
Yonhe, mythical Yonhe. Go bullcin ntar. Ya kan buat GR ini, Pir. Ya tapi gue lihat dulu dia bisa gantiin koset apa enggak. Jadi gue level 50-in, gue lihat dulu dia bisa gantiin koset. Gue takutnya dia kayak Calheron harus barangan sama yang support kayak Chris, apa di buffer gitu lah.
Potentially even set up for Tormentor if they'd like to. Maybe a little bit of a risk playing versus the Magnus and everything, but Ace may be thinking about it. Did Celery show what he's going to be building just yet? Okay, he does have the Aghanims queued up. You know, he's going to be a great option. Look at this.
Nice.
This is the deep jump.
Oh, he's going in past the tier 3. He's ready to sort of dive in and look for action. The sleep is there. RP as well.
Down to 2.
2 of them. It's going to bring them low. Yules up from Quinn. Quinn will be able to jump out of this one. Gets to the side. Actually hits pretty much a 5. Gets all there. Ace here on the second line. Goes towards the ET.
Kita mendengar suaranya Queen of Pain alias si Dadang.
I mean, what a jump there. I mean, Celery TPing it aggressively and then Ace jumping forward.
Siapa sih Akasa ya? Ya kalau gue bilangnya sih Akasa sih kalau nggak salah dulu namanya itu.
Just trying to use this Aegis as much as possible. Duracho 40 seconds left on it.
should be able to pop at them once.
400.
Maybe not. He's actually able to get out of this direction. He's not even going to lose the ages quite yet.
400. Iya, nggak dapat 400 Pep. Jewel bugimu cacat. Iya, Dota 1 kan Akasa kan namanya.
Celery does buy back at the least there. One silver lining for LGD, but gaming, I mean, at any moment you can see they're very confident just jumping in. Duracho?
Nevermore ya, Nevermore si Shadowfin kan. Dah beres punyanya Pebi. Sekarang punyanya trio tadi challenge dungeon katanya. Habis ini punyanya Shirji aja deh sekalian deh, males gitu. Jangan salahkan saya kalau ke playset dia Shirji ya. Kamu nonton bentar guys. Lagi seru kayaknya, bentar ya saya mau nonton bentar. Iya, wah 2-0 fix sih. 2-0 fix nih udah. Oke Pep, sami-sami. Anu Barak itu sih ini kan. Aduh, siapa sih namanya yang serangga itu? Apa yang kumbang nggak jelas itu apa sih namanya? Ya bentar guys, gue mau nonton bentar guys, sambil login dulu bentar.
Gonna try and put a bit of a slowdown to this push, but at the same time, he's gonna make sure that he keeps a fair bit of a distance when the Rolling Thunder does come to an end.
I mean, they're still going even for the melee racks here. Gaming
Udah 2-0 ini pasti nih.
We'll be backing up. Magnus is respawning. RP's back up. They'll give respect. But another massive hit, 13k lead. They bring down Shiro and Quinn with the back of that arcane rune, kind of making the magic happen. The confident blink forward into everybody.
I mean, he knows they can't kill him.
Yep. Now his itemization feels absolutely.
Iya, Nerubian Assassin. Yang serangga, kumbang kan itu dia. Yang cuma kerjanya nge-stun hilang anjing. Ya hilangnya ulti lagi. Tapi ya sekali gebuk sakit sih memang. Cuma ya itu doang. Itu bukan sih Anu Barak, Nerubian Assassin. Stunnya mirip lagi sama ini. Sama apa Leon. Stun, dia hilang, hilang jalan-jalan gebuk stun. Habis itu sedot mana pak? Udah beres dia kerjanya kayak gitu doang tuh si kambing. Hilang, ya kan? Hilang gebuk, kritikal, stun, bakar mana kalau belum mati musuh di dagon anjing. Aduh, makan. Aduh, malas gue jam segini, Shirji mahal-mahal. Kok gue buka challenge anu sih? Katanya biar waktunya lebih cepat. Ya waktunya lebih cepat ya. Kayak mana waktunya lebih cepat kan?
Looking for the very aggressive play here.
Ini yakin 3 ini. Tambah 1 deh ya.
Why you smile? In the perfect position there to protect him. More items to deal with that Naga. You said, you know, the Radiance is out, the AC is out for Ace. Great items versus
Ini
Naga.
berapa
Now
poinnya?
Shiva's,
4.
of course,
Waduh,
coming out for
4 sih.
Quinn. Harder and harder.
Ini yang alot nih ntar nih, Essence of Summon-nya ini loh. Mending 2 nggak sih ini 2-2 gini aja.
All 3 lanes shoved in. No space for Shiro to get
Tambah
out of the
1 deh.
map.
Kalau enggak attack aja deh gue tambah 1. Wah tapi enggak deh. Alot sakit. Aduh gue nggak bisa makan mie terus-terusan Shirji. Udah masuk nih. Mati tuhnya cok. Ya nggak jadi nge-push mereka pak.
Gaming looks like they'll be happy with that tier 2 and that kill. We'll back up and get that farm going here. DD spawns up top. And Quinn gets one of those big talents with the Aghanims build. He's got the 20 talent. A long spawn on that rush. Maybe a fortunate one for LGD, it feels like a little bit. But either way, they have more than enough time on the side of gaming to just keep these lanes shoved in and strict Shiro.
Beku anjing.
Scaling continues.
Aduh, ke ini dong. Wah, beku juga Melu. Emerson.
If we play in formation, they have no chance of fighting. We just do not overreach. The only way they can kill is if we get like ultra scared and just
Aduh.
combo.
Yeah.
Anjing nih huruf D gua nih asu.
It's just not allowing LGD any opportunity to get the jump on them.
Not to get the jump on multi-heroes too, right? We've seen one-man RPs, one-man skewers, one-man splitters. Just, yeah, gaming, they really have not been given the opportunities to them to get that big wombo combo onto multiple heroes. Full hex now onto Shiro. A little bit more catch to potentially
pakai Shin aja deh ini kayaknya deh.
He's really got his work.
Nggak usah lah pakai ini aja.
Really does.
Apa sih tadi anunya tuh?
Can he do what's necessary to keep
DPS ya? Kok beku sih anjing?
It really is all up to him.
Bawah kok asu. Oh, itu belum
30
kebuka.
seconds. Gaming positioning themselves for it. All 4 or 5 heroes actually set up down bottom.
Wow, game lu pada.
Closer and closer to his MKB to be able to focus down this Nagasaran as well.
Bentar.
Ace almost has an Aghanim, so even if they do get caught in some type of wombo combo and stuff like that, there's the plays around it. More and more scaling continues. Roche. LGD. This is a tough call to make, but maybe they might feel like they have to potentially try to contest this Roshan, but yeah, it's a very, very hard call to make.
I mean, in gaming gladiators, they're going to be coming straight for them first. Smoke up with gladiators.
Guard. This could be totally unexpected here.
They're going to be ready to head into the triangle.
Duracho leading the charge now. Scouted by a tree. Wait, Blink.
Beku anjing.
And they will all get out. Shelly will back up, deal with the lanes as his team goes for the Roche.
Super close to his own Aghanims.
I mean, this item is always super nice, just so you don't have to really like commit your hero so far. He just throws a Wrath of Nature because it disarms as well too, with all the bounces that it gets on with the root. So it can be really nice to just protect the heroes if they do get caught inside of a big wombo combo. As Roche, and will fall. Duracho can play a little bit more. I mean, not say a little bit more aggressive, but more aggressively.
Kok beku lagi sih anjing?
Playing a secondary life has yet to die this game.
I mean, they're heading towards him top. There's still a tier 1 available here for backup to come in if they do want to dive this, but it's a CK with an Aegis.
Aduh, lupa gua dia bakal kayak gitu. Aduh.
Duracho seems like he knew that was coming from a mile away.
Udah pasti mati tuh Melin apinya.
Celery.
Wisdom runes, double grabbed again for gaming. LGD looking to try to keep getting something up out of top here, but the lanes are starting to get pushed in.
It is a lot of them out here, pretty deep on the map.
Ini ada Karim nggak sih tadi tuh?
Can they really start a fight?
Planet, Hunter Division.
He's able to get the pierce the veil off. A little bit of protection, but still the damage really coming in from the magical, bringing him down low. He's caught in the trees. Quim finishes him off. LGD, they've got to get out of here.
Nice ward from Tofu. Quickly places that one down on the side. And Tofu also still just having this flawless game, 5-0 and 8. It's enabled Quinn to be able to snowball.
I mean,
80 spawns bottom. Ace able to grab this one now too.
Oh, this shit.
And that Aghanims is done.
This shit.
And they can play like this, just sort of split across the map, knowing that LGD just can't really jump any of them. Nope. And if they do, there's going to be more than enough time for them to survive long enough for
your sign anak anjing.
They've got all this itemization to be able to deal with this Nagasaran. Ace also, of course, did point it out, but he did get blessed with the Cloak of Flames on top of everything too. So Cloak of Flames Radiant, so he's going to be amazing versus these Illusion heroes on top of Quinn, having the Shivas and everything too, and having Cloak of Flames. Look how many of them they have.
Wah, skornya cok 217 ini sih. Walalala.
Yeah, these lanes, they're just
jauh juga ya minusnya ya.
On top of the Wrath of Nature, of course, rooting. Once you get that Aghanims, the cooldown also dropping down to that 60 seconds. He can just throw it off cooldown, keep these lanes constantly.
Sekarang punyanya Sirje, mana punyamu Sirje? Ih, dia donasi tapi dia nggak update, nggak up ID-nya. Oh ya, berarti angus.
Not with the way that he's played. I mean, honestly, it's been pretty much 0 mistakes from him so far, Quinn. A flawless game, a flawless 2 games, to be honest with you.
Angus ya? Punya Sirje ya, karena nggak di up ID-nya ternyata guys.
They're going to try it for it again. Smoke up. They've got to take some sort of high-risk plays here to try and pull this game back in their favor.
Who do you want to go for though? There's an Aghanim's Wraith King as well too. These tanky frontliners with Aegis.
Immune Alien masih lah.
He might just even blink in.
Masih pasti beku itu.
He wants him to go for him.
He's going to jump the stun off, and you see the turn with the Hex. If they can bring him down the once, they can drag back up towards the tier 3.
To the base.
Take him down once. If they can do it a second time, Quinn starts to jump forward, get the Shadow Strike out onto New. It's enough to hold them back, and indeed there's not any sort of attempt from LGD to try and go on Ace a second time.
60 seconds, we'll be back up.
Pretty much all waves starting to push in against LGD. Still 2 minutes. They just on Duraccio.
Big neutrals found. Penta edge now for him as well after this MKB. He is hitting incredibly hard. Quinn also finds himself a Stormcrafter and Ace, a Havoc Hammer, more really good items versus pretty much all these illusions. It's rare to see the Naga Siren unable to really send the illusions out to try to get any farm, but they're just dealing with them so quickly every time they see them.
Leaving the base just does not feel like an option right now for LGD whatsoever.
Getting massively out-farmed. The gaming's farming 90% of the map.
We heard it in the comms earlier, just sort of keeping everything very calm on Gaming Gladiators. Dredcho.
Lu ini gimana ceritanya?
Quinn's here with the backup. Ace is in. They get a solid way, push back onto the three of them. The RP's there, but it looks like it doesn't really matter. They've already lost. Shiro having to use the song to reset. It's another retreat from LGD. They can't even hold around the barracks as the melee barracks will fall.
Is that another 4-man Sonic Wave, I feel like, from Quinn? I feel like every single time he's getting so many of these heroes. I can't imagine what his damage in this game, but it probably is by far the highest.
And Ace
is in again.
He's going up towards the tier 4. They get another round of the Shadow Strike daggers out into the two of them.
Shiro trying to
step forward. The illusions out. The Duracho.
Oh, nggak ada karing ya? Buat cooldown buat. Emang nggak ada yang lain ini kok cooldown? Oh, BU GG Skull 2-0 GG Skull guys. GG yang lawan, berarti GG lawan Team Spirit ya. Ini nggak ada M Rachel kan?
That is one of the most brutal mid comparisons we've seen. Just letting out his disgust for Pango pickers big time in this game with how dominant and how just rough that mid matchup ends up looking on the score.
Look at the damage numbers, it tells the tale of it all. Quinn, look at this. I mean, ridiculous. 36,000. How many 4-man ults can we see? How many times is he just gonna stop? Nothing to say. In his tracks in the Rolling Thunders, nothing to say. Did 11,000 damage. LGD tries to play for the late game, but it doesn't even matter. Gaming just controls everything. And even if it gets to these later stages, they had full grasp.
I mean, they look brilliant.
Kamu orang dalam ya? Siapa sih lagi namanya nih? Aku lupa lagi. Nick Jepun, Nick Korea. Kamu orang dalam ya?
No, he does not. A flawless game from Gaming Gladiators.
Absolutely. I mean, LGD, they had a great run, but here today, they get shut down out of the competition by Gaming Gladiators, who are going to be moving on to that grand finals with an incredible force.
Kalau nggak ada M Rachel makin pusing tunjuk-tunjuk. Aduh.
Two games with Gaming Gladiators. They'll take the series 2-0 against LGD and are going to the grand finals.
A dominant showing from this team. They have made it all the way from the first lower bracket round, and now they're going to be playing.
Gue deja vu lagi nih, gue ada kayak pernah ngalamin ini cuy, anjing.
They have a little bit of time to reset, and we have some time to break down this series to talk about game number 2 because Naga could have done work. Gunna, we saw the pick coming. We thought it was
40 mah oke lah, 40 udah ngalahin Adel 60.
Where she could do anything.
Yeah, I think the Quinn Pain kind of popped off.
250 bisa. Ada kok beberapa.
And Quinn just
Punyamu kan 42 itu flat. Tapi tergantung petnya juga sih. Petnya sih yang ngaruh tuh. Petnya ya sama hero-nya. Ini mah mau nggak mau pakai Delor nama Shen ini. Sama siapa yang gue pakai Delor nama Shen? Gue lupa ada yang gue pakai Delor nama Shen. Enggak, gue kayak pernah ngalamin gonta-ganti jewelnya tadi.
Insane advantage from the mid lane starting, and like Quinn, he never died. Like this game, he played perfectly, and he was doing so much work in this fight.
GRT.
That would be a problem, but with the way he played and how much he was like scaling and like how many items did he get, like this Naga was not even being able to do anything in this game.
And all their heroes allow them to keep pushing their advantage so
DPS tadi itu yang si itu tuh, aduh.
Breaking can be quite squishy when he's on the back foot, right? But when you're ahead, you're able to use those 2 lives to front for your team. You're using Nature's Prophet Treants to scout everywhere. You're checking back in your own jungle to make sure LGD aren't trying to farm there. You're scouting into the enemy jungle to find people to gank and kill. Like you're able to just keep going and going and going. And in the moments where they thought they might have had something, suddenly Game In are up an item. They have a BKB. Queen of Pain's able to use her ult to make a
GRT,
ini.
benar
Like they have so many tools from this lead early to just allow them to stomp the game.
I mean, there's also these little things that Celery does.
Belum lagi punyanya Avatar ntar nah. Avatar besok aja deh punyanya deh, takutnya ini takut rungkat gue punyanya tuh.
Like those little things that he's been doing on the summon heroes that are like very flawless as well.
Guys, gue mau korek telinga gatal.
Quinn was making the call. He said, let's play in formation, let's not play scared. But how do you ensure that not playing scared doesn't result in a bad initiation gunner? How do you make sure, or what was their formation to make sure every team fight was going to go in their way, that they could have the advantage?
Pretty much what he means is don't make the same mistake of the diving too far on the high ground or diving too far on that tri-camp in the first game.
Right.
Where they just stay in a ball and they just move up slowly. So they take the objective that's in front of them. They don't go for more. Every fight seemed like Quinn would just delay the fight with his ult. He would just push back the payload roll or whatever initiation there was for Magnus. And once the fight kind of starts and they get to survive that initial time and Queen of Pain gets 2 Qs off, 3 Qs off, the fight just kind of was over.
Gaming Gladiators now a top 2 team. They're going to be in the grand finals. I'm sure they're elated. So let's hear from them in a little bit. Well, he's actually not ready yet. They want to take some time. They want to compose themselves so we can hear maybe a little bit more from you, Sheep, about the game.
I don't know. I just thought it was like so clean and nice. They never really got to their timings, and then when they were able to like skewer back, it's like you're too tanky, you're too hard to kill, you haven't Aegis. Like they're playing this so carefully and disciplined. Like the fact that they stomped early, but the game still kind of dragged a little bit. It's just because Game In are not giving them any opportunity to throw.
It was a hidden counter pick to the Pengo as well. I didn't know that this Queen of Pain is such a big problem to the Pengo during the fights, because he couldn't really roll into the fight and create this chaos because he was constantly pushing back. And they did a really good job of like stopping Magnus from initiation, because like it was their only chance of like getting these 2 or 3 man RPs to turn the game around, but they never had a chance to do that.
All right, well, now I know for sure that they are ready. We're going to have a winners interview. We're going to see how Acer feels about playing in the grand finals with the top 2 teams.
Gila, sampai mataku ya.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, it's Ace from Game In Gladiators!
Padahal gue pengen reroll itu tuh reverse 199. Kayaknya gue besok Senin Selasa kayaknya gue nggak live deh. Kalau nggak Senin Selasanya aja baru live kayaknya deh. Kayaknya udah pada habis juga kayaknya yang GR ya. Ini rata-rata udah semuanya tuh. Paling ntar sisanya di koin sih biasa.
Oh, no. Grand finals, baby.
Yeah, it feels pretty good, but we didn't win yet, so I'm not all in the skies yet. I'm still down on the ground. Still need to be focused.
Oh, that's what your team needs. Fantastic. Any words out there for your competitors, that have come and gone? You guys have crushed everybody, breaking records, potentially 1 in a million in history, going from lowers to going to the grand finals and winning it. Any words for the teams that you have brutally eliminated along the way?
Sorry, boys. Maybe next time.
And of course, thank you. Coming up to the grand finals, this is a match that you guys have done many times before. How are you
Capek sini Gigi nih. Gigi abis ini langsung final lawan ini, Pak. Lawan tim Spirit. Gila itu capeknya minta ampun tuh.
And then adapt along the way, and we'll see.
Makanya mereka main cepat kayaknya gara-gara itu deh.
But I'm not gonna let you get away with that. Are you going to win the grand finals? scenarios coming up, my friend. I want to get you hyping up this crowd just once in your entire career with me interviewing. Hype these people up. Are you going to win?
Let's fucking go!
Let's fucking go, yeah! Let's go! Let's fuck together! Let's fucking together, let's fuck!
Thank you so much, Slacks. What a fantastic interview. We finally cracked him. We were able to do it. Ace gave us all his
Let's go, let's fucking together.
To rile up the crowd, to get them hyped for the fact they are going to be going to the grand final. It does mean, though, LGD, their run has fallen a little bit short. They're still third place, a top 3 team. It's an amazing performance, considering this org had a pretty big roster reshuffle for themselves. 3 brand new players. This was their first TI, and they went the distance, Rezo. Not the whole way, but they went a long way.
I think they did amazingly, but the only thing I would suggest them for the future, just think about their own play style, find their strategies and not respond too much to the enemies.
Yeah, because it always seemed like this entire series and kind of the entire lower bracket is gaming.
Seandainya gua ada jokian 10 ID story nightmare full. Wah. Langsung guys, rumah langsung gua benerin sumpah. Bocor guys ya, asem ya.
So, if there's one team that hopefully won't conform to how gaming plays, it'll be Spirit in the finals.
How do you feel
about
LGD? What's one of your highlights that you had over the last
rumah langsung bereskan.
I just think, I'm just really happy that they managed to take it this far. I think like them and Azure Raid really showing up for China. You know, there was this massive gap at the beginning of the year where so many old players did retire, and we had this new players filling in, like we have now on LGD, and then some players came back, but they filled that gap really well, and they got the experience they needed to bring themselves to this TI and to perform, and so many of these players had their first lands this year, and to get third place now at TI, that is phenomenal.
Jujurlah padaku, jujurlah padaku,
tot. Revitalization of the China region, Rezo?
I think for sure they have a lot of motivation right now since 2 of their top teams.
Jangan berantem di situ.
It's a really big boost for the region. I mean, of course, it would have helped if they won the whole thing, right? But it's still a very good result, and I'm sure a lot of people get inspired by that, and you're gonna see a lot of more Chinese competition coming to next year and next season.
Oh, itu Jimmy, itu punyanya si Jimmy. Kaczynski kan? Si Jimmy itu mah.
So them doing good at TI is definitely really good for the region.
Yeah, they were
itu akunnya Jimmy itu.
And then it was like that 9th, 12th a lot throughout. So I think it's a massive feat for themselves, a massive.
Itu Sujat dimarahin Bang Assassin tuh. Jat, kenapa gua ranking 4 Jat? Challenge dungeon ku Jat dimarahin itu Sujat udah sama Bang Assassin. Jat. Kayak mana kamu Jat? Kenapa saya ranking 4 Jat?
Again, I think it's kind of the same story, right? It's hopefully the drafting. You have to solve this early game issues where Game Gladiators wins their lanes. Quinn has won his lane, I would say probably 80% of the games at this TI, maybe 90%, to be nice to him. And they kind of just snowball off that every time. And it's also the supports rotating. I think the supports are probably the best support duo at controlling the early game, moving around, controlling runes, ganking mid. And just the way
ntar kan dinaikin lagi limitnya challenge dungeon tuh. 350 kok nggak salah terakhir ntar.
And so
dari 300 ke 350. Wah, itu baru parah banget tuh. Soalnya skill pasifnya pet di nonaktifin. Ada buffnya skill pet itu nonaktif. Bayangin loh. Skill pet nonaktif itu kayak mana coba?
Showing every time, every matchup, it doesn't matter who's he's playing against, he's thumping the guy, and also with the support rotations, it's a really big problem. So Spirit needs to be ready for that and accounting for that.
You don't have faith in the growth that Lal has had over this year? He's been showing up more and more every event that we see him.
I think Lal is so stable that if you crush him the way you crush nothing to say in that last game, right? I think he'll struggle to find a game, and it will be very hero dependent on the impact.
Iya 350 ntar.
In games that they're losing when he's on Kalka, he's gonna play a lot better than when he's on his Viper.
Jadi skill petmu itu bakal nggak bisa kepake. Mau yang kanan, mau yang kiri, dua-duanya nggak bisa kepake. Anjing. Untung aja nggak mati.
I hope he does get it if you want them to win. But I do think he's good enough to play this match easily. They're in the grand finals for a reason, waiting.
Iya, beda 0, doang. Orang yang mainin satu orang semua itu sujat semua yang mainin tuh 1 2 3 4 itu sujat semua itu. Nggak ada bedanya, makanya ya bedanya cuma 0,0. Orang yang mainin satu orang.
Well, the biggest thing that excites and worries me is that there was a 70-minute game, which we really haven't seen gaming play. So either Spirit will be able to force gaming to play this really long game, which I would say favors them, or will gaming just destroy the average game time for Spirit, make it really low, and just kind of crush 3 games in a row.
Hey, we kind of heard when Ace had his winners into that they're going to keep playing at their game. Maybe it's going to be that tempo. But right now, we do have to close out this series. We want to hear from one of the LGD players. We have our exit interview. It's Tsunami and Why You Smile.
Ya, paling main Popo doang yang nggak disujud ntar. Ya kalau bisa 300 ya.
Smile, it's kind of strange to think that you're now very much a veteran, and for a squad like this with so many players that are kind of
Soalnya presetnya dirahasiain sama Sujat. Makanya kan kalau gua ada yang minta jokin 280 ke atas challenge dungeon itu terus pakai pecale ya gua nggak bisa live-in. Harus di luar live gitu. Karena presetnya nggak boleh terbongkar guys.
然后整个过程是对你来说是什么样的一种感受呢？
对于我来说，可能整个过程也是更多也是唤醒自己，就是因为看着他们比较年轻，然后比较有冲劲，然后也更多是对 TI 的冲劲吧。
It's more of it feels like a wake-up call to myself as well, because just watching these younger players, seeing their drive, seeing their motivation, it kind of
yang gue joki pun langsung habis itu gue berantain lagi nih, gue ubah-ubah lagi itunya presetnya habis gue challenge dungeon, gue balikin ke yang awal. Daripada ntar jual preset challenge dungeon. Ada nggak sih yang beli kalau kayak gitu? Jual preset challenge dungeon pak. Ya percuma juga kalau nggak bisa dimainin. Ada presetnya pun ya, percuma kalau nggak ini pak.
然后包括这次来到场面上，看到这么多粉丝在支持你们，看到整个比赛的过程，你有没有什么就是关于怀旧这方面的感受呢？
现在可能这方面感受比较少吧，但有一点是线上观众特别多，并且支持我们的观众也特别多，然后在西雅图毕竟是他国嘛，然后这种感触特别深，然后现在可能更多是比较难过吧，因为最后的决赛并没有杀进去，然后就是没办法继续听到他们为我们呐喊吧。
Iya, mending joki aja sih kalian ya, daripada repot ya bener juga ya kurus nih. Daripada beli presetnya mending joki aja sih kalian.
However, it is very touching to see so many fans, so many Chinese fans and international fans here at the arena cheering for us. I think one of the biggest sense of loss I feel right now is just not being able to get into the grand finals, not being able to hear them cheer for us once more.
Well, why I'm sure there's no doubt in my mind that we will be cheering for you no matter what happens in the future. Shesha, appreciate it. And back to the panel.
Such a beautiful interview, Tsunami. Thank you so much, and Why You Smile as well. There were a lot of fans every time.
Kayaknya Kowin juga udah naikin itu skornya tuh. Tadi kan dia dikasih preset dia sama Sujat. Kowin tuh. Kayaknya dia udah naikin juga deh. Terakhir dia 75 soalnya, 275 Kowin.
They see you around, they'll be having a lot of fun. But for now, Gaming Gladiators have got a little bit over an hour, Rezo, to reset themselves, look towards the grand final. You were in a very similar position not that long ago. What did you do with your hour? What do you think they're doing?
I mean, to me, it has been really tough because the series that we played before was like three games, and it was like really like up and go. Like you don't really know if you're gonna win or not. But for gaming this time around,
ada T6-nya ada. T6 tapi beda tiket ntar. Jadi nggak usah simpan tiket yang sekarang. Kalau cuma buat nunggu T6 beda tiketnya ntar. Ada T6 ntar.
You don't want to like phase yourself too much. You still have another game. You can feel good, but at some point you have to just reset. All right, start of the new game. So let's play the new game.
Well, look, they're gonna have their time. We're gonna have some time as well, and to help us fill in.
Tapi gue nggak tahu kapan rilisnya ya T6 itu.
We have a very exciting video.
Halo, keluar T6 cuy.
Right now.
Jangan dianggap remeh T6 Pak. Yang T5 aja kayak gini, apalagi yang T6.
Please, this is not how heroes act.
Nunggu ada pet mythical baru bisa.
You both think it's in your nature to fight, but your first and only answer can't always be violence.
SS Smith dari T5. Enggak, itu dari ini. Nge-craft. SS Mythical mah craft nggak ada dapat dari ini. Nggak ada dapat dari apa? Dari T6 itu nggak ada SS Mythical. Itu di craft itu. Pakai ya itu, pakai SS merah.
Seen warmer eyes on a shark.
We should really
And nobody's buying your cute little smile, by the way. You look more like a hell bear.
Oh, I remember how great it felt when Mom and Dad sent you to live in that desert.
Remember,
For something I didn't do.
Why would anyone believe you?
Be fair, Riley. Let's listen. Lena, can we talk more about why you had to leave home?
Orang-orang di sini udah pada 400-an pakai Emrachel, si Rji masih 300 dia kambing. Iya, limit mingguan. Nah, masalahnya itu tiap minggu yang sebenarnya itu bisa craftnya itu cuma 5 soulstone mythical 5. Seandainya itu udah keluar dari 4 bulan yang lalu ya, kita ya udah ada satu hero yang bisa level 60 mythical. Entah itu Aceng, entah itu siapa.
Now it's my happiest memory. Watching you cry.
You cold-hearted bitch.
I am so sorry about her.
Ini apa
She's
dah
been
ini?
that way
Since you were born. Before you came around, I
Ini
was
Lina sama ini, Lina sama ini cosplaynya Lina sama ini kan?
I see a lot of
Crystal
dysfunction
Maiden.
through that door. Believe me, your co-workers are all a mess. But somehow, you two, you take the Aegis and the cheese. The good news, there's still hope. You just have to be honest with yourselves, with each other. Maybe move forward for a change.
Maybe you're right. Lena, there is something I have never told you about house number 9. It was me.
Ya, nyatanya nggak dikeluarin ya. Saya bilang aman apa? Ya mungkin dia udah ada izinnya mungkin. Oh, dia di Steam. Ya Steam kan ada ininya. Steam kan lu beli tiketnya. Lu ada tiketnya itu kalau mau nonton di Steam. Ada tiketnya. Kalau yang ini kan langsung dari ininya, dari streamingnya, jadi nggak boleh. Kalau yang lihat dari Steam, yang kita masuk ke Dota, ya itu bisa nobar. Kalau itu. Tapi kalau yang dari YouTube nggak bisa. Ada tiketnya kok nggak salah kok itu, yang buat nonton finalnya TI itu online.
Wait, you what?
Anjing.
That doesn't sound like you.
Okay, maybe I don't respect
Ya, kita nggak dikasih suppressor anjing.
But I'm proud. You solved a problem with fire and lies. That's my playbook. You learned that from me. I didn't think you were that smart.
That's not the lesson here. You need to work on your
Berapa tiketnya kemarin yang Bali emang?
commit arson. That's insane.
Kayaknya Bang Aus deh yang nonton tuh.
It's not insane. Right? What is sane anyway?
You know what, Doc? I think we're just about out of time.
So That's what happened with our last counselor.
But I doubt we'll have a problem with you.
That's not a compliment.
What are you writing down? Say something.
Yeah. You don't want to make my sister mad.
Apa coba ini? Kayak kotok.
Leader and Crystal Maiden, definitely some twisted sisterly love going on there. I would not want to be in that counselor seat at all.
Dude, I was laughing the entire time. It's like the ninth house. I mean, the highly flammable water. I was like,
I was gonna say that was my favorite when it rolled past the newspaper. TNT. But the highly flammable water, that's
like
dangerous.
some old like TF2 type stuff, man. That's the that good humor that I love Valve for.
Halo Farel, enggak ini udah terakhir nih. Habis ini udahan.
Is that not what your house looks like?
Yeah.
Tadi gua udah mudahan si Sirji, malah Sirji ngasih duit. Ya tapi nggak apa-apa sih.
Silly me, I put it elsewhere.
We're in the USA.
Sirjinya malah ngasih duit ya mau gimana?
Being in Australia, you have to hide it. You have to
Tidak bisa menolak.
stock it away. But look, speaking of being in the USA, we're enjoying TI-12 here in the arena. There's a lot of fans still sitting around, and there's a lot of fans elsewhere around the world. So we're not just watching TI-12 in the United States.
Iya, nggak tahu itu teh kotak itu apa? Gua nggak ngerti sih.
Oh my god, but none in England. We have no dog.
Sakit sekali anjing.
Whoa. TSM will take offense to that one.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, it's great to see all the fans all around the world enjoying it. It's like the time zones, right? It's like some of these people are just going to be up at like 5 a.m., 4 a.m. Just like, yes, we're here for the Dota. We care. We love it. And shout out to you guys.
I was going to say, I know a lot of my friends back home in Australia, they're all
Aduh,
sitting in
batal
Discord,
tuh
they're
ultiku
watching
anjing.
together. It's an ungodly hour. I think it's actually 4 a.m. for them. So
Terus
there's
tadi
probably
masih
not
jalan
any
ultiku ngepet.
places for them to watch it out in town, but they're at home. I know they're enjoying it, and I'm sure
Oh,
all
langsung
SE
ulti.
fans are doing the same as well from the
Chess,
comfort of their home.
chess.
And hopefully it's a long night for them.
400 kah? 400 kah? Oh,
Some
400.
fun games. So if it's a
Dah.
late night for you already, I'm sorry about that, but I'm hoping for more.
Lu ngapain lu Farel? Tumben jam segini lu nong.
I mean, TI final is always where you stay up till the very
Aku
end.
baru
so,
bangun,
like,
Bang, mau
you
kerja.
feel, like,
Wow.
the energy from like just watching purely. It's just an insane journey.
You know, 5 games would be phenomenal. There's still a lot of time before that grand finals. Do you guys know how else we're going to be filling in the time?
Perhaps we'll
HP ku
start
masih ada
with this.
baterai
Okay,
nggak?
that-
Oh masih deh.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
one of them.
cosplay.
Yeah, a little bit of cosplay. Do you have a favorite hero that you would like to be seeing on the stage in cosplay?
Dah beres yo, Sirji yo.
Okay, someone said Primal
Ini
Beast.
kita
Me, but why did I even ask? Why
akun
did I
login
look at
sendiri
you?
nih.
That was so
Kita
silly.
login ke akun sendiri dulu. Kita arena guys.
Invoker?
Kita mengejar legend.
Alchemist, that
Ini
would be
apa
a
dah
pretty
ini pembukaan?
difficult
I know
one.
something.
Mari kita mengejar legend guys.
You can't spoil anything.
777 legend
I
nggak?
would want to see a Witch Doctor one. That's the cosplay I would like to see. Have you guys
With
seen?
like that monkey on the shoulder.
777 mau legend guys.
Actual monkey.
Oh.
I don't want it like paper mache or anything like that. I
Yang
want a
ada
real
dibantai,
monkey.
cu,
Hey, we'll
goblok.
see if it's gonna happen. We're gonna see a lot of
Sama-sama,
costumes.
Sirji.
The cosplay contest is happening. We got Tsunami on the stage.
That's right, friends. And there's a very special thing happening on the stage because if you
Gua masih
notice,
pakai map nggak ya
I'm
tadi
flanked
tuh?
by some
Anu tuh, aduh.
cosplayers because we have a tradition around here. It's time for the International 2023 Cosplay Competition presented by SteelSeries. Are you guys ready?
Yuk udah jam 3 flat.
Lovely, lovely. Well, I already have some judges joining me, so I would like to
Semoga
take
saya
this
makin
opportunity
ganteng.
to introduce them. I am
Percuma
joined
sih kalau
by
kere ya,
Fairy Fingers
Sirji.
as a Crystal Maiden.
Percuma kalau kere
Fingers,
sih.
wave to the crowd, wave to the
Makin
crowd.
ganteng tapi tetap
And
kere
then,
mah
How long
percuma.
have you been cosplaying for?
I've been cosplaying.
Langkah baiknya itu makin kaya sih.
Oh, a wealth of experience, and it shows with this outfit, as well as joined by me. It's Anahi from Seattle Cosplay.
Wih mati anjing, gua masih pakai map dong, ngentit, ngentit.
We just like
Waduh babi salah cuk gua cuk. Wah habis nih map gua nih. Wah kan udah gua bilang asu.
but I want to do this cosplay competition first. And lastly,
Wah
it's Happy Cat
sesat,
Cosplay joining
sesat.
me as a nature's prophet. And this isn't your first time here, is
Aduh
it?
pakai map hijau aja dulu deh.
been competing on this stage before.
Ooh, and now you're ready to judge our
Kita
contestants.
pakai map hijau aja dulu. Ya dikit lagi dapat ruby padahal 100 tadi tuh tapi.
Present Styro Girls
Gua tahan-tahan itu buat ini, Flat. Itu kan ada eventnya setiap ini ngabisin 500 map. Dan pasti gua tahan itu hari Sabtu itu udah gua tahan. Hari Minggu. Hari Minggu itu udah gua tahan lagi.
That's our first contestant. Next up, we've got Makabaka as a Marcy.
Now this Marcy took over 200 hours to complete, and she specifically added all the bling to her costume to make it really pop on stage.
And boy, does it look that way. Next up, we've got Sunray as anti-mage, or Way specifically.
So this anti-mage is a really new skin. It's only 1 month old. And she designed all the lights that are programmed in C++
Setengah 5 itu kan tadi udah gua ambil deh.
Arduino, we got the tech over here. You know anti-mage doesn't use magic, but he does use technology. Next up, we've got
ini mah pasti turun 5.500. Udah banyak yang naik ke 5.600 itu udah orang-orang legend semua itu.
Beautiful vibrant colors, and all of that was done with airbrushing.
And it pops on the stage for sure. Moving on, we've got Flivo as a vengeful spirit.
Jeo belum apa-apa ketemunya Jo.
The wings on this costume alone took 250 hours, and it was all hand-dremeled feathers.
The intricacies are amazing.
Ketemunya Jeo ini kayak mana?
Tyrant as a void spirit.
His cosplay completed within a month. It is a really impressive
Apa acing gua masih hidup.
cosplay.
Au. Au. Wah, kena silent semua ngepet. Ih, mati tuh esnya tuh. Wih, mampus lu. Mau hilang apa lu? Hilang lu kayak anjing. Tusuk lu sama Rachel lu bangsat. Enggak, gua enggak nge-push. Itu daily gua belum kelar yang 20 kali arena itu loh. Itu kan dapat batu merah itu.
Next up, we've got YMR as Drow Ranger.
The Drow Ranger took 7 months to complete using household items. Her arrows are actually chopsticks.
Lah kok pada diam bro? Oh ini pasti ngilang ini jewelnya. Anjing kok pada diam goblok. Oh ini sakit nih kalau yang ini 60 nih acingnya nih. Oh kan 60 acingnya gila. Harusnya kemarin gua tahan aja Rachel di 50 ya. Tapi nggak juga sih. 50 sama 56 beda jauh buat PvE ya. Lama lagi. Beda jauh soalnya 56 sama 50. Kalau buat PvE itu, buat GR apalagi. Bikin Palanus, apa yang mau dibikin Palanus? Nggak ada aksesorisnya gua. Percuma. Aksesorisnya itu yang gua nggak ada. Iya, lu bayangin aja kok setting gua 2, S-ring 2. Buat ini, Elite Necklace 1.
Now we've got a thing called Judge's Choice. Abby Cat, what is Judge's Choice exactly?
Judge's Choice was the cosplay
Mati
that we were
Palanus.
very
Mati
impressed
acing.
with.
Mampus lu anjing. Bunuh juga itu, mampus lu. Itu bunuh juga itu. Fuck. Tapi kayaknya kalau 5.600 ketemunya 5.500-an. Kebanyakan kayaknya ya. Aduh.
Seattle, could I get a little drum roll going as we get ready for Best in Show? The anticipation's killing me. It's almost like a unstable concoction because it's Alchemist, the Styro Girls.
Samurai X.
What an amazing showcase this year, cosplayers. We loved all of the performances.
Anjing gak mati-mati Emerald-nya gila.
To attend to. I appreciate all the help, judges, and the pre-judging, and joining me up here. But you guys ready for
mampus
some
nih.
short films, maybe?
Mampus ditusuk Emerald.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Incredible cosplays that we got to see here today. The community is so creative, and that's why
Gua mau nonton Dota lah.
being Dota players. But as impressive as the cosplays are, one of the most creative moments that our community has are our short film contest every single year. And today, our top 3 are some of the best that we've ever seen. So,
Siapa yang bakal ngangkat belt? Belt lagi. Siapa yang bakal ngangkat ini nih? Aegis nih, kira-kira nih. Tapi timnya si siapa sih? Toronto apa ini sih? Tim Spirit tuh. Itu mereka kalau main lama bahaya. Tim Spirit tuh. Belt Legend anjing. Anjing ngebug. Masuk ke Counter Strike.
So many fantastic references in that one, and a joy to watch. What an incredible journey. Thank you so much for your submission. But now it is time for our second place winner. The first place of TIA, this one is from Keller Max. You guys ever been in a game where they just keep fountain farming you and you can never get out? What do you say? Of course, you would say, finish please.
Iya, matamu tuh loh, nak. Wes, matamu itu loh. Ini banyak gini. Snipernya Pak Andi. Anjing, silencernya botak bangsat. Lihat pet gua koset. Ya mau pakai pet apa lagi, udah nggak ada pet. Bagus apa sih emang Faldur? Kayak yang bagus Faldur ya.
God damn, those are some big ass boys. Those mega creeps, absolutely fantastic. And for the coveted #1 slot, a 3-time winner. In fact, the winner of last year's has come once again. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for 4Fun, who will show you what it's like to have some chemical rage.
Chemical Rage juara 1 video ya. Lama banget nih arena anjing. Berapa lagi? 3 kali ya? Aduh, mati duluan. Ya kayaknya sih paldur sih kalau belum itu. Ya bagus kalau pas ikutnya. Oh, tim Palanus. Ya harus bagus ikutnya itu, ACC-nya itu loh. Lama kali ini.
God damn. That's how every single carry thinks that they
Mana
feel
nggak kerasa
in
ke
your games.
itu
That was
Pak, ke si Aceh.
wonderful. Well, thank you so much to everyone that participated. So many of our community members submit short films and every year they
Tusuk
get
dia,
better. So please,
serot.
if you didn't win
Ya
this
dia
year,
ulti dong,
try
ngepet.
again, because we love
Mati lah itu
watching
Ember
them
gua.
and they are such
Dia nge-heal lagi gara-gara 60.
joy. All right, anyway,
Alok, cok.
there's one more video I think you guys might want to see. Something I forgot.
Langsung ulti dia.
Perhaps you might want to look at this.
We've all heard stories of children running away to join the circus.
Ya kalau itu mah tinggal tanya Arfer aja. Fer, ini enaknya pakai apa, Fer?
Can't drag them away. Besides, you'd be astonished the lengths people go to get a child back. People miss children.
Ini las ya kayaknya ya. Arenanya. Udah guys ya. Udah tuh las tuh. Kayaknya live streamnya sampai sini dulu ya, berhubung udah jam berapa cuy ini cuy? Udah jam 3. Gue udah live streaming 5 jam babi. Gue mau nonton Dota dulu, tapi ya rebahan dulu lah sebelum Dotanya mulai. Jadi ya sebelumnya kita absen dulu, ada Flat King, Sirji, ada Pebi, ada siapa lagi cenah? Siapa itu tadi? Ada Nick Korea, ada Ando, ada Asoy, Nobody, terus Krusnik, Rian Dwi Rio, Eko, Miho, Pani, Tu Izit, Panglima Tianfeng, Sujat, Firdaus, dan yang nggak bisa gue sebutin lagi namanya karena udah di atas banget. Makasih sudah mampir ya, dan ya buat semuanya. Makasih buat supportnya, entah itu dalam bentuk like, dislike, share, apa subscribe, apapun itu. Terima kasih banyak. Special thanks juga yang udah donasi tadi. Ada Refugee, ada Flat King, terus ada si Sirji. Makasih buat donasinya, dan ya akhir kata saya aku pamit undur diri. Kalian jaga-jaga kesehatan, dan kita akan ketemu lagi di live stream selanjutnya. Salam mythical Helm Spike yang belum dapat. Kasihan dulu. Dadah, bye-bye.
It has to be representative of our entire region. My friend, you know the question that's in everyone's mind. What kind of hero is it? We got a support, we got an offlane, we got a mid, we got a carry. What's happening?
It looked like it has some kind of catch, so I would say like support, like a position 4.
Okay, traps. The Dota community kind of has a troubled history with heroes that make traps.